Good, thank you to everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the corporate matters of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. The committee has fixed Friday the 28th of November 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee's secretariat by Thursday the 16th of October 2025. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code of the Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Assistant Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Chair. Yes, please, just a brief one.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here at the first Senate estimates hearing since the Australian people returned the Albanese Labor government to office in May. We're grateful for the opportunity to continue our work, and a key focus of the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry portfolio for this term will be to build on our strong partnerships with Australians' farmers, fishers and foresters, who are the backbone of our regional communities and our economy. Before I proceed, I wish to formally acknowledge the recent departure of the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Mr Adam Fennessy, who concluded his term on Friday the 26th of September. Minister Collins and I thank Mr Fennessy for his service and wish him well with his future endeavours. During his term, the department continued its important work on improving finances and strengthening our biosecurity system and expanding trade opportunities for our farmers and producers. Ms Saunders, APM, is currently Acting Secretary until a permanent replacement is appointed. The Albanese Labor government's partnership with the agricultural, fisheries and forestry industry is delivering real, tangible results. We have recently highlighted ABARES forecasts show the value of our agricultural, fisheries and forestry industry are forecast to exceed $100 billion this financial year, the first time in history. This is a direct result of our deliberate and focused partnership with industry and a powerful testament to the hard work, resilience and innovation of our producers, whom this government will always back. A cornerstone of this success is our deliberate work on the international stage to restore and improve market access and to put agriculture at the centre of our trading relationships. Our agricultural trade is now the most diversified it has ever been, reaching 169 global markets. Since coming to office, we have worked methodically with industry to remove inherited trade impediments and create new opportunities. This has resulted in over 230 market access wins since July 2022, opening new markets, protecting markets in the face of trade threats, and improving access to existing ones. This global focus provides crucial buffer against volatility and translates into real dollars for farmers and producers, as well as more secure jobs in our regions. Underpinning all of this is a strong biosecurity system. It is our non-negotiable first line of defence, protecting our critical industries, livelihoods and communities from pests and diseases. That is why we have invested over $2 billion in additional funding to strengthen our world-class biosecurity system since coming to government, addressing the funding cliff we inherited. While these national figures are strong, we know they do not tell the story for every producer. We continue to work hand in hand with industry and state and territory governments to support those facing hardships from drought to challenging ecological events. Looking forward, our focus is on building a more resilient and sustainable future for our industry. We recently committed an additional $1 billion in new loan funding through the Regional Investment Corporation, providing certainty for farmers beyond 2026. This complements our record of investment of over $519 million into the Future Drought Fund, which empowers communities to manage climate risk through practical, locally led resilience projects, along with our investment of over $300 million towards our Climate Smart Agriculture program. The record $100 billion forecast is a moment to celebrate the incredible people who make up our agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors. The Albanese Labor government will continue to listen to them, work collaboratively with them and back them every step of the way. Thanks, and I look forward to today's hearing.
Good, thank you, Assistant Minister. Ms Saunders, would you like to make, the Acting Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair, I would, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. As indicated by Assistant Minister Chisholm, Australia's agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors operate in an increasingly dynamic environment shaped by global economic headwinds, shifting geopolitics, volatile commodity markets and supply chains, and intensifying climate challenges for farmers. These forces, alongside greater trade and traveller movement, are also reshaping our biosecurity risks. DAF is focused on delivery and demonstrating impact in responding to these challenges, supporting our industries to succeed. In doing so, the Department is traversing economic development, resilience, security and climate adaptation. The value of our sectors is forecast to reach a record $101.6 billion in 25-26, and this reflects strong seasonal conditions, but also the Department's work to support productivity, market access and resilience across the agriculture, which supplies 90% of the food we consume domestically and takes place across 55% of our land mass. Our farmers are at the front line of climate risk and resilience and have an enviable reputation as one of the lowest emissions intensity producers of agricultural products globally. The Agriculture and Land Sector Plan builds on this by providing the framework to support net zero while keeping Australia a global leader in low emissions food and fibre production. We're also working closely with a range of stakeholders to respond to drought in southern states, backed by Australian government investment, which is providing $1 billion more for concessional loans through the Regional Investment Corporation, with interest rates held stable for 6 months, offering stability to our clients. Expanding RIC's remit to include climate resilience and slow onset significant ecological events such as algal bloom, and allocating extra contingency funding to boost rural financial counselling services. International demand for our produce remains strong. In 24-25, DAF secured 79 technical market access achievements, protecting $4 billion in trade, opening 10 new markets and improving access in 44 others, all the while maintaining uncompromising biosecurity and food safety standards through science-based evidence and informed decisions. Our biosecurity system is a cornerstone of national resilience. It safeguards not only our agricultural production and trade, but also biodiversity, tourism, wellbeing and cultural heritage. Biosecurity is a shared responsibility, and our success is the result of a multifaceted, science-led system that spans offshore risk mitigation, border controls, onshore surveillance and response, and compliance and enforcement. Backed by over $2 billion in Commonwealth investment, it's also about strong partnerships with states and territories, industry, Indigenous communities, everyday Australians, and our near neighbours with whom we work closely to strengthen regional capacity to manage these diseases offshore. In 24-25, over 466,000 risk items were intercepted at the border, including more than 500 live exotic plant pests. The system is working as designed, detecting threats early, responding rapidly, and adapting when eradication isn't feasible. Global pressures driven by global trade, climate change and shifting pest distributions continue to test the system, but high-impact threats such as foot and mouth disease, lumpy skin disease and Xylella have not breached our borders. Avoiding such incursions has prevented billions in potential losses. A large multi-state outbreak of FMD alone is estimated to cause over $80 billion in impacts over 10 years if it were to establish here. Xylella fastidiosa, if established, has the potential to cost Australia's grape and wine sector alone up to $7.9 billion over 50 years. While we acknowledge concerns regarding recent transitions to management for incursions such as polyphagous shot hole borer, potato mop top virus and the tomato brown rugose fruit virus, these transitions reflect the system's maturity. These national decisions are based on rigorous scientific, technical and economic assessments. It does not mean we are giving up. We are seeking to effectively contain and manage these incursions, support affected industries and communities through tailored management arrangements and ensure resources are directed where they'll have greatest impact. We're also building future resilience through biosecurity reforms informed by the Intergovernmental Agreement on Biosecurity, enhanced data and surveillance, offshore assurance and the National Biosecurity Strategy. Finally, like Assistant Minister Chisholm, I wish to acknowledge Adam Fennessy, PSM, who finished as Secretary of the Department on the 26th of September 2025. I am, and we as a department are very thankful, deeply thankful for his leadership, which resulted in improvements in the department's finances, continued strengthening of our world-class biosecurity system and expanding trade opportunities. We remain committed to working together to continue the trajectory of this work, delivering on government's priorities and for our sector. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. And I just might add also as the acting chair, or the chair, but Senator Sterle will be back, no doubt, for the next estimates hearing, but also express my acknowledge that Mr Fennessy's time at as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and a deep appreciation of his time and responsibilities, and also his participation in these estimates hearings has been invaluable for the people of Australia, which is important, extremely important. I'll now go to questions and over to the opposition, to Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I might just start there then with Mr Fennessy's departure. Can I just clarify, did Mr Fennessy resign?
For personal privacy reasons, we don't wish to go into specifics, Senator, of his departure.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that's I mean, this is a very important position. I think the Parliament deserves to know whether a secretary has been, the public deserves to know whether a secretary of a department has been dismissed by the government or has resigned. It's a simple question.
This was a decision between the government and Mr Adam Fennessy.
So did Mr Fennessy have a contract?
He was serving his term in accordance with the Remuneration Tribunal determination.
Did he have a contract with the government?
He worked under those conditions,
he had
Senator.
I believe I've read. I think he had a 5-year contract. Is that correct? Again, this is.
Yes, I can confirm,
okay,
Senator.
Thank you.
I was just confirming the. I was confirming
okay.
the period,
All right.
Senator.
So spending of public money on yes, that's right. So a 5-year contract. Has that contract been terminated?
What I would say, Senator Canavan, is that there was an agreement reached between Mr Fennessy. It was handled by, in my understanding, by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, which is not unusual for this circumstance. So if there are questions that are put, they're better put to them.
I suppose I'm not quite sure the lack of transparency on this. I mean, these things happen. Sometimes people are dismissed. I'm not saying it's happened here, but it seems you start to get even more suspicious when simple questions about the spending of public money are not answered. I just ask again, so has the contract been terminated? Is the contract still ongoing, or Is the government still paying out under this contract, or has that been terminated? Just a simple question. Before we get into who terminated or how it happened, has that contract been terminated?
And those matters were handled by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, so they'd be better put to them.
I'm sorry, this is a contract in the Department of Agriculture.
The money comes out.
Yeah, your budget is there still a contract existing between Mr. Fennessy and the Department of Agriculture?
And as I said, his departure was handled by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Not my question, Minister. My question is there still a remaining contract between Mr. Fennessy and the Australian Government?
And that's what I'm saying, is Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet would be able to answer those questions.
That is unacceptable, Chair, in this committee. We deserve an answer, I think, to this question. It is a very simple question. It is a yes or no question. It is a contract in this department. Is there still a contract between Mr. Fennessy and the Australian Government?
I've provided an answer.
No, you have not.
Senator, obviously the contract is concluded with Mr Fennessy's departure.
Sorry?
The contract is concluded on the basis of Mr Fennessy's
So there's
departure.
no longer a...
There's no longer...
That's right. Yeah, thank you. I didn't intend it to be difficult, because I didn't think it was a particularly difficult question. Thank you. So there's no longer a contract.
That's right. I guess the point was the technicalities,
yes.
Senator, which where I wasn't entirely clear on. That's a matter for PM&C, but yes, that contract has concluded with his departure from the department.
Okay, but we're still not clear exactly how that contract was terminated. Presumably there were provisions in that contract which dealt with the early conclusion of it. So was this contract, did that trigger, was it terminated by the government? Did it trigger any clauses within the contract which would go to early termination?
Well, that's the part that was handled by Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, so it'd be better put to them.
Okay. So has Mr Fennessy received a payout as a result of the early termination or early conclusion, if you want to put it in that non-emotive terms, of his contract?
Mr Fennessy did receive compensation under Section 25(1) of the Remuneration Tribunal determination.
Okay. How much was that compensation?
So the determination sets out conditions for calculating payment, which is 12 months total remuneration minus employer superannuation contribution.
Okay. How much was that compensation?
Consistent with the formula, the amount payable was $899,620.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's the only payment that we made? There's no other leave or accumulated benefits?
That was the amount payable, Senator.
That was the amount payable. And there is no longer a contract then, just to be clear?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't know why it had to take so long. But we haven't got an answer about exactly who initiated. When did the minister... Well, yeah, I mean... When did the minister become aware that Mr Fennessy would leave the role?
I know the minister's statement was put out on the 4th of September, so I imagine it was prior to that. I'm happy to take on notice to come back with a specific date.
Take that one on notice. Did the minister or the minister's office relay any concerns with Mr Fennessy's performance before the conclusion of the contract?
I'd have to take on notice in terms of those details, Senator.
Okay. Was Mr Fennessy given any reasons for the early conclusion of his contract?
I'll take on notice if there's additional information I can provide. As you alluded to earlier, it's not unusual for there to be changes of this nature.
It is unusual, though, to be so cagey about it, because this is a lot of money.
Nearly $1 million has been paid out, yep.
And understanding what the concerns were or weren't and who instigated Mr Fennessy leaving are actually questions that the public and the industry who worked with him needs to know, and maybe some in his own department, former department.
Okay. Senator McKenzie, is there a question there?
Was his Brisbane commuting arrangements a factor? Ms Saunders.
I'm not aware of the nature of the conversations between Minister and Mr Fennessy.
No, I'm going to the operation of the department under Mr. Former Secretary. I'm not expecting you to be aware of private conversations that take place when situations like this arise. Was his Brisbane commuting arrangement a factor for
I'm not
performance in the department?
I'm not aware of. I've certainly had no
Wasn't
concerns
an
brought to my
issue
attention.
for you in your role, his commuting?
No, it was not, Senator.
Mr Simpson, in any feedback from staff across the organisation, was the Brisbane commuting arrangement an issue that had been raised?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. And part of his remuneration tribunal, Mr Fennessy was actually based in Canberra and had reunion travel to Brisbane occasionally throughout the year, so his predominant role was based in Canberra.
Yes, but as I recall, when he arrived, he wasn't living in Canberra.
Senator, I'm not aware of any concerns in regards to...
Are you saying he was living in Canberra, Mr Simpson?
I'm saying as part of his remuneration tribunal he had...
Was
and
he
that a
living
condition.
in Canberra?
As part of his condition was living in Canberra. He had reunion travel under the remuneration tribunal conditions to Brisbane, which was his home port, but he was based out of Canberra for the role.
And so how often was he working out of the office in Canberra?
Senator, I wouldn't have specifics on that, obviously, here at hand, but, I mean, from my perspective, he was in Canberra the vast majority of the time. I am in Canberra, yeah.
Righto. How often would you see him?
Most of the time he was based
Most
in Canberra.
days?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms Saunders, when did you become aware that Mr Fennessy would leave the role?
I became aware when, I'd have to confirm date, Senator, but when Mr Fennessy brought it to my attention that he would be leaving, which was on or around the time of the Minister's announcement.
Okay, so just before the 4th of September.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Has the Minister made any other statement apart from the media release on the 4th of September around Mr Fennessy's departure?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. Has the Minister addressed staff about the departure since the 4th of September?
Not beyond the statement, the public statement that was made.
So there hasn't
by the
been
Minister.
an all-staff meeting, or
No, there has not.
has there been a meeting of the executive of the department with the Minister to discuss the new arrangements?
I have met with the Minister.
You've met with the Minister, but just yourself, or
Yes, on this issue of transition arrangements. It has just been a conversation
just between you or yourself and
Minister.
Mr Collins? I
That's
should
correct.
say. Right, but there's been no meeting of the actual broader executive with the Minister.
I have met. No, I have met with the Board of Executive.
It's a month. There's a month now since this has happened, and it seems very strange. There's been no communication between the Minister and her staff.
Well, there has been the Board Communication, Senator, and as touched on by Assistant Minister Chisholm, as much as, you know, obviously we are very appreciative of Mr Fennessy's contribution. The movement of secretaries is not unusual.
Well, I mean, it's significant. I think so. I think it's pretty significant, especially to leave so early within a term. Just to be clear, so the Minister's met with you in the past month as the acting secretary.
On this issue.
Has she met with other members of the department?
Yes, we
last
routinely
month?
meet with the Minister.
Okay,
the executive team does. I guess, in answer to your question, was on this issue, in which case I've spoken to the
right.
Minister.
So you have
We
the
meet
executive team has
routinely.
met with the Minister in the past month.
We routinely meet with the Minister.
How often is that?
We meet as an executive team with the Minister weekly.
Weekly. Okay. But in those weekly meetings, the Minister has never raised the departure of the Secretary.
To be honest, Senator, she may have raised it. I don't recall.
Okay. Okay. It seems a little strange. All right. Okay. All right. When were you appointed, the acting secretary?
It might be, sorry, just if you're going to another line of questioning on this.
Well, it's pretty
It's
much on the
related.
same line, but yeah. When did you want to rotate?
Yeah, just rotate, yeah.
Well, if you could just give me a few more minutes.
That's fine.
I'll be able to wrap
go
up this
ahead.
section.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So when were you appointed, Ms Saunders, as acting
I have to
secretary?
recall the date. The 19th, Senator.
The 19th, the day that. Okay. Was there any selection process for that?
Not
role?
for,
You
not
were
for the
just-
acting arrangement,
okay.
Senator. There is a process being led by Prime Minister and Cabinet to identify
Okay.
the next secretary.
Have people applied? Have you applied for that role at this stage?
No, I have not applied,
Okay.
Senator.
Are applications
process.
open at the moment? Are they? Or?
A process has been commenced by Prime Minister and Cabinet
Okay. What's that? What's the nature of that process? Are they seeking?
You'd have to direct those questions to Prime Minister and Cabinet Secretary, Senator.
All right. Is Minister Collins involved in that process at all?
You have to ask those questions of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Well, maybe if you could take that on notice, because that's a question to the Minister. I mean, she can answer if she's involved or not. So you could take those on notice?
Happy to.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, just while you're looking for the next question, where's Miss Bishop, Tess Bishop? Is she still in the department?
Yes, she is, Senator. She's currently on a holiday that she planned some time ago.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. So who's handling the recruitment process? Is that the cost of this recruitment process being
Prime Minister and
borne
Cabinet
by the Prime Minister and Cabinet? No costs are being borne in your
No
department.
cost to the department in that process that
all
I'm
right.
aware
So you
of.
haven't engaged anybody, any external consultants to
No, we have not.
search for anybody? Okay. Is there a time frame for this process?
I don't believe there's a time frame, although I do understand that it is noting that the Secretary's left and it's in the interests of the department and, to be honest, the nation and the government to progress the matter. I understand there's a timely process underway.
Okay. Have you got a particular time on have you got a contract as the acting secretary?
No, there's an appointment that is signed by the Minister for me to act in the position, and the maximum period that the Minister can appoint me for is a period of 3 months.
Okay. Can she extend that for another 3 months at the end of the 3 months?
I believe so, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong here, but I understand would need to go to the Prime Minister if it was to extend beyond the 3 months.
She can still do it for blocks of 3 months.
Sorry, maybe is that relevant? I couldn't hear.
Sorry, just saying the Minister can approve it for up to 3 months at a time. If it's longer than 3 months for a period, then it would have to go to the Prime Minister to approve.
To further extend. Okay. I mean, given that Mr Fennessy was provided a substantial payout, that indicates to me that he didn't voluntarily resign. I mean, if he voluntarily resigned, would he have been entitled to 12 months' pay under that clause of the remuneration, section 25.1?
Once again, I'll ask into the questions of technicality.
Well, that goes to the contract. So, you said he was given the payout under clause 25.1. Is that correct? I'm just doing that from memory.
That's correct.
That's correct. That clause 25.1, would it be triggered if a secretary voluntarily resigned?
I'd have to take that on. I don't have the determination in front of me, but 25.
Is that determination public?
It is, yes. It's under tribunal determination for secretaries. Yeah.
Well, I'll come back to that when we have a look at it. Thank you, Chair, if you want to rotate the call.
Good, thanks, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Secretary. I'd like to turn to some questions in relation to my home state of Queensland. So we know that there's been some significant severe weather events. We've had, obviously, Tropical Cyclone Alfred, we had the Western Trough, we had also a tropical low in far north Queensland, all really significant impacts on primary producers and farmers. If you could, please, how does the department prepare for those severe events, and how do they support farmers when they occur? And happy if there are other officials that need to join you at the table or not.
Senator, we're currently in the corporate section. So this is issues of policy as it relates to supporting the sector in outcome one. So my preference would be to take those questions in outcome one. That's when we'll have staff available.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, yeah, that's fine. Good. I'd hate to break up the club, but are we ready for outcome one? Or are we?
No, I've got more questions. Sorry,
I was just.
Time to catch up. I wasn't here. So you're back to us?
Back to you.
Okay, all right. Well, we get to the bottom. Can I just check, what is that Remuneration Determination Tribunal? It's got an official name.
It's a determination for secretaries. I'll find it and we'll get a copy of it.
Thank you. That'd be great. All right, just moving on to ANAO report number 32. I'm sure you're aware of it, Biosecurity Workforce Report. That report found that the biosecurity staff levels in your Biosecurity's Operation Division is 16% below budgeted levels. Why are the levels so far below budget?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat it?
It was audit report number 32, released on, I've got here, 21st of May. this year having been released. Got it in front of me here. I hope you're familiar with it. Delivery of the biosecurity workforce. It's titled. You familiar with that report?
Yeah, it's the biosecurity. So we are, Senator, at a high level. We don't have it here. I think what I would say is that is one of the recommendations, acknowledging that it came out of the report. There has been but significant growth during that process and since then in our biosecurity workforce.
Right.
So I think I'd have to check with the team and I'll get them to follow it up, but some of those things have been quite actively addressed from that audit report already. And I think in particular for us, we have seen growth of over 500 staff last financial year in that division alone that deals with biosecurity matters.
So you're no longer 16% below budget levels?
I'd have to have a look at the specifics.
Or could somebody get, presumably that would be something quite easy. You'd track this now, wouldn't you?
We do. We look at the numbers in growth, but the 16% is something we'd need to actually talk to the
Well,
the
I suppose, what are your budgeted staff levels? Let's go to that. What's the current budgeted staff levels for the Biosecurity Operations Division for this financial year or whatever period is relevant for the current time? I mean, the report says that as of the 12th of December last year, there were 1,868 authorised biosecurity officers in the Biosecurity Operations Division. So what's the current level?
So, 1 second, Senator.
Sure.
So I've got budgeted ASL from a group level, not down to division, but I do have headcount I can provide you of what numbers are in that division from a headcount perspective.
Is this just to be clear, is this the biosecurity division that you're providing me the numbers for?
So the ASL, I could provide a group which is the level above that, so Biosecurity Operations and Compliance Group, which incorporates that division. What I have from a headcount perspective right now is the number of people in that division, so the BOD division, which that was about, I can provide you.
But not ASL. You've got a head count.
Got a head count, yes. Okay. So how many actual staff are in there?
I think this figure sounds like a head count figure because their direct quote is there were 1,868 authorised biosecurity officers in the Biosecurity Operations Division.
That's right.
Just to be clear, it does say there's another 48 authorised biosecurity officers at post-entry quarantine facilities.
And so that's two separate divisions. So the post-entry quarantine facility, PEQ, is not in the Biosecurity Operations Division.
Well, give me the BOD number if you can.
So the BOD number headcount by APS as at 31 August was 2,409. And that is a mixture
of... So it's about 600 up in 8 months.
That'd be about right. So we had some really significant recruitment drives and growth in that area over that period.
Right. So I should have done this earlier, but if you were 16% below, still got... No, my maths is too rusty. I know. So if you were 16% below...
Senator, can I don't have that report in front of me, but 16% below what?
Oh, right. It's on... Okay. I would have thought you'd be right across this because it's a report into your department. It's in the audit snapshot on the front page.
There you go.
Well, it's page 6, I think, of my PDF. And right at the bottom in big text, one of the key findings of the audit report is 16% in big, bold numbers. It says Biosecurity's Operation Division staffing was 16% below budget staffing levels at 30th of June 2024.
30 June 2024. So that's relevant, Senator.
Yeah, of course it is, and we're going through that. That's where I'm getting the 16%
context from.
I made it up. But
whilst I don't have that data in front of me, certainly as in my previous role as Deputy, with a concerted effort to ensure we increase staffing numbers, as touched on by Mr Simpson, and even looking at my data in terms of ASL, whilst not headcount, as touched on just for the group, which is predominantly recruitment has predominantly been in the Border Operations Division, undertaking frontline work with a view to ensuring that we're increasing our service standards to meet our cost recovery obligations and support to industry. So there's been over 500 increase in our people numbers through ASL. So I was looking at the figures of 24-25 for the group was 3,212. in 25-26 is 3,709. So, as we've said, concerted effort to increase our capability in that area.
Okay. Did those recruitment drives happen after the audit report?
No, they did not.
So when did they start?
Certainly, I can't speak before my arrival into the department, but there was certainly a concerted effort that I had direct visibility of from my arrival in February 2024.
From February 2024. I'm just wondering, this report was published in May. When did the department first receive the report?
I'd have to take that on
Draft
notice,
of it?
Senator, when we received the report.
Right, okay. I mean, it has figures, the report proper, the final report at least, says as at 12th of December last year. If recruitment started in February last year, why were you still 16% below then?
As I said, once again, so I have to look at what the 16 below what is, what the comparison is that's been referred to in the report.
Well, I'm only quoting from the report.
What we have
You've responded
done
to the report. The department's responded to the report in the summary and recommendation section.
so we've undertaken active recruitment for those positions to ensure
I'm
that
not sure why I need to
resourcing
explain
levels
audit
were
reporting
commensurate
to
to
your own
the
department.
budget that we've received for the services we're delivering, and that is
You're
what
the
we've
head of the
done.
department that was actually subject to the audit. Are you saying, Ms Saunders, that you can't remember speaking to the Auditor General's department around these issues when you were the head of the department that was being audited?
I would have
We
to
take
on
these things
notice.
very seriously.
As do
just
I,
to be clear, Ms
Senator.
Well,
Saunders,
clearly not.
just to be clear, you were in the biosecurity area, weren't you? Before?
Not at the time of this report,
Not at the
Senator.
When was that? When were you in biosecurity?
So, can you just confirm when you said whether the report was released?
Well, it was released in May, 21st of May.
Of this year?
But that's not when necessarily the report was.
No.
Obviously, the report was.
When did you leave?
Yeah, so I'm just saying, when were you involved with biosecurity department over
I
what
was the
time
deputy
frame?
up until the 19th of September.
Up to the 19th of December. When did you
September.
start?
Can I just stop for a moment, everybody?
Yep.
Senator Canavan's got the floor. If Senator Canavan could ask the questions, that would be great. If somebody else wants to get the call, then please request it through the chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. When did you start in the biosecurity division?
In February of 2024.
Right. Did you have any involvement in this audit report in that role?
I'd have to refresh my memory, Senator. Obviously, we A&O undertake a number of audits as it relates to the department.
It's a pretty significant event. I remember when I was a minister, when you get an audit report, it's something
Pretty
you
much
focus
all
on.
over it.
Yeah, it's not, you don't get 10 or 12 of them in a year, unless you're really bad, I suppose. This report clearly has coincided with your time in there. I'm just very surprised you don't seem to be. There's some pretty serious comments in this report, and I'm glad that the staffing seems to have recovered, although we still haven't actually determined what is the budgeted level. We don't have that number yet.
So we do have the number for our
Okay.
budgeted divisional figure for the year.
Yep.
So the figure for biosecurity operations for 25-26 is 2,272 ASL across the year. And at the moment, I've just been informed by my colleagues that area is on track from an FTE perspective. So they're at pretty much 2,250 FTE.
Right, okay.
In that area right now. I think just to add to the Acting Secretary's kind of comments on that, there was engagement across the board at the Biosecurity Operations Divisional level on that audit. As you'd expect, they were the lead. And they were working closely with my substantive role in the people branch to look at proactive recruitment processes, I guess, as that audit commenced. So bulk recruitment was undertaken nationally throughout 2024-25 financial year to address those known gaps in our operational workforce.
Okay. All right. The report does go on to say that apart from the staffing issues, there is also an issue with the instructional material for biosecurity officers. So I'll just directly quote here in the summary on page 9 of the printed document. Not all instructional material used by biosecurity officers is held in the instructional material library, and 39% of biosecurity related material in the library is out of date. Has that been addressed? Is there still 40-odd% of material out of date?
Senator, this may best be dealt with in outcome 1, noting that relevant staff will be available from Border Operations Division to answer those specific questions in regards to capability uplift within the division. However, as a general observation, that along with a suite of other reforms are underway to uplift capability and ensure that staffing have the right guidance, support, training and development across the board. So yes, there's been a concerted effort. What I can't answer is if that work is complete or ongoing. I suspect it's the latter. It's ongoing.
I'm just
work.
a little concerned that I get the detail going to outcome 2, but these recommendations are to the department. I'm just wondering how across are the leadership of the implementation of the recommendations? How often are you checking with that division that you were involved in until a month ago that it's happening?
I have regular engagement with the division heads in regards to outcomes of not just A&O reports, but reports from the Inspector General Biosecurity and other external sources which drive uplift of our work. That's reported on through business planning, our quarterly corporate reports against our corporate plan. So a range of mechanisms by which reporting is raised. And generally, I would become aware of something if there was a problem.
But if you were doing that,
if
you were doing that, Ms. Saunders, how is it that you can't tell me whether the instructional materials deficit, whether the out-of-date materials, 40% apparently out of date, why is it you can't tell me whether that's been fixed or not, or there's any progress on it?
I have advised, Senator, that the work is, what I can't advise if it's complete or still ongoing, but I can say...
But what do you do with these updates? Wouldn't you sit there and say, OK, how far are we now, guys? How much material is still out of date?
I have regular discussions with the FAS from division.
Have you ever been advised?
Have been reassured that the implementation of the recommendations is underway.
Yeah, OK, but, that would give me no reassurance as a leader. Like, oh, yeah, someone says, oh, it's underway. Great, OK. I want to know exactly what you've done. Have you ever received a brief, either in your time as the Biosecurity Division head until a month ago, or now as the departmental head, have you ever received a brief or advice on exactly the precise number of instructional materials that are still out of date?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
OK. Right. OK. OK, all right. Now, just going to the detail of the report, later on in the report, on page 48, in a box in that page, the Audit Office, or the Auditor General says, and I quote, at June 2024, BOD, Biosecurity Operations Division, was 320.9 full-time equivalent staff below budget staffing levels. This has resulted in increased wait times for industry. Has the department estimated how much delays there were because of this this deficit in staffing levels in the Biosecurity Division?
Senator, once again, I'd request that we answer those questions in outcome 2 so I can have the appropriate officials that can talk to the specificity of what you're asking. As a general statement, I don't believe our data can extrapolate directly from the staffing levels and service deliverables. However, we do have, and I have given evidence to this committee previously in regards to achievement of our service level standards, and I can provide further advice in regards to performance against those standards in outcome 2.
Right. OK. Do you have some kind of formal outreach program to industry to receive feedback on their wait times?
Once again, I'd request that we answer those questions in outcome 2, but we have regular engagement with industry in regards to delivery of services, cost recovery arrangements, and issues of concern to industry.
Has there been any engagement with industry about the findings of the Auditor General?
Once again, if we could take that question in outcome 2 so I can make sure I give you the most prescriptive answer that I can.
OK, I just want to state my concern. I'm not sure the leadership of the department seem to be taking this matter seriously enough, given there were some pretty serious findings here, and it's great to see the staff numbers rebuilt, but it would be even better to have the assurance that there are no longer delays. That's the key thing, not the number of people employed.
Senator, I can commit to
Yep.
the fact that service delivery standards have been a forefront of the leadership views mind, and concerted efforts have been made working with industry to consider our practices, our processes, our systems, our regulatory overlay to ensure that the services we deliver are as efficient as possible, and that we continue to focus on improving our service level standards.
Okay. Chair, I think.
Sorry, Senator? Yes, I do, Senator, and I've indicated if I could...
No, I did.
Senator Colbeck.
I did hand over.
Chair, as I said, if I could request that those questions be deferred to outcome 2, and where we can give quite detailed advice in regards to service level standards and performance against them.
Just a message to those in the room next door to be prepared, please. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Just moving on, I just wanted to ask about potential savings in the department. The incoming government brief for the department did mention that the government has a priority for $6.4 billion in savings and reductions from external consultants, contractors, labour hire and non-wage related expenses. Obviously it's across the department, but has the Department of Agriculture got a particular target to reduce spending across these areas?
We're still working through the direct implications of those measures for the department, Senator, but we expect the savings will only be applied to our appropriation funding and therefore are not intended to impact cost recovered services delivered to industry.
Okay, all right. And so you're doing that with the Department of Finance?
Correct.
Okay. When do you expect those matters or those spending reduction targets to be finalised?
I'll just invite our CFO.
Senator Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer at DAF. We are working through those savings targets through the MAIFO process, and once MAIFO is settled, then I expect we'll know.
Okay, so sorry, I've just got this particular question for like a minute. Sorry, a minute.
Oh right, yeah. Because I'll go back to that.
And sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, yes. Could you get me, maybe on notice, but could you get me what the department currently does spend on, or has done in the past financial year, or budgeted for this financial year, for external consultants and contractors? Sorry. Yep. Have you got that?
Senator,
okay, great.
For last year or for the current financial
year?
So for last financial year, expenditure from appropriated funds for external labour contractors was $164,953,000. Advertising was $2.6 million.
The 160 million, is that for?
2.6 million.
Oh, 2.6 million.
Sorry.
I thought you said 100.
No.
Okay, right. Okay.
2.6 million for advertising, 7.9 million for legal. For travel is 13.7 million.
Did you have external consultants? Did I miss that?
I do have the consultant figure, just bear with me please. So consultancy expenditure last year was 8.24 million, but what I don't have is the breakdown between appropriation and cost recovered for that element. For the current financial year to date, external labour hire 25.6 million, advertising 34,000, legal 1.3 million, and travel at 2.285 million.
Right. Okay. The advertising this year, is that, what's that on? The 34,000? Not a lot, obviously.
I don't have those details with me, Senator.
You're still doing advertising for the live sheep phase out?
I need to check with my colleagues.
So it's still budgeted. I mean, I can ask later, obviously, but just in terms of a budget perspective, is there funding budgeted for this year for advertising on the live sheep phase out? Yep, someone might be able to come to the table by the look of it.
We'll confirm that for you.
We can confirm that for you, Senator.
Okay, all right, thank you. because it sounds like that advertising was just there for the election. Cynical me, I'm just so cynical. Well, I'm finished this line of questioning. I think Senator Colbeck might have a follow-up from before. Did you want to go to that? Or?
We might just go. We go with you first, and then we'll go.
Yeah, where we go.
Senator Dollinger.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming along today to answer some questions. I have a question for Mr Simpson, or potentially Ms Saunders. After a decade of cuts and neglect to the public service, can you advise which of your divisions have had the largest increase in headcount this financial year to date?
Yes, Senator. So that has been in our Border Operations Division, as outlined. Our frontline capability, our biosecurity officers have been a significant investment, proportionate to the budget allocation, noting we've had significant investment to ensure sustainable funding for our biosecurity work, knowing the high risk we're carrying for the country, and that's where the investment has gone.
So it's most significantly to biodiversity. Biosecurity.
Correct.
Yep, beautiful. And I know we can discuss that more in outcome 2. Can you give me an overview about the work of the division and why the government is investing in additional staff in this area?
So as I touched on, they're at our front line. They're actually protecting the borders, ensuring that we're keeping pests, weeds and diseases out of the country. Our frontline officers work around the country in a number of locations, and at the forefront of our work in regards to our biosecurity risk management strategies. So that's where the investment has gone, noting the risk that we're covering, as I said, as a country.
And prior to coming up to the last election, the opposition were going to cut up to 50,000 public servants as their policy position they were taking to the election. How would you, what would you say would be the impact on biosecurity would have been with such massive amounts of cuts to the public service? Whether that yourself or the Minister could answer.
I'll help the Acting Secretary here on this one. And there's no doubt that this would have had a significant impact, and I think it would have undermined all the good work that we've done in biosecurity over the term of we've been in government. When we came in, we inherited the funding crisis that we've gone about fixing, and also the work on the front line, which is just so important to protecting and ensuring that we maintain that reputation across the world for what we do in biosecurity. So it's really important that we continue that, and I think the Australian people rejected the approach from those opposite, and I think that they could not explain the impact it would have, but we know it would have had a devastating impact across the public service and therefore the Australian community.
I know absolutely. In my home state of Tasmania, the cuts would have been devastating. With the recent uplift of staff in the department, how many of the recent hires have been located outside of the ACT, outside of the Canberra bubble? Like how many?
Noting, I don't take on notice specific number, Senator, but the greater majority, if not all, would have been located at ports and airports around the country.
Thank you. And can the department also give us an update on how you're providing workers with job security by converting contractors to APS staff?
It's been a significant effort by the department in undertaking that process, and I'll hand over to my colleague to give the specifics.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So the department has been undertaking the strategic commissioning framework approach, which is across the APS. So last year we converted over 50 contractors to ongoing APS employees, with a saving to the department as well of $2 million. And then also we've set our targets now for this year at 50 contractors. So we're continuing to look at those opportunities where contracted work can be undertaken as core business by the public service.
And staff feedback as a result of converting jobs to directly ongoing employed public service jobs, has that been well received by workers in the department?
Yeah, from what I've heard, yes, Senator, has been received quite well for those roles that have converted, and there has been a number of consultants as well that have positively reacted to that conversion.
And I think, Senator, as an observation, is that's a reflection of the nature of the work of the department, the culture we provide in terms of people being willing to make that transition, and also gives obviously individual certainty as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much.
Chair, if I could possibly come back to Senator Canavan's question in regards to advertising for live sheep. So the figure that CFO read out earlier was for biosecurity, that advertising figure. So there will be some advertising for live sheep export issued this financial year, but I understand it's not yet, that figure's not yet finalised, and obviously we'd welcome further questions on that in outcome 1.
So there's no budgeted figure for it?
I understand
Specifically for live sheep?
That's my understanding. But
presumably there's a budgeted figure for advertising as a whole for this financial year?
We would set it up.
Could I just get that figure?
Whether I have it in that detail, I'll just need to check. So, Senator, the budget, the internal budget allocation for the department for 25-26 is 1.148 million.
For the whole, for all advertising?
Correct.
Yeah, so it was just for the election. Okay, all right, might come back to this remuneration tribunal issue. I've tracked it down. So, just to get up to speed with where we're up to, Mr Fennessy was provided compensation under 25.1 of the Remuneration Tribunal's ruling. That's correct?
That is correct.
Yes, okay. So I'll just read out that provision that I've got here. It's in Part 6 of the Remuneration ruling, end of appointment, and Clause 25.1 reads, compensation for loss of office if a secretary is terminated in accordance with subsection 56.2 or 59.1 of the Public Service Act 1999 and an exclusion event does not occur, the secretary is entitled upon termination to be paid, and there's the numbers you mentioned earlier, I won't read out all the details, but 12 months pay that you mentioned. So those, just to be clear with everybody, those two sections of the Public Service Act, the 56.2 is in the event of the department being abolished. Obviously that's not something that's happened here. So 59.1 is the relevant provision, and that provision is very simple. The Public Service Act says, 59.1 says the Governor-General may, on the recommendation of the Prime Minister and by notice in writing, terminate the appointment of a secretary. So given the secretary was provided compensation under 25.1, given that that section says that the compensation is due as a result of the termination, the only possibility there is the termination of his appointment by the Governor-General, I ask again, was Mr Fennessy terminated?
I understand the question, Senator Canavan, and I think the difficulty is that my understanding is that those discussions were led by Prime Minister and Cabinet. So it's not something that I know the answer to. I'm happy for the department if there's anything they can add, but they are best directed to Prime Minister and Cabinet because they handled those discussions.
But I struggle to see any other possibility here. If he was provided, we've established he was provided compensation under that clause, the Remuneration Tribunal, that clause says that that is exercised, that is triggered upon the Secretary's termination. Therefore, the Secretary was terminated.
I understand the points you're making, but they're not issues that that we were directly involved with, and I don't think it's helpful to speculate, particularly when we are talking about an individual that has been impacted by this.
Okay. Well, maybe I could take on notice, and given, I mean, I think it's guaranteed now the Secretary was terminated, but could somebody take on notice whether or not the Minister provided the Secretary with any reasons for the termination?
Yeah, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Are we going to Senator Colbeck or?
Sorry?
Sorry, will we?
Oh, no, I had one more thing.
Go away,
here.
fire away.
I wanted to be clear, as I read out earlier, there is one aspect of this that the Secretary is entitled to this compensation providing an exclusion event doesn't occur. In brief, those events are largely related to a finding of a breach of the APS Code of Conduct or a finding of the NAC. I just want to be clear, there was no exclusion events here found in the case of Mr Fennessy for the purposes of 25.1.
Look, Not that I'm aware, Senator Canavan, but again, I think that's best directed to...
All right, well, maybe again take on notice just to be absolutely clear that there was no finding of a breach of the APS Code of Conduct in the case of Mr Fennessy. I'm just asking a question, was there a breach or was there any rulings under the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act that would give rise to an exclusion event? Could you take that on notice? Okay.
But can I just make the point, though? I think that both the Minister and Mr Adam Fennessy on his departure made it very clear that Mr Fennessy left under amicable circumstances.
Yep. The problem's been a lack of communication and transparency that gives rise to these questions. All right, I have more questions on other topics. Chair, am I right to keep going? Well, I don't know. No, I don't. I'm happy to... Did you have some questions, Senator Colbeck?
Not on this.
No, I'm moving on from this too. You can go if you like. Very generous.
I'm sort of mindful that we're going a little bit over time, but...
It's not much.
Yeah, not much.
By our standards. I don't know how much longer I'll be. It'll depend a little bit, but
I'm trying to make up
I can keep going. I can keep going. I have some questions. So some of these questions are, I realise, potentially going to other outcomes, but I always want to ask them up front because you never come back. I had some questions about the announcement of the 2035 emissions targets and particularly the development of the agricultural and land sector plan. As a first port of call, what elements of the 2035 targets were the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry consulted about?
If we could take that on outcome 1, Senator, that would be appreciated.
So definitely we'll be able to, because it's a bit cross-portfolio. Okay, and I'll just put this on, maybe I'll put this on the record, so outcome 1, no. The thing that struck me about this plan, this is the Agriculture and Land Sector Plan, is there is lots of talk, as there are in the other documents as well, about the need to increase reforestation, effectively the conversion of agricultural land to forests, but there is not, as far as I can tell, a single figure on how much agricultural land has to be turned into forests. Do we have that number?
Senator, we don't, but once again, further questions in regards to forestry we would address in outcome 1.
So just to be clear, you don't have that number?
Don't have a number, Senator.
So even in outcome, was it outcome 1?
Outcome 1.
Even in outcome 1, they won't be able to tell me the number?
They'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding
Why don't you have the number?
There isn't
Wouldn't
a number.
that be quite important to know?
There are certainly principles and qualifications in relation to the issue, but not a number.
I mean, there's lots of numbers. It's a plan, so you can go to say there's lots of different charts, but you can go to figure 9 in the plan on page 10, and it shows how much carbon emissions are sequestered by the land sector, and projects what they think, what the government plans to get from the land sector out to 2050. There's a big maroon part of the bar chart, which is for reforestation. By the looks of it, it grows to something like, maybe someone can give me the number, but something like 90 million tonnes a year will come from reforestation. So surely you have the number of the amount of land that generates that 90 million tonne saving.
Very happy to answer further questions in regards to the Ag Sector Plan in outcome 1.
Okay, but you're saying you don't have the number. Even they don't have the number. No one has the number in the department.
There's a whole range of considerations under the plan which we're happy to answer further.
It seems to me that you're just trying to hide the detail from Australian farmers.
Not at all.
Yeah, absolutely are. Like you're happy to market the benefits or the perceived benefits of reforestation in terms of a carbon sink of 90 million tonnes a year or so, but you're not willing to tell the Australian agricultural sector what the cost of getting that is, which is a reduced amount of agricultural land.
Senator,
why won't you tell us that
further
figure?
Questions in outcome 1.
Okay, we'll come back to it, but this is why people are very, very cynical, very, very concerned about these targets, because you're not being upfront with people. How much land? We're currently getting nearly 80 million tonnes from the land sector in savings, according to this chart. I thought it was a bit higher than that, but that's what's in this chart. And my understanding is about 5 million hectares has been converted since 1990. Do you have that figure?
Senator, if we could take your questions
Okay,
in
but I think it's
outcome
about 5 million hectares. So if we're going to get another 90, we're looking at least another 5 million hectares. That's pretty close to the size of Tasmania in terms of agricultural land. Am I wrong? Can anyone tell me that's crazy or wrong? Because otherwise that's the figure we have to go with, maybe a bit higher, because you're probably going to get less from each additional hectare reforested. You'll get a marginal benefit reduction. We don't have any figures?
These are not corporate questions, Senator.
Okay.
If we could take your
All
question in outcome one.
Again, I would hope
we'll make sure we've got the right officials.
Departments across. This is a major concern in rural Australia. It's probably the major concern. I'll come back maybe in that outcome to the land taken up by renewable energy as well. But this is a huge concern because it reduces productivity, reduces output in country towns, reduces employment, and ultimately the viability of towns are at risk here. And the department responsible for looking at these things can't even give basic answers to the questions.
We can, Senator.
Well, you can't.
We'll answer further questions on the Ag sector.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll hold my judgment until we get the number. They've been given ample warning to come up with this number. So say it's got to be there. You're just not releasing it publicly at the moment. Similar issue on forest issues. The EU deforestation issue, do you want to flick that to outcomes, or is that something I can ask about here?
I think that would be in your interest, Senator, to have it dealt with in outcome one.
The trade negotiations with the EU, just given it's a bit cross-portfolio.
Correct.
Can you answer that here, or?
In outcome one.
Outcome
Senator.
one. And the US beef decision.
And
Outcome two?
That's actually in outcome two, correct?
Yeah, okay. All right, I might leave it there for corporate, unless there are other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Senator Colberg, it wasn't clear whether you had
An outcome in corporate?
no corporate.
No, I would only give notice of something that I'm sure I'm going to be told I should ask in outcome two, which is mop top.
Outcome two, Senator.
That's what I thought you'd say.
I just want to
trying to be good.
Maybe I just hand the chair to the Deputy Chair for a moment. I just wanted to ask a question to clarify something. Senator, Assistant Minister Chisholm, I understand that the former government had a legacy bankrupt department where the legacy of the 22-23 budget that we had to that exists in our government had to put $127 million financial bailout. Now, this, as I understood, this followed successive ministers ignoring repeated warnings of the previous government about cost recovery for department financial positions. And I noted you gave a part answer before to a question. Is the figure 127 million, is that correct for the financial bailout that had to come forward to deal with the previous government's failure?
My recollection is that it is in that vicinity, Senator Sheldon, or Chair, I should say. I'm happy to correct the record later on if I'm incorrect on that, but it does go to point to the mess that we inherited when we came to government, and former Minister Watt had to do a great deal of work in terms of ensuring stability when it comes to funding, but also ensuring that we had the frontline services right, particularly around biosecurity, which is something that he did a lot of work on with the department to ensure that we maintain that image, and that work is still ongoing today, and one that the government will continue to work on to ensure that we get that right for the country, but also protect our reputation abroad as well.
Good, thank you. Sister Minister, I now complete corporate matters, and we'll go to...
Actually, I've just got one more. I might ask. One more. I mean, it could go either one, but I think I will ask it here because it goes to the lack of confidence in the sector, in the government overall, or the government's agricultural plans. I hope you're aware that last month AusVeg published its latest industry sentiment report. Have you looked at that report, Ms Saunders?
Not personally, Senator.
Okay, anyone else? Well, all right. Well, it is sobering reading. In that report, AusVeg have reported that of their members, of their vegetable growers, I should say, 40% are considering leaving the sector, within the next year, and another 40% would consider leaving if they had a viable exit strategy. So potentially 80% of vegetable growers are looking for a way out. The top 5 reasons listed for this negative sentiment are a lack of profit, compliance and regulatory burden, input cost increases, poor retail pricing and increased labour costs. I mean, I'm just a little concerned no one seems to be across this report.
Senator, can I just make a point?
yeah.
I'm just saying I personally have read the report. The department's very familiar with the work of AusVeg and its report. And of course, we take a keen interest in advice from industry, and it certainly plays a critical role in shaping the policy advice we give to government and the work we do as a department.
Well, what is the government doing to respond to these really crisis issues raised by vegetable growers?
Well, there's a range of activities undertaken by the department in regards to working with industry to ensure that they can be sustained and grow. And we can come back to the various plans in outcome 1. You also touched on other areas in terms of compliance and regulation. The department's very focused on looking at building its regulatory uplift and looking at opportunities to simplify and streamline process with a view to deregulation, and then just indicative of the range of measures we have in place as a department to support the work of industry and ensure it is, as I said, sustainable and can grow.
So a lot of these issues go to the broader points that were meant to be raised in the economic reform roundtable process. Who from the department was involved in that process? And
once again, in terms of specifics, I suggest that we pick up those questions in outcome 1.
Well, this really goes to... Was Mr Fennessy involved? It would have been during his tenure, I imagine. My understanding was it was an agricultural roundtable, is that correct?
Certainly
in the lead up to the one here in Canberra?
It was held in Brisbane.
Right.
On the same day the ECA was on Tuesday, I think it was.
Okay. And so was Mr Fennessy at that meeting? He was. Okay. And so what have been the outcomes from those meetings that the department is leading now?
So, Senator, if we could pick that up in outcome 1, I can give you quite detailed advice supported by officials in regards to your questions.
I don't understand why this can't be dealt with by the corporate leadership.
Obviously has been...
All right, well, let's go to outcome 1 and pick it up.
Sure.
Good, thanks very much. We'll now go to outcome 1.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll just suspend for briefly while we're waiting, changing over.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Back on, thanks.
All right, well, I'll pick up where we left off then. So on this economic reform roundtable, what have been the outcomes for the agricultural sector?
I'm going to hand over to Deputy Secretary Matt Lowe.
And I might just ask some additional officials to come to the table. But I guess at a high level, Senator, maybe as a piece of context, agriculture's got a really good story to tell in relation to productivity and economic reform, and productivity growth in the agriculture sector has been running at 0.72% for this decade, which outperforms the market sector, which I think is running at about 0.12%. So productivity, if you like, is home ground for the agriculture sector, and a really important conversation that we continue to have. And while productivity growth in the sector has slowed this century, it still remains above what's seen elsewhere in the economy. The department, heading into the roundtable and then coming out of it, has quite a bit of work underway aimed at increasing productivity and decreasing regulatory burden of our activities, and certainly both elements were key features of the economic roundtable, and particularly the agriculture roundtable that was held. We provided a response to a letter from the Treasurer and Finance Minister which outlined recent reforms by DAF, which included introducing streamlined export and biosecurity legislation, digitised cargo clearance systems, and simplified agricultural levy framework to improve compliance.
Not really your fault, Mr. Lowe, but maybe if you could just speak up a little bit. Could you start again with the outcomes? I missed a couple.
With the outcomes. So recent reforms include introducing streamlined export and biosecurity legislation, digitised cargo clearance systems, and a simplified agricultural levy framework to improve compliance and reduce administrative burden. We've been modernising our legislative framework and modernising the agricultural levy system work, replacing over 50 pieces of legislation with 5 streamlined acts and associated subordinate instruments. And this simplifies administration and facilitates industry interaction, supporting more efficient investment and driving more sustainable, competitive and productive growth in the sector. Outside of those, we've also delivered modern and effective laws to combat illegal logging, which both cut business burdens and reduce the risk of illegally logged timber entering Australia. And for farmers, we continue to invest in the RDC system. And one of ABARE's latest estimates show that the RDC system delivers $8 return for every dollar investment. So that's a bit of a high level.
Yeah, I suppose my issue is that sort of list, to me, is not going to deal with for the 40% who are saying they're going to leave the veg sector in the next year, and another 40% saying they would if they could. I mean, streamlining departmental processes. I don't know, if I was at a town hall meeting in the Lockyer Valley or some such and say, hey, this is our plan to help you guys out, I don't think you'd get too many cheers. They're saying the issue is the regulatory burden, which, streamlining departmental process is probably not going to help that much. Input costs, there seems to be nothing on that in what you've outlined. The retail, I don't know, that's not just something we can all fix at once, but retail pricing and labour costs. How is that going to help these people who are looking like they're just going to leave farming?
Thank you, Senator. So specifically in relation to the horticulture sector, probably at a high level, we've certainly spoken to AusVeg about that report, and we certainly acknowledge those issues that they've raised. A number of the matters that I mentioned, you talked about streamlined processes in the department. That effectively goes to regulatory burden, and we're certainly very focused on reducing regulatory burden and simplifying regulatory processes in the department. So that goes directly to that point in relation to
in fairness,
AusVeg.
I would have presumed that most of the day-to-day regulatory burden on farmers would come from the tax department, from if they're a corporate structure, from corporate regulation. How often would they have to interact with the Federal Department of Agriculture? on a day-to-day basis.
And the specifics of that AusVeg report, I might turn to colleagues, but my understanding is, for example, some of the issues that they've raised relate to state and territory regulatory burden as well. And at the Agricultural Roundtable, that was certainly an area that was identified by participants, that the harmonisation across the Federation of regulations is an area of key concern and interest to them. So that is a priority coming out of the Agricultural Roundtable, and certainly, you know, in terms of some of the reform programs that we've got underway in the portfolio, including AgVet chemical reform, coming off the back of the detailed response, as a particular area of reform that was identified coming out of that economic roundtable. We certainly are alive to the issue and certainly have got specific programs that we're pursuing.
And Senator, can I just add, it's an observation, I take your point in terms of do farmers directly engage with the department, and whilst that doesn't happen routinely, the overview Deputy Willow just provided you in regards to the work we're doing in terms of legislative reform, reform to levies, policy changes, improved regulation, innovation in terms of R&D and digitisation will all have an impact. And we all know it's all of those small changes that actually do turn the dial for farmers. So whilst not direct, indirectly, as a whole, will, I'm confident, have a significant impact over the coming months and years.
What about the input cost increases though? I myself haven't got to the detail of the report, but I presume that's going to things like fertiliser, electricity, energy more generally. Is there anything planned for that?
Certainly, if I can just start. Certainly you've touched on, obviously, capabilities and sectors that go beyond the direct levers and control of this department and portfolio. However, we will be working in a whole of government sense as we progress the food security strategy, which is obviously a government priority. So there'll be a number of avenues, that being one, where this will be a focused effort in actually understanding the supply chain better, ensuring we're identifying where the risks are, and as a whole of government, including engagement with states and territories, looking at how we might address those gaps if they are in fact real gaps in the system.
If I could add to the Acting Secretary's comments, input costs effectively go to productivity, and as I mentioned, the sector's productivity growth still remains strong at 0.72%. And effectively coming out of that economic roundtable, there was a real sense of agreement and focus on continuing to maintain that productivity growth in the sector. I pointed earlier to the RDC system, and we recognise that as fundamentally important in continuing to drive that efficiency in the sector, that innovation in the sector that allows farming businesses to achieve greater productivity. And certainly we see in the agriculture sector, when we talk about productivity frontiers, and I'm sure ABES will be able to talk about this in more detail, Senator, that the top farmers are performing incredibly well in terms of productivity growth, and certainly there's a job to do to ensure that the broader sector is, if you like, following those innovations and those practices that the top farmers and producers are undertaking to, if you like, kind of generate that same productivity growth and efficiency.
Okay, all right. I might move on. Going to the other question I raised, or one of the other questions I raised in corporate, how much land will have to be converted from agricultural use to reforestation to meet the government's net zero plan?
Senator, as the Ag and Land Sector Plan identifies, we don't have a specific number for...
You don't have a specific number?
We don't.
Okay. Okay.
No one has a plan.
Okay. So just to be clear, there is no number?
Nope.
There's,
You're not hiding it from us, you just don't have a number?
There's a number in relation to the amount of carbon removals
of course,
that will be required.
That, yeah. So how have you calculated that?
We haven't calculated that.
Who calculated
that's the Treasury. That's in the Treasury modelling.
Right. So were you consulted at all on that modelling?
We provided inputs into that modelling.
Okay, and do those inputs go to how much carbon would you expect to be sequestered from a hectare of reforested land in Australia?
I might turn to my colleagues for specifics on this.
Senator Nick Blong, Sustainability Climate Division. So the nature of the inputs we would have provided to Treasury modelling and the development of the net zero plan that DQ led would have involved sort of published information around sort of agricultural production, global assumptions around agricultural trade that fed into sort of the development of Treasury's modelling capability. We also understand there were more technical inputs around sort of emissions response functions and sequestration curves, but that did not go to the, I think that the question you're asking around sort of land use change is more
So
around,
what's a sequestration curve?
well, I might need sort of ABARES to come to the table to sort of go through the nature of that type of analysis.
Now,
But these are, and the charts are reflected in the sector plan document itself. It sort of points to Treasury modelling sort of goes to potential scenarios and pathways to 2050. Obviously, there's a fair degree of uncertainty around modelling scenarios out that far. There's a lot of different drivers, including technological change that sort of impacts what those future scenarios sort of could look like. And certainly, in terms of the land sequestration rates that are published in the sector plan, certainly that uncertainty is reflected in in the 2050 estimates. And so there's fairly stable kind of land sequestration over the next decade, and then uncertainty sort of beyond that. But I can ask ABARES to give a bit more information around the nature.
So going back to my question, what's the sequestration curve?
So a sequestration curve. So what we did was a literature review across all the different studies that have looked at effectively sequestration potential that's in the landscape. And there's a number of different estimates, and even within different models, they across the landscape, obviously more arid zones, you get very low sequestration potential. Higher rainfall, you get higher. Estimates can range between kind of 1 to 2 tonnes per hectare to up to 21. But even so, within, say, one set of estimates, you get that range. There's very difference between different models, and so we provided a bit of a literature review and inputs into those. And so those sequestration curves basically just depict what level of sequestration is possible across the landscape based on the different studies.
You're saying 1 to 2 tonnes per hectare?
In some areas, up to 21 in other areas. So
up to 21, I was going to say that. Seems very low.
Yeah, so it goes low to high, depending on obviously where you are.
Because as I was saying, so 21 is the maximum.
In some of the studies, yeah.
Right, okay. Because then if you go to, it's surprising to me, it's inexplicable that you wouldn't have an estimated amount of land to be taken up. As I said earlier, on figure 9 in the agricultural land sector plan, reforestation seems, can someone give me the figure for that figure 9? And you guys have been given 2.2 million for this plan apparently. So this figure 9 on page 10, what is the number for the maroon bar in 2050 for reforestation? It looks about, it might be around 100 million. Sorry?
Jump in there.
Yes, sure.
Heather McGilvray, Assistant Secretary, Climate Policy.
Yep.
A more detailed breakdown of the sequestration figures is actually in the Treasury modelling report.
Right.
In chart 3.14, which runs
I've
through
got
the
that
projected
too.
sources of land-based sequestration from 2025 through to 2050.
So have you got an answer to my question? Sorry, I can try and look that up, a quick search. What page is that 3.14 on?
Page 32 of the Treasury modelling report. Yep.
And so have you got a figure for me?
Yeah, so that it breaks it down into different types of sequestration.
Okay, great. So it was 107. 107?
Yep, for reforestation.
Okay. So 107 million tonnes and 21 tonnes per hectare. Just bear with me. That's the maximum. So even if we were to reforest at the absolute maximum extent of carbon sequestration at 21 tonnes per hectare, we would need 5 million hectares of land to reach the 107 million figure. Am I wrong?
Is that correct?
I'm not going to object to your arithmetic, Senator, but I think going back to the discussions that Dr Greenville was having, there's considerable uncertainty around the amount of carbon sequestration.
But I'm using the maximum. I'm being as generous as I can to the net zero advocates.
And
I mean, it's probably more like 10, which means it would be 10 million tonnes. 10 million hectares, sorry.
And that was a literature review, and I think what that acknowledged is that there's further work that's needed to understand carbon sequestration potential across the Australian landscape, and that's the work that ABARES is going to be doing.
The problem here is, people are obviously concerned about this. They can see, especially in Western Queensland, you can see parts of the countryside being increasingly taken up by carbon offsets, which mean no cattle, no fencing contractors, no mustering contracts, less employment, less viable economic base. They see that now, and that's we're now going to take this to the moon in terms of more carbon sequestration, and the people coming up with a plan can't even give us a figure about how much land will need to be converted to forests from productive agricultural use. I just want to be clear, you do not have that figure. For $2.2 million you've been given, is that right? Is that the right figure? You've been given $2.2 million through your department?
Confirm that.
Earlier
That's
budget.
right, okay.
Yeah.
And it's apparently $4.9 million total cost for the agricultural land sector plan. So a $5 million plan, and you can't give farmers a figure about how much agricultural land will be converted to forests.
No, we can't, Senator. We don't have that figure.
Unbelievable. But it is around 5 million hectares, and I just to give some ballast to my... Yeah, I think a minimum, although are you familiar with the... Can I just finish this slide of question?
Just encouraging others to let you finish.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Are you familiar with the Net Zero Australia report? Anyone?
Yeah, we're familiar with it.
Okay, thank you. Good. So it's done by the University of Queensland, Princeton, NAS Group, I believe, as well, but very reputable institutions. They've done their own report on what it would need to reach net zero. They've been much more transparent than the government, which is disappointing that our own taxpayer dollars can't be used in a transparent way. But they say they've got a graph, or I should say a map of Australia, and it's titled, the map's titled, Our Modelling Cites 5.1 million hectares of new trees on cropland and pasture land. And then in an understated way, they say this will be very difficult. Of course it will be. So has anyone reviewed that work? And is that consistent with your sequestration curves and my calculations there, also coming out at 5 million hectares?
I'm not aware. Maybe if I can pass to Dr Greenman.
Yes, certainly. So they've used one of the sequestration layers. We understand that would be what we picked up in the review. I think, Senator, like you, there's a number of uncertainties and it's a key interest of ours. And as Mr Lowe pointed out, it's an area which we've invested in after doing that literature review and acknowledging the uncertainties, because there are a range of different methods as well that allow agriculture to coexist, and in the Treasury modelling even they pointed to agriculture continuing to grow. And so we're interested in trying to unpack some of these uncertainties. There's not only the uncertainties around just that base kind of sequestration potential and where and so forth, but there's also issues around what farmers' opportunity costs are, whether or not they choose to mix it in with their enterprise, and so you get that kind of enterprise mix change as opposed to whole-scale enterprise change. There's the way that the trade-offs occur with the policy landscape, and there's a range of other factors that are really important in understanding what, I guess, the end impact is on agricultural communities, agricultural like industries, rural landscapes, all those things. And I think it really points to the fact that there's investments that we're starting to make now to be able to answer those questions in more detail under the same kind of guise that you're...
And just to put all of this in context for those listening, Tasmania is 6.8 million hectares in size. So the area we're talking about being converted from agricultural use to forests is not far off the size of Tasmania, possibly exceeding it depending on the conversion factors. That is an unbelievable change to the Australian landscape in just a generation. We're talking 25 years away. Has there been any modelling then on how this will impact if you don't know the number of the land, how have you been able to model the impact on agricultural production of doing that? Have you done that?
So do we haven't? There are estimates in the Treasury report, but I'd have to ask them.
There are estimates?
Yeah, of the agricultural production over the...
Yeah, I thought so. But how have they done that if they don't know how much land is still available for agricultural production?
That's a question for them.
Yeah, it's a good question. It seems very strange. Unfortunately, that modelling report is some of the worst economic work I've ever seen before, and I'm sorry to be so insistent. I'm sure ABARES would not do anything like that, but Treasury should be ashamed of themselves. Going to the CSIRO report's much better. The CSIRO have done their own modelling work that I'm sure you're familiar with. On page 74 of that, there's a map of Australia under the heading of LUTO, land use trade offsets. Just quoting from that page, the extent of the LUTO study area in which land use can change from current agriculture to reforestation is currently the cleared agricultural land of eastern, southwestern and southern Australia, here defined as the intensive agricultural zone. Am I to take from that that the area we're considered the roughly 5 million odd hectares that will need to go to forests is only those areas of existing cleared land, which is very concentrated in southeast and southwestern Australia and does coincide with basically the food bowl of this country? Is that right?
So it's best to direct the questions about that CSIRO modelling to CCA and the like, so rather than me trying to,
But I get, and this is not so much to you, Mr.
Okay.
Greenfield, because I know it's not your report, but the Agricultural Land Sector Plan is your report, or heavily involved in it. You've been funded to do it. So I hope the department has the answer to that question. Is the government's net zero plan to concentrate, or to only have, this seem to indicate exclusively, to concentrate reforestation in the cleared intensive agricultural zone of this country?
No, Senator, it's not. And maybe if we could take a step back and put it in context, we certainly acknowledge that reforestation, revegetation is an efficient form of carbon removal, but we also acknowledge that there's other forms of carbon removal that's available. Soil carbon as an example, savanna burning as an example. And more broadly, I think there's opportunities for the agriculture sector to look at how that revegetation or reforestation can be introduced into the landscape in sympathy with agriculture rather than at the cost of agriculture and agricultural production. And certainly we've seen opportunities with farmers looking at and taking up opportunities in shelter belts, riparian zones, and certainly the soil carbon, the work and investment in soil carbon is increasing as well.
Just trying to correlate what you've just said, Mr. Lowe, with the CSIRO report. As I said, the CSIRO said the land use can change. Study area which land use can change from current agriculture to reforestation is currently the cleared agricultural land of eastern, southwestern and southern Australia, here defined as the intensive agricultural zone. So is what you're saying seems inconsistent with what the CSIRO has modelled here as part of the government's net zero plans?
Well, the CSIRO modelling, I'm not in a position to comment on it in detail, Senator, but what we can point to is the Treasury modelling, and what we can point to is the contents of the Agriculture and Land Sector Plan.
Does the Treasury modelling say something different about, and I have read the Treasury modelling, I just can't remember it saying anything too specific about where carbon offsets, where land use trade,
not to my knowledge,
trade-offs, land use trade-offs. Do they specifically go to where in Australia that will happen?
Not to my knowledge.
No, okay, I didn't think so either. So yeah, I'm just coming back to this. There's a question about how much, which we've covered and got some sort of estimate of, that hasn't been refuted, which is an enormous area of land. And then there's a question of where is that? Like, if that 5 million hectares, I mean, there's only about, my understanding is only about 2 million hectares under irrigation in this country. It's about right, is that right? I have to
I'm
check.
not sure.
From memory, way back
Senator
when, I thought
Canavan.
about that.
Yeah.
Irrigated country. And we're talking about 5 million hectares potentially covering our Murray-Darling Basin, the food bowl of the Lockyer Valley, the Riverland, the southwest wheat producing areas of Western Australia. I mean, it just beggars belief to me that we would be seeking to destroy our food security in such a way. And there's almost no curiosity from the Department of Agriculture about this.
As somebody that is watching our dairy farms once again
There
disappear...
is one person asking a question. If you want the call, then please ask the chair.
Where
and
is this
Senator
land
Canavan.
going to be reforested in Australia?
I think there's a range of options, and as Dr. Greenville mentioned, land sequestration and carbon removals can happen in a range of different landscapes in a range of different ways, Senator. So the Ag and Land Sector Plan doesn't specify where those carbon removals will occur, and I would also say that while the CSI report, as you mentioned, makes comment on a scenario, there are a range of scenarios under which carbon removals might occur in the Australian landscape, including in the broader Australian landscape and not in the intensive agriculture zone.
The 107 million tonnes that will be reforested, or the 107 million tonnes that will of carbon offsets that will come from the reforested land in 2050, at what carbon price is needed to generate that amount of carbon offsets?
I'm not sure we're in a position to comment, Senator.
It's a question for Treasury, Senator.
Again, just unbelievable the Agriculture Department's not across this level of detail that affects farmers so much. Okay, I've got more questions on this report, but they go to other issues, so I'm happy to take the call.
We've got the break.
Oh, when's the break?
Yeah, we've got the break in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So
I'm happy to keep going.
Well, for 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I might obviously need to come back, but okay. One thing I was only able to quickly skim the agricultural land sector plan at the time I've had. But is there any? I didn't see any estimates of how much agricultural land will be taken up by renewable energy, by wind, solar, transmission lines, etc. Is there any estimates of that in the plan?
There aren't any estimates of that in the plan.
There
aren't any estimates of that in the plan.
There are not any estimates, right? Okay, why not?
Well, I think the agricultural land sector plan primarily concerns itself with approaches and options for how to reduce emissions directly in the agriculture sector, and contributions that the land sector can make in terms of emissions reduction or carbon removal as well.
Senator, if I can just add, if we go back to what the principles are here. Firstly, agriculture decarbonisation must be achieved with the sector. It's quite intentional that the plan didn't go to imposing arbitrary sector-wide targets or top-down approaches. So this sets out the objectives and will bring this to life through engagement, direct engagement with industry in terms of how we can do this effectively without impacting on the ag sector's sustainment and growth.
Okay, I've just got I've got more questions, but I'll go. Senator McKenzie, got to follow up before break.
It's now 11:15. It's a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. So it's on to animals now. And let's start with the obvious. The previous Inspector General of Live and Animal Exports left her job abruptly, less than a year after taking up the position. And it has now been vacant since August. Why did Dr. Clift resign?
Senator, I'll take the question. I know my colleague and Deputy Secretary Tina Hutchison will add further, but she moved on because she found another position, full-time position, as the New South Wales Inspector General of Biosecurity.
Okay. Sorry, I can't hear you. Is your mic on? Is the mic on? Just if you could check. Yeah, great. Thank you. I must say I find it really bizarre, and Minister, this probably is one for you, that no one working within the Inspector General's office could attend today to answer questions. I don't know, perhaps they were hoping to evade estimate questions, but after pushing back on this, I was then told that the department would attend to represent the Inspector General's office. And to me, that clearly exposes what a sham of an independent arrangement this is. The Inspector General of Live Sheep Exports is supposed to be independent of the department. And now I think it's very clear that, when they haven't been appointed since the last one left, no staff member from that division has been allowed to come and answer any questions. And Minister, concerns have been raised with me that perhaps the government is trying to ditch that role. Could you confirm today that that position will be filled and when it'll be filled?
I can't give you a timeline. The department might be able to help on when it will be filled, but my understanding is that the government has advertised for the role and is currently undertaking a recruitment process. So I think that testifies to the evidence that we are going to fill that position. I'm unaware of the circumstances of why they were unable to attend. Senator Faruqi, I don't think it's helpful to cast aspersions on that, but I do know the department are here and ready, willing and able to answer questions.
Maybe, Secretary, you could tell us, Acting Secretary, why they weren't able to attend?
Senator, I wasn't aware of the direct request. However, if I can just reiterate the Assistant Minister's commentary. Firstly, as I indicated, that the Inspector left because they found another role in the New South Wales Government, so that was not anticipated. As a result, there's been active engagement in going out to procure support to continue to commence a process, which I know is well underway at this point in time. As Deputy Commissioner Hutchison Secretary will clarify this for me, but I would understand that the staff you're referring to are departmental officers who were junior officers. So it was just to ensure that the right level of representation was in the room. I completely acknowledge that ideally that it is an independent office, but the staff that would be required to come are junior officers within the department. And so in the interests of the office and the staff directly, it was more appropriate to have senior officials here today that have visibility of the work, noting the work is undertaken in partnership, whilst independent, certainly undertaken in partnership with the department.
So there is no senior officer supporting the Inspector General? It's just the Inspector General and some junior staff?
No,
is that it?
No, Senator, if I can clarify. No, the staff directly supporting the Inspector are junior departmental staff. However, the whole department, as required, supports the Inspector in her functions, and so has, I know, direct engagement with Deputy Secretary Hutchison and the First Assistant Secretary responsible for that part of the organisation.
Yeah, I think for me that's kind of a big issue, because the Inspector General's purpose, and as it's stated in annual reports, is to provide independent assurance to the Minister and the public as to whether the department is properly performing its functions as regulator of the live export industry. So herein lies the problem. The 4 staff that the Inspector General has are staff of the department, and every other who are junior staff of the department, and any other support provided to the Inspector General is also provided by the department. So how is this role actually independent? How is the Inspector General supposed to fulfill their functions properly to scrutinise the department itself? Like, how is this happening, Minister? How do you say that this is independent then?
Well, I'm happy for the department to talk through how that works from a independence point of view, but I reiterate that we are committed to the role and the recruitment process is underway. There's an ad on the department's website currently.
Perhaps you can also commit to the independence. The Inspector General should have staff independent of the department who are experienced and not just junior staff from the department. And any other advice he gets is from the department. Like, there can be no process put in place to make that independent. If this role is independent, then it should be independent. And not dependent on the department.
The inspector role is independent, but of course the inspector cannot do their role and fulfil their legislative obligations without working with the department. So we provide staff that have the appropriate knowledge, skills to support the inspector in their role, and can also say, Senator, that is a standard practice.
Well, it's not an independent. It's not a way to set up an independent Inspector General. I'm sorry, it sounds ludicrous. It sounds ludicrous to me and everyone else listening to this questioning. Could you tell me when you think there will be a new person in that role?
I might defer to Deputy Secretary Hutchison on timings.
Thanks very much, Tina Hutchison, Deputy Secretary. The ad, as we've heard, is now live, and there is a program to undertake that recruitment process, including timing around shortlisting and interviews. So we expect within the coming weeks. These processes generally can take up to a couple of months, depending on who the successful applicant is, what sort of commitments they currently have. But there's an active process underway with planning in place to work through those steps. And a point I'd add on the independence, Senator, is that the Inspector General chooses their work program. The department doesn't direct that work program. The department can't direct a change in the report that an Inspector General makes. It is their views. They're responsible for that. There are technical fact-checking processes that go on, which go on for any audit process that would happen with the department. So the Inspector General makes their own decisions, speaks to whom they like, collects information from where they like, compiles their report and publishes it, and therefore is independent of the department in undertaking those actions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hutchinson, none of what you've said had convinced me one bit that Inspector General is completely dependent on the department, because all the work is done by the staff from the department. So I'm sorry if I completely, agree to disagree with you. I do have a few more questions on the Inspector General. So in August 2024, the Inspector General of Live Animal Exports published a report on the department's performance in implementing the Inspector General's recommendations from 6 prior reports that were published between March 2020 and April 2024. And this latest report in August last year found that out of 41 recommendations, the department had only implemented 13. And in fact, the Inspector General disputed this number and said the actual number of recommendations that had been fully implemented was only 6. So this is 6 out of 41 recommendations over a 4.5-year period. Can you explain why that is the case?
The Inspector General's reports cover all of the activities undertaken across the regulatory activity that the department is responsible for in relation to the export of live animals, including the animal welfare elements. So and that's all aspects of that regulatory system. And if you have a look at those reports over time, there's a very sort of systematic working through of all the elements, including things like SCAS, licensing, the whole system. And there are a range of recommendations that go to a range of matters, some of which are long-term fundamental matters, some that rely on funding, for example, some that go to how the operation of live animal export fits in with the wider department, whether that's business systems or other investments that need to be made, or changes to legislation. So where there are changes that we can make. So it's not a static program, Senator. We're always looking at our regulatory activities and how they can be improved, and live animal export is no different. And making sure we have a focus on the recommendations of Inspectors General about how we might improve things like the information that we have in the public domain, and we've certainly made significant progress in that in recent years with making a significant amount of information not only public but putting it in a more structured way so it's easier for people to find, aligning the information that's in that report. There were inconsistencies between different reports, where we can engage on improving the way that we look at our legislative levers and whether we're using them as effectively as we possibly could, whether we need to make changes to legislation. So there are a variety of things there, Senator, that are a constant focus of the department, and as we're able to identify that we've met the full requirements of a recommendation, we acquit them and identify that they're now complete. And part of the change that the department has made is to make it much more visible on our website as we're working through the recommendations, what remain open and what are closed. So we have a variety of things we need to focus on, which we do constantly and diligently, and we make it visible on our website as we make progress on those.
So that's still, no matter all of what you've told me, that's still 6 out of 41 recommendations that have been closed over 4.5 years. That's a pretty long time. It is not an insignificant amount of time. And with all the difficulties and complexities that you're explaining to me, does that not suggest that the industry is in such an appalling and unacceptable state that it is beyond repair? Like, I can't understand why 4.5 years have gone by and only 6 of those recommendations have been met. And the Inspector General also stated in their last report in August that the department had difficulty in providing convincing evidence for the closure of some recommendations. And now I'm talking about the 13 recommendations that the Inspector General tried to close. I mean, that's a pretty damning indictment on the department. Does this concern you? That an Inspector General is kind of making, which is apparently a lack of faith in the department of doing anything.
Senator, we now have made substantial progress and have now closed 16 of those recommendations. Mm-hmm. I don't agree with your characterisation of an industry or a regulatory arrangement broken beyond repair. I think it reflects the complexity. This particular regulatory arrangement, because of the nature of the commodity and the high level of community interest, is subjected to significant regulation and complicated regulation because it goes to the management and handling of animals onshore in Australia, on transport from Australia to other markets, and for slaughter animals, for slaughter livestock, the management of those animals up to the point of slaughter in a foreign country. So it's a complicated and detailed and comprehensive regulatory regime with lots of moving parts, and I think the amount of recommendations reflect that, and the department works very openly and transparently with Inspectors General and with the industry and with the government of the day in relation to making headway on those recommendations in this really important regulatory regime. And I think that the outcomes demonstrated by the regulatory regime with, in the last several years, low levels of mortalities, low levels of incidents, demonstrate that by and large most Australian animals get from where they are prepared to where they are going in a fit and healthy state, and they're managed effectively along that supply chain.
The Inspector General stated in the report that there appears to be a lack of accountability for implementing recommendations within the timeframes indicated by the department. and that the extensions appear to be granted for administrative convenience rather than based on a rigorous assessment of the overall system risk of delaying implementation. So all of what you said is pretty much opposed to what the Inspector General has said, and what seems to me is that the department is just giving excuses for not doing their job. That's, I think, is pretty apparent, and that's pretty shocking. I'll move on to another topic, which is cattle exports. And I'd like to ask about recent dairy cattle exports to Indonesia. Obviously, we send a lot of feeder and slaughter cattle to Indonesia. Generally, I think of the Bos indicus type breed, which are raised in northern Australia. And Australia hasn't traditionally sent a lot of dairy cattle, as far as I understand, to Indonesia. But I am aware that there has been a bit of activity on this recently. So could you tell me how many dairy cattle have been exported to Indonesia in the last 12 months?
I will ask Mr McDonald to take your question.
Andrew McDonald, First Assistant Secretary. In 2024-25 financial year, Australia exported 563,502 cattle to Indonesia, which is approximately a 30% increase on the numbers exported in the previous financial year.
So how many of these were dairy?
No, so that was all cattle.
Okay.
In terms of breeder cattle, in 2024-25, we exported, or Australia exported, 9,068 breeder or productive cattle to Indonesia.
Okay, and these were Bos indicus or were these Bos taurus?
So, Senator, we don't make distinctions around whether they're dairy cattle. We classify whether they're breeder or productive or feeder or slaughter.
Okay.
So our classifications refer to those distinctions. So breeder don't necessarily can involve dairy cattle, but don't exclusively involve dairy cattle. Can involve obviously the.
So you don't have separate numbers for the types of breed that you send. I'm asking this question, Mr. McDonald, because I'm aware that Bos taurus breeds of dairy cattle have a harder time coping with heat and humidity than the Bos indicus breeds. So I guess I'm asking, has the department investigated how Australian dairy cattle cope with Indonesia's climate and environmental conditions?
As a general rule, the department has done studies in the past, particularly around the climatic adaptation of different species of livestock. In terms of specific studies of breeder cattle or cattle, typically southern Australian breeds into the tropics, that's not something we've done in recent times, Senator.
Could you kind of look into that research and see if there's anything that has been done at all and take that on notice? Given that the SCAS does not apply to dairy and breeder cattle, what steps are you taking to ensure that the welfare of exported Australian dairy cattle is maintained in importing countries?
So that's correct. So SCAS applies to feeder and slaughter cattle only.
Yep.
And that is because over the lifetime of an animal, a cow, it's very difficult to have a whole of supply chain assurance over that animal. What is occurring is that those things are happening at a commercial level, and there are arrangements between the Indonesian importers and Australia's exporters around where those breeder cattle are eventually residing within Indonesia. Indonesian government has a range of food security initiatives at the moment where they're looking to increase their herds, and so there is a lot of thought going into this, including some of the importers managing things on cooperative bases for.
Yeah, but there's no system in place from the department side to monitor anything on the welfare. Once those cattle are gone, you don't, like, the department doesn't really care or keep an eye on them.
I wouldn't say we don't care, Senator. I would say that we don't have regulatory reach that extends beyond the landing of those cattle in Indonesia once they enter their domestic herd.
That's a problem, because you have regulatory reach for other types of cattle and for not this. So you're not looking into having regulatory reach either?
As I said, Senator, the regulatory reach is one that can be managed if it's going into a feedlot or into a slaughter supply chain, because that is a matter of weeks or months at most. It's not something that you can manage over a 10-year period in another country.
Then you shouldn't be sending those cattle there. If you don't know anything about their welfare, then it shouldn't be sent in those circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Whitten.
I've got questions for the fisheries in the Western rock lobster specifically. Can somebody can answer that? Yep. How important is the WA rock lobster industry to Australia?
In terms of gross value of production, for example, Senator?
Yep.
Something like that. We'll see if we've got those numbers. We'll see if we can come back to you on those numbers, Senator.
Okay. Are you aware of the proposed...
Broadly, Senator, sorry to interrupt. I can comment it is a valuable fishery for Australia.
Good. Are you aware of the proposed offshore wind farm marine surveying in Geograph Bay in the southwest of Western Australia?
I'd have to defer to my colleagues there. I'm not personally aware of it, Senator.
No, Senator. Not the details.
Okay. So nobody was contacted from the DCC, EEW or by industry proponents regarding the proposed marine surveying for the wind farm? Proposed wind farm?
Can't speak for the Department of Environment, Senator, but I don't believe
I'm not
we're
asking you
aware.
to speak for them. I'm asking, were you contacted by them?
Contacted by them.
In relation to that marine survey?
Yes, sir.
Again, not that I'm aware.
No, and sorry, I should have said Sarah Jane McCormack, First Assistant Secretary. I personally haven't been contacted by GQ on these matters, but I'm certainly taken on notice in the event that my team have had some discussions on those questions.
Okay, thank you. I mean, given they're doing marine survey in the Western rock lobster fishery exclusively, do you think you should have been contacted?
We may well have been contacted by GQ on this matter, so I'd just have to take that on
But
notice.
if you have or haven't, do you think you should have been?
I'd have to just... I'm not fully aware of the nature of the inquiries that might have come in our direction, but I'm happily to take those on notice,
Okay.
Senator.
It's a 12,000 square kilometre marine survey exclusively in the Western rock lobster fishery. So we've got a rock lobster industry that, according to my figures, are worth $545 million a year and supports almost 2,000 jobs. So given that you weren't aware, you couldn't have communicated with the Rock Lobster Council, the WA Rock Lobster Council? No.
We do. I mean, we do communicate with the rock lobster industry regularly and personally as well. And in my recollection, they haven't raised that issue specifically with me, Senator.
Okay. Given that they're going to be currently doing exploratory works, do you think there's a risk to the WA rock lobster industry?
I think these would be questions that we'd have to look into in a bit more detail, Senator, which, as I said, I'm happy to take back.
I mean, I've got so many questions here on this. It's a pretty big deal.
Maybe if I could go back a step, Senator. My understanding is that the Western rock lobster fishery is a state-governed fishery, and at the Commonwealth, our main interest and purview relates to, I guess, fisheries that are in Commonwealth waters where we have responsibility for and are subsequently regulated by AFMA, the Australian Fisheries Management Authority. So while we're interested in, I guess, the circumstances in relation to the Western rock lobster fishery, it's not one that we would necessarily specifically be engaged on, and potentially that marine survey that you're mentioning could be a matter that's happening under the state government in WA.
Commonwealth project in state waters, and I believe it extends beyond state waters. Yeah.
Since there are not your concerns that we don't have the answers, but we undertake to take that away, and if we can respond today, we will.
If you don't mind, I might submit all my questions on notice to try and get some answers, because it's a very big deal. It's a very important industry to Australia and Western Australia. There's a lot of jobs and a lot at stake with the exploratory works before they even proceed to potentially building a wind farm down there. So there's a lot of eyes, a lot of media on this. I'd like to get some solid answers on all the questions I've got, and I will submit them so you can respond.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And maybe, Senator, just again more broadly, the issue of what we call kind of the marine spatial squeeze, where there's a range of competing uses for the marine estate, is something we're very much focused on and working with industry on at a national level. We're co-funding a project with Seafood Industry Australia called the Futures of Seafood, which, as one of many areas, is looking at and thinking about the question of marine spatial squeeze.
I'll submit all these questions via the Minister, if that's okay, and then he can send it to the appropriate people. Thank you.
Good, thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Delegan.
Great, thank you very much. Just note and refer to the Minister's press release, media release on 23rd of September that mentioned a figure of $2 billion in investment to ensure that our farmers and producers can face the climate challenge. Can you run me through the line items that make up this figure?
Sure. Is it $2 billion? Sorry.
$2 billion, yes.
Yeah. I'll pass to colleagues to run through that investment,
Thank you.
Senator.
Senator, thanks for the question. So the figure you referred to was in the context of government's investments that help ensure farmers can confidently sort of face Australia's climate future. So there are a number of sort of themes and components I'm happy to sort of run through and go to detail if there's additional interest. So in areas where there's investment targeting improved understanding of sort of farm business and sector emissions, there's an investment of around $28.7 million over 10 years to improve greenhouse gas accounting in the ag and land sectors for both the national inventory level as well at the farm level. There's been work through the NFF to develop Australia's agricultural sustainability framework of approximately $5 million over a number of years as well. There's additional investments around sort of innovation and R&D, which reflect the priority industries given to the R&D task when it comes to emissions reduction and abatement opportunities in agriculture. So these investments from government include $87 million over 10 years to establish the zero net emissions for agriculture CRC, which commenced in July last year. There's additional $4.4 million over 10 years for the DAF to be a formal partner of that CRC. There's a long-standing program of $29 million over 6 years to support R&D of methane-reducing livestock feed supplements, known as the Merrill program, which DQ leads on. There's been an $8 million investment in the commercialisation of methane-inhibiting red seaweed, known as Asparagopsis, to help scale up the production of the Asparagopsis industry in Australia. There's also considerable investments around strengthening on-ground action So in the May budget last year, there's $27.8 million over 4 years to expand the carbon farming outreach program, which built on a previous investment of $17.5 million for that program as well. So that program runs through to 2028. There's a $302 million climate smart agriculture program funded through the Natural Heritage Trust, which supports on-farm practice change and sustainable agriculture and climate adaptation practices on farm. There's the recent announcement by the Prime Minister around the $1 billion in new loan funding through the Regional Investment Corporation. There's additional finance available through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which includes, I think, around $300 million in capital through a number of commercial banks to support low interest loans, to support on-farm emissions reduction activities. And there's also investments sort of in the land space around supporting plantation establishment program, valued at about $73.8 million through to 2027. There's been investments in other agencies, including DQ, around sort of reforms to the ACCU scheme, valued at around $66.1 million. And in our department, there's a number of programs around improving soil health nationally, including working with states and territories through a bilateral programs worth $20 million with state and territory co-investments supporting national soil action, and also $21.6 million through the National Soil Monitoring Program to better understand Australia's national soil health through on-site monitoring of soil data across the country. And there's also, of course, the investment through the Future Drought Fund of approximately $519 million as well.
Thanks very much for that, Mr. Belong. It's quite a long list of measures to support the industry. Can you take me through some of the key programs and how they assist producers on the ground to either improve sustainability credentials or to reduce emissions?
Certainly. So I guess taking some of the investments through the Natural Heritage Trust as an example, there's a suite of programs, including grant programs, to support sustainable agricultural activities on farm. So that's part of the $302.1 million NHT program over 5 years. A considerable investment in that program is through sustainable farming and land management practices. We've had grant programs support natural resource management organisations around the country, community organisations, and also extension and outreach activities to demonstrate what sustainable agricultural practices mean in different sectors and different regions. There's also been, through that program, a number of investments through the National Soil Action Plan, which I referred to earlier. So that's quite a considerable investment in partnership with the CSIRO to build a long-term sort of database around the health of Australia's soils from coast to coast. And that's working in partnership with farmers as well, so that farmers can benefit from sort of a deeper knowledge of soil health on their properties, and the type of and how that soil health might change over time. There's also, in the emissions reduction space, work we've done around on-farm emissions measurement through a grant agreement to Australian AIA, Ag Innovation Australia. So that's focused on sort of streamlining and making it easier for farm businesses to understand and measure their emissions. So they're an example of some of the suite of activities to sort of drive improvements in this space, and also reflects that industry itself has invested through R&D levies, for example, considerable funds over many years to better support farm businesses adapt to a changing climate and also position them as sort of a world-leading low-emissions food and fibre producer.
Thank you. Regarding the Agriculture and Land Plan, which is one of the 6 sector plans to support the government's net zero policy, released on September 18, I know that there are a lot of people in the industry who were concerned that the government was going to include an emissions target or a tax on agricultural emissions. Is that included in the plan?
No, there's no sector target around emissions reduction for agriculture. The only target is the 62 to 70% 2035 target that the government recently announced, and that's an economy-wide target and also part of the 2050 net zero plan as well. So you're right in the sense that there was concern that there might be sector-level targets. The sector plan that was released last month confirms that that's not the case. It reflects a lot of the stakeholder feedback we received over the 2 years taken to sort of develop the agriculture and land sector plan. As the Acting Secretary referred to earlier, there's a number of principles that's laid out in that sector plan around partnering between government and industry to position Australian agriculture to sort of maximise opportunities of trading in a low emissions food and fibre sort of global supply chain. And that's again reflected in some of the investments governments made in this space, which I talked through a little earlier. But the 4 fundamental areas that the sector plan highlights is around improving understanding of farm business and sector level emissions, supporting innovation needed to further develop commercially viable emissions reduction opportunities, and strengthening on-ground action as well, and that's reflected in the considerable investments to support education and outreach activities so that farm businesses are best placed to understand their emissions and what it means for their farm business and be in a position to maximise opportunities from trade in low emissions food and fibre in the future.
And what were some of the key asks from industry that were included in the plan?
So certainly those investments in R&D and things like the many industry bodies and many agri-food companies in the supply chain are partners with the Zero Net Emissions CRC that was established in the middle of last year and that the department is also a partner to. And so that reflects interest from industry to make sure that the R&D effort across agriculture, which is considerable each year, is sort of best targeted at bringing forward technologies and practices that support the sector and sort of back in their sort of low emissions credentials. So that's one element that's sort of reflected in the sector plan that we heard loud and clear. There's obviously a concern about making sure there was no additional sort of regulation in this space and no sector targets, and again, that's consistent with the approach taken in the sector plan. So sort of taking a step back, it's really about making sure that government is working with industry to maximise the opportunities from increasing global interest around low emissions food and fibre production. The credentials of the sector are quite strong in this space, so it's really about making sure we back that in and that Australia sort of stays ahead of the curve as a low emissions food and fibre producer.
And just regarding the recently opened consultation process to develop the National Biofuel Feedstock Strategy, can you take me through what the scope of that strategy may cover?
So there's been a lot of interest in the emerging biofuel industry in Australia. I mean, Australian agriculture has long been a contributor to global biofuels production, particularly through our canola exports and sort of tallow exports as well. There's been recent government announcements around supporting through the Future Made in Australia sort of regime, if you like, around how to process and develop on Australian-based biofuel production capacity. And so the National Bioenergy Feedstock Strategy that you referred to that was recently released through a sort of a have your say public consultation process is really taking sort of a farm gate perspective about what the emerging global and domestic Australian bioenergy sector could look like, what it means for producers, how that will change over time from both a trade perspective and also what it might mean for new market opportunities for producers. There's a lot of interest across whether it's sort of the cropping sector, the forestry sector, the sugar sector, for example, where there's potential for new markets for producers to sell products into. And of course, new markets provides opportunities for new and diverse sort of revenue streams as well. So the bioenergy feedstock strategy and the discussion paper you referred to is really sort of the first step in connecting with the sector around kind of what the current state of play is around feedstock production that could support a biofuels industry and also how that might change over time and what some of the opportunities or impediments that we might need to consider to make sure that Australian farms are best placed to make the most of those opportunities.
And which industries are set to really benefit from the opportunity in the short and medium term? And what's the scale of the opportunity for this sector?
Well, certainly, as of today, as I mentioned, there's already considerable production of things like canola and tallow that sort of go to global biofuel production. So I guess in the more immediate term, as onshore processing capacity matures and develops for the biofuel sector in Australia, some of that product could go into a domestic biofuel industry. And then looking ahead, there's certainly opportunities with more novel crops for carinata, for example, which is a cover crop. So you can imagine that as the biofuel system matures, both globally and in Australia, there'll be new market opportunities and new market signals for farmers to respond to that might sort of influence sort of the nature of their sort of cropping decisions, but also things like forestry waste. There's from the sugar sector as well, opportunities to aggregate sort of byproducts and waste products that could feed into a future bioenergy in Australia, a future bioenergy industry in Australia. Some of the challenges are around sort of technology and commercial viability of different technologies. The sort of canola and tallow sort of production can go into currently sort of commercially viable processing systems, as they do sort of in the Northern Hemisphere. Some of the other processing technologies for biofuels aren't at the scale yet where they're necessarily commercially viable, but it's about understanding when that happens, what some of the opportunities might be for things like in the sugar industry or in the forestry waste industry. And then there's the task of sort of how you aggregate some of those products and bring them to sort of a point in the supply chain where they can be processed into biofuels at scale in a commercially viable way. So this strategy will sort of take both in a short-term and a longer-term perspective to understand how those market signals might change and again, what the opportunities might be for farmers.
And how will this complement to other announcements made in the space?
So I guess the bioenergy feedstock strategy that we're focused on is very much looking at the supply of bioenergy feedstocks, and there's obviously a need to sort of make sure that the demand side of the bioenergy system is also sort of evolving, and that's where considerable government investment has been announced recently. So there's the $1.1 billion Cleaner Fuels program, which will go to sort of bringing online large-scale bioenergy sort of processing capacity in Australia, and there's also funding been available through, I think it's ARENA, focused on sustainable aviation fuel and other sort of R&D innovation projects funded through ARENA to sort of scale up the bioenergy demand manufacturing base in Australia.
Thanks for that, Mr. Blong. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. Just following on to those questions that you just had, do you have any KPIs, performance measures as to the effectiveness of all of those programs?
There was a long list of programs I sort of talked through earlier, Senator. Some are run by the Department of Agriculture, others might be led by GQ, for instance. And so each program would have sort of its own sort of framework in place to monitor progress, and might have an M&E framework in place to track where the investments have been made and what the impact is. But I don't have in front of me the full list of KPIs or monitoring evaluation frameworks for every program. They'd be sort of developed sort of by the relevant teams that lead those projects.
So just from a holistic view, we've already heard earlier this morning that AusVeg farmer sentiment says that 80% of farmers are dissatisfied or don't want to continue farming. Surely that would be a terrific KPI, and I don't expect you to provide a response to that. You've just outlined that there's a number of programs, but I think we've got to get serious about the fact that Australian farmers are feeling unable to compete on the world stage with the level of regulation and requirements that we're putting on them, and so we just continue to import more products, and they're feeling exhausted. I saw a banana farmer last week who told me that the government had taken the fun out of farming. Saw pork producers who said that the drought resilience programs were all about mental health and none about actually preventing them from getting mental health by having practical programs in place. I would suggest that perhaps the department would be well served by spending some time considering whether or not Australian farmers were in fact in a good place, keen to continue farming. So yes, it may be a lot of money, but I'm not sure that it's hitting the ground.
Senator, I think we're very much concerned with, I guess, the state of the sector, and I would say overall the state of the sector is strong and the fundamentals are strong, Senator.
Financially they're strong, but farmers are saying that they don't want to continue farming. That may be a great
and we
concern.
recognise that there's always, you know, a kind of, it's a large sector and there's individual farmers that are affected differently by how the market's operating. But if I can point to the Acting Secretary's comments in her opening statement that the combined agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors are forecast to reach $101.6 billion in gross value of production, which is a record, underpinned by a record value in agriculture of $94.7 billion, and that the sector's been building to this record over the past 5 years on the back of longer run productivity and sustainable intensification. I've talked about the productivity growth in the sector, which is outperforming the market sector of the economy. And in terms of the last 5 years, Senator, we've seen agriculture sector production measured in terms of quantities produced reach its highest 4 years on record. And this has underpinned the series of record values of production we've seen in agricultural gross value of production over this period. These increases we've seen them across all major production groups, livestock, grains, oilseeds, pulses and horticulture. Horticulture in particular, Senator, has seen year-on-year growth over the last 5 years, setting new records each year, both in terms of quantities produced and value, rising from 16 billion to over 19 billion. In addition, I think in terms of,
yes.
I guess, Senator, to your point about overall KPIs for the sector, I just wanted to put on record that the fundamentals of the sector are fundamentally strong and have been performing at record levels for the last 5 years.
All right. Well, I don't disregard that. That is, the numbers are important, and that's why it's important to measure them. I don't know, though, that we've just heard about future loss of intensive agricultural land to climate change measures. We're seeing increasing levels of regulation of farmers on the ground, whilst big corporate investors, you know, from overseas pension funds and whatnot, I think are underpinning the continuation of the industry. I'm not sure that we are reflective of whether or not this is a choice, an industry that young people are looking at their parents and saying that's something I want to continue doing. So specifically on the programs that you just talked through, I was keen to ask about the DAF initiatives to build capacity for on-ground action after 1 year, to see if the funding for trusted advisors is to the benefit of the advisors or to the benefit of the farmers. Can you specifically give me some feedback on what sort of measurable outcomes we've got for that program, please?
Senator, it's a good question, and it's a really important program from our perspective, and I'll pass to my colleague for the details, but I think you touched on a really important principle that underpins that program for us, which is there is a lot of complexity facing farmers at the moment, and complexity in relation to a range of different options that they can potentially access in relation to their farming enterprise. One of which is the options and market initiatives that they could access in relation to climate. So what's been really important to us is to put farmer at the centre of decision making on their enterprise and ensure that they've got access to trusted advisors that don't have a stake, if you like, in a market stake in things, but have access to a trusted advisor that can advise them and put them in the centre of things to make the best decisions for them. So if I can pass to my colleague for the specifics in relation to that program.
So I think the program you're referring to, Senator, was the Carbon Farming Outreach Program. And Ms Magura will take through a few elements of that program.
I just want to understand how the farmer benefits, not the consultant benefits.
Thanks for your
question. What's the measurables?
Yeah. Senator, so the carbon farming outreach program, the government allocated an additional $30.8 million towards that program. And as Mr Lowe said, it's really focused on ensuring that farmers will have access to the information they need to make decisions in this area. There is funding to build the capacity of trusted advisors, but it's in the form of training. So it's about ensuring that the people that farmers talk to in relation to the operation of their business more generally have information to respond to questions about emissions reduction and carbon farming opportunities. So there's an investment in training trusted advisors so that there's more people out in the market for farmers to talk to. There's also...
I'm sorry, could I just ask you to pause there? So you've provided an additional $30 million. I'm just looking at the forward. So I've got 7 for 24-25, 11 for 25-26, 4 for 26-27 and 4 for 27-28.
Yeah, sorry.
What am I missing?
It should be $27.8 million over the life of the program.
Thank you.
Yep, and the funding goes towards training trusted advisors, building a knowledge hub that's available for people to go to get information and to be able to find where sources of information are available to them on these issues, and also building commodity-specific information that's useful for farmers to make decisions about emissions reduction and carbon farming opportunities.
So $27 million. So you're going to build a hub. Have you broken the program up into what will go to establishing a hub, the data library, but more importantly, how many trusted advisors are you going to train for $27 million?
I'll have to take the number of trusted advisors question on notice, Senator. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water was administering the program up until 1 July this year. In the last financial year, they entered into a contract with the Zero Net Emissions for Agriculture CRC to deliver the training sessions to trusted advisors. I'll need to come back to you on the anticipated sessions to be delivered through that program.
You're now running it, not the Climate Change Authority?
DQ. So DQ was administering the program. Right. The expansion, they administered the first year of the expansion, and administration has now transferred over to DAF to deliver, so that we can make sure the program's aligning well with our stakeholder interests.
And that was as of the 1st of July this year?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, how many people over that 4 years do you plan to train? And the break up to the hub, I would appreciate that. If you wouldn't mind, I'm just going to move topics. Previously you made the point about providing farmers with greater access to markets. I think it was with relation to climate change, but I specifically want to talk about the avocado growers. We had a discussion at the last estimates about the 2x2 program for blueberries and apples, and that avocados wouldn't go onto that list until both of those items were complete. I just want to test that theory, given that I'm getting feedback from the market that it's unlikely to be a lot of movement in those sectors, and that avocados, it seems, are on hold indefinitely whilst farmers pull out trees because the market's not large enough. So can I just ask you to clarify for me where you're up to with those negotiations?
Senator, officials related to a particular question are an outcome too, so no doubt
that is what Senator Canavan
advice.
Suggested to me, so excellent advice. So I will hold on that. Is there anything else you want to add, or I'll come to my third topic?
I can make a general comment. I'm obviously familiar with the issue, and say that those negotiations with China are ongoing. I'll wait till that come to give you some clarity about potential timings, but we're very, very much alive to avocado's interest, in regards to exporting to China, and we are working with the hort industry in regards to prioritisation for when the current negotiations are concluded, and avocado will certainly be a consideration in those deliberations.
Thank you. I'll come back to that then, and outcome two. My final topic for this group is on the labelling program. The government had announced $1.5 million to put towards that issue after the excellent... Senator Whish-Wilson's not here for us to exchange views on the excellent don't mince words Senate inquiry of several years ago. I'd like to understand the review that the government was supposed to have completed by December 24. Where are you up to on that, please?
So, Senator, just to clarify, I think you're referring to plant-based labelling work that the department's been undertaking?
Oh, sorry, you haven't been following my interest in this, have you? Yes, you are quite correct. Okay. Alternate proteins.
Fantastic. So yes, we are still working on that important piece of work. As you might recollect from previous estimates, we've formed a working group with industry to work through the issues associated with labelling arrangements. It's been really important to us to work at the pace of industry in relation to this work. And that work's still ongoing. So that's probably my comments at a high level. If I can pass to colleagues, if there's any further detail.
Sure. So the Joanna Stanyon, First Assistant Secretary. Some of the things that we've been working through with the working group was to do some research. So we commissioned Fazans to do some consumer research to see to what extent consumers might feel confused by labelling on meat versus alternative protein subjects. So we've been working through the outcomes of that research with the working group and also talking to them about potential options to address their labelling concerns.
Okay, so the Fazans research and the final report that was due to be completed in December 24, when will this report be published on the department's website?
Senator Paul Denny, Assistant Secretary, Food Policy Branch. We're expecting to publish that final report fairly soon. The working group, we have shared a copy of the report with the working group members, and we've been giving them an opportunity to read the report, provide any feedback to us, which we have taken on board, and we expect that report will be published soon.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about the stakeholder views of how the government's going to meet this election commitment of supporting meat and plant industries through improving existing regulations and clarity in accurate and clear food labelling. So that's the Fazans research onto consumer sentiment, I take it. That's what you would respond, is that's the stakeholder views. You're waiting for Fazans' stakeholder sentiment research?
No, the sentiment research is, I think, something separate that Fazans might be doing. We commissioned...
I thought you said that you'd asked Fazans to do consumer sentiment about clarity on... Did I misunderstand you?
Yes, no, we did do that. So Fazans has undertaken that research. The stakeholder views that we're seeking were on that research, on the working group. That feedback has come in. We've taken that on board, or considered that research, that feedback, sorry, and then we'll publish the report in due course. Okay,
that's in addition. That is the same as the Fazans research that I just asked you about that was completed in December 2024. Okay. Yes. All right. Given that the Senate inquiry finished several years ago, over 2 years ago, what is the delay for this happening? I mean, 2 years seems a long time. You've had a working group within the department, you've had Fazans do this research and a report. You know, this was quite a simple definitional change that came out of FSANZ 3 or 4 years ago. How soon do you think you'll get to a position of making a recommendation for the government to consider on labelling?
I think, Senator, there's a range of views on the working group about what the appropriate course of action that we should recommend to the government is. So what we've been trying to do as far as we can is get consensus, and obviously the first part of understanding kind of where we're at was for FSANZ to do the consumer research, which they've now done. So the point that we're at now is working with the members of the working group, which are from meat, seafood, dairy industries and alternative protein companies, to work through what would be the most sensible approach, given the outcomes of that research. So we have been, that working group hasn't met for a couple of months, but Mr Denny has been meeting individually with members of the working group as well, and we're hopeful that they will provide us with their preferred options for dealing with it.
And I might
Any
just
concerns?
add to that, Senator, that the working group members, so we've had a number of working group meetings, and their focus really was on the research and wanting to see the outcomes of that research before really wanting to engage on what the next steps might be and what the potential policy options are.
So my understanding is the working group has met 4 times, twice before the research came back and twice since the research has come back. Sounds like a lot of meetings, and I appreciate that you've done research, consumer sentiment, but the department's not passing the pub test of what people on the street are talking about, and certainly not the observations from supermarket managers and people in stores. So I'm, again, remain perplexed as to the length of time that this is taking. That's a comment. You don't need to respond to that. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, Chair. Lovely to see you all. Just going back to both the sector plan and obviously the government's 2035 targets impact on agriculture, has the department conducted any modelling or have an understanding of the impact of the actions proposed by the plan on agriculture's GDP?
I don't think we've done any specific... I'll see if colleagues correct
Hang on,
me,
sorry, Mr.
Sorry, I don't think we've done any specific modelling on impact on GDP, Senator. What I can say is that in the development of the plan, it was really important to us to do that in consultation with the sector, and we did do that. We put out a discussion paper which we received a number of submissions to. There was also a summit that was held in Toowoomba where we canvassed, I guess, kind of approaches and received feedback from a range of different sector participants on the plan as well.
But there's no... You don't have an assessment of, if the plan is implemented, what will be the impact, economic impact, on the agricultural sector?
What I can point to, Senator, is the Treasury modelling, and in the Treasury modelling, one of the elements of the Treasury modelling identifies that agricultural production will go up by 32% by 2050.
And does it also, sorry, just on that, does the Treasury modelling say what would happen? Is there a range? Because the target range to 2035 is 62 to 70%, I think, reduction in emissions. Does it have a similar range in impact on agricultural production? From the if it's a 62 versus if it's a 70, isn't it? Yep.
So my understanding is of the Treasury modelling that there's a range of scenarios canvassed in the Treasury modelling, but I'm rapidly getting out of my level of detail.
No, I don't want to be flicked to anyone else, because I do want to stay at this level. But you did say 32%.
Yeah.
I want to... Is that a range to reflect the range in emissions reduction, or is there only one agricultural figure?
I'm going to have to defer to colleagues.
And
Senator.
I only want that question answered. I do not want a paragraph.
So with that particular estimate around agricultural production out to 2050, there is just one number, but that's because the Treasury modelling was done before the government had determined its 2035 target. And so my
But the
understanding...
32% increase by 2050 is based on?
Treasury modelling that I think assumed the midpoint of the draft CCA advice to government earlier in the year.
That makes sense. Can I just ask, did Treasury change its assumptions that you obviously gave them assumptions that you, for their modelling that based on your sector plan? Were they the same assumptions that Treasury used in their modelling, or were they modified?
We might ask Dr Greenville to add any comments on that front, Senator.
Okay, I mean, Jared Grenville, Executive Director from ABARES. So mostly they weren't modified, so the outlook for production and all those type of things in a baseline situation were all the same. We provided some initial, what we call those emissions response functions, which are effectively the, what will change in emissions intensity. In the interim period between us providing some initial ones and then being finalised, CSIRO had done some further work, and they were reparameterised based on that.
On the CSIRO's work.
Yeah, that's right. And that was for the livestock side of things, not for the cropping.
Not for the land use.
Not for the cropping, yeah, all the land use, yeah. So
right.
In that sense. So.
Now, going to Senator Canavan's earlier questioning around the number of, I say acres, he's younger than me, hectares, that are actually going to be forested as a result of this plan. Am I correct in understanding that you do not have the amount of land that is required on the across the eastern seaboard to change its purpose to reach these targets?
That's correct, Senator. And underpinning the Ag and Land Sector Plan more broadly, while the Net Zero Plan identifies a sector-wide target or an economy-wide target, there is no specific target in the Ag and Land Sector Plan for decarbonisation. And that, I guess, goes to some of the key principles that are the foundations of the Agriculture and Land Sector Plan, Senator. The first of which is that agricultural decarbonisation must be achieved with the sector and not imposed on it. So that's why the government won't be imposing any arbitrary sector-wide targets or top-down approaches. Second, and I think this goes to some of the interest behind a number of your questions, action on climate change. While action on climate change is necessary to ensure food security, action will not become the expense of food security. And third, while agriculture and land must make a contribution to net zero, they'll not be taken for granted to balance emissions from other sectors.
We'll be playing the department's and the government's concern for the agricultural sector ad nauseum. I'm sure they'll be comforted. I want to understand what impact states' targets for land use change to 2035, to 2030 and onwards to 2050, how you've accounted for that in your advice to Treasury and in your sector plan. So, for instance, in Victoria, there was a policy paper which said 70% of up to 70% of Victoria's agricultural land would be required for renewable projects to meet the state Labor government's targets. So they've put a figure on the amount of land mass required. My question is, have you taken that into account in your advice that you've provided to CCA, Treasury and other bodies around land use changes?
I think
I'm not going to comment specifically on what state governments' approaches that they're taking. I think our approach is from an economy-wide point of view, and certainly, I guess, the Treasury modelling takes an economy-wide point of view, which is a national point of view as well, a national economy point of view.
But in providing agriculture's advice and the development of your agriculture and land sector plan, did you account for not just federal government policy initiatives, but state government policy initiatives, not economy-wide, in your sector of the economy?
I think we're aware of it and we work closely with our state and territory colleagues, but obviously our plan is a national plan, and talks about and envisages, I guess, what the key priorities are nationally to support agriculture to reduce emissions in the long term, remain sustainable and profitable.
And just remind me again how agriculture is going to contribute to reducing emissions.
So there's a range of technology pathways. Probably important to acknowledge that agriculture has already got a good story to tell in terms of...
I'm interested in the new initiatives because this is quite an aggressive target. We're expecting certain sectors of the economy to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yep.
As I understood your questioning previously, it was around carbon sequestration through forestry on prime agricultural land. Is that correct?
That's carbon removal. So in terms of agricultural emissions reduction...
When I look at your graphs, it's pretty clear. I just don't know why it's so difficult for you to actually say it with words. When I look at your sectoral plan and the lowering emissions from land use, what are the top 3 initiatives that are going to be used to reduce agricultural's emissions?
Well, in the sector plan, and I'll ask colleagues for a page, but we outline a number of technology pathways that are on offer for the agriculture sector to reduce emissions.
And what are they? What are the top 3?
So things like efficient herd management, things like breeding values, things like farming system efficiency improvements, rotational grazing.
That's for the livestock industry. What about for cropping?
Industry. Well, I think that my answer acknowledges that a significant proportion of emissions are generated through the livestock industry and through methane. So that's an important area for us to focus. Mixed species pasture, feed supplements is another. So there are a range of technology pathways on offer that we... And probably, Senator, if I could just finish.
Yeah, sure.
The Ag and Land Sector Plan also acknowledges that compared with other sectors, the technology pathway for agriculture is still emerging. So the reductions that are contemplated in the agriculture sector and the agriculture emissions pathway are not significant, certainly over the first 10 years of the plan. We expect that those technologies will become more mature, more commercially available to farmers, and we expect as a result that there'll be greater take-up and that those emissions reductions will be generated in the latter part of the plan's lifetime.
Yep. So I'm assuming that carbon credit, we're seeing this in Victoria, the most productive areas in our state where, unlike other states, we have high rainfall under climate change scenarios, particularly in the southwest and the southeast. We are seeing properties purchased by international players seeking their carbon offsets and changing dairy farms into tree farms. And I note earlier to Senator Canavan, you made some comments that you see that as that can work harmoniously. and you talked about, I think, I'm doing that because that's a long offence.
Shelter belts, maybe,
yes,
Senator?
Shelter belts.
Yeah.
Which is not what's happening on these properties. The scale is a lot more aggressive, and it is fundamentally changing the economics and the social and the environmental fabric of these communities and the agricultural production within them. Has that been assessed, the negative impacts of that, as you roll this plan out? Because I'm not hearing it. We've been here before with investment schemes that have trashed that, and yet you gave evidence earlier that, you know, this can just be harmoniously integrated into your business. They're buying the farms so that some emitter from Europe has a carbon credit against their name.
So, Senator, we're certainly aware of that risk and of those outcomes as well. We're also aware of the opportunity that exists, I guess, in relation to the carbon market for producers as well. So, I guess the key thing, and this is a theme in the discussion we've had previously as well, is for us to arm as much as possible and put the producer in the centre of this, and ensure that they're armed with the information so that they can make the best decisions in relation to their enterprise. So I don't think there's going to be a one-size-fits-all in how carbon sequestration plays out in the Australian landscape. What I would say is that there is a significant opportunity for the agriculture sector here as well.
How so? Explain the opportunity in detail.
Sorry, Senator McKenzie, could you just ask for a brief follow-up because we're about to rotate?
Yep, sure. Yep. When you say, and these are all lovely motherhood statements, apologies to all mothers, can you give me the detail of the opportunity?
So maybe a couple of key points then, if given
maybe
time,
some
Chair.
Numbers behind it instead of just attitude.
I'm not sure if I can give numbers, but I guess key point overall is that the opportunity for producers is to diversify their enterprise mix. They can access carbon markets and use their land in multiple different ways. Potentially less productive land can be turned over to revegetation, vegetating riparian zones and shelter belts to both access the ACCU market and then potentially for that to be a resource.
That may work on big properties in the north, but where you have the rainfall, the soil and the climate down south, where your properties aren't tens of thousands of hectares, and you are still able to make a good living and contribute to the growth of this sector, that doesn't work. I don't get a sense that you've actually thought this through in any way that does give comfort to the agricultural industry. I cede my call. Thank you, Chair.
You may wish to answer that before I rotate, but...
there wasn't actually a question.
I'm happy to comment on it, Senator. Just to say that I'm familiar with the Victorian agricultural landscape, and I do believe and have witnessed personally a number of enterprises that have changed their enterprise mix, introduced plantations, shelter belts, riparian zones, and increased their production and their carrying capacity of their land accordingly. Mark Wotton's farm in the southwest of Victoria is a fantastic example of where that's happened and is an example of a farm that has been carbon neutral.
Good, thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I'll address my questions to Dr Greenville if I can. The Agricultural Commodities Report released last month, one of the headline figures is the gross value of agricultural production is forecast to rise to $94.7 billion, which is a record high. And if we take in fisheries and forestries, it's up to $101.6 billion. Can you please give the committee a quick overview of the report and what some of the key forecasts show?
Yeah, certainly, Senator, and thank you for the question. I think, as being mentioned by the Acting Secretary and a few others, you're right. So this year we're forecasting the agriculture sector to hit a new record at $94.7 billion, and when you add fisheries and forestry to that, it's $101.6 billion. It's really being driven by, I guess, a continued growth in the sector, underlying, both productivity performance, which was discussed a little bit, but also, I guess, that growing resilience and so forth. And we've seen a bit of a step change over the last 5 years in some of the quantities produced, and we track that through what we've got a chain volume index, which is just really a way to, add litres of milk together with, tonnes of wheat and so forth. And we've seen that over the last 4 out of the last 5 years have been the top, producing years on record. For this year in particular, what we're seeing is that, the overall value of agriculture production will go up by about $0.7 billion, or about 0.7%. And that's really been underpinned by, a growth in the value of livestock production, and which is driven by higher livestock prices, which are up about $1.1 billion, and that's reflecting higher prices across the board for cattle, sheep and milk. For cropping, we're expecting global prices to ease a little bit just due to global supply and demand conditions, but that's been offset by higher production in Australian production from really improved seasonal conditions. So excellent seasonal conditions in some areas, and improved from not very good conditions in others.
Thank you. I want to circle back to the AusVeg producer sentiment report that was mentioned earlier. In particular, I'm going to talk about the role of exports. And we know that a number of the Australian export markets were smashed under the coalition. Our exports on rock lobsters to China, our exports of wine was smashed under those. So we've been really focusing as a government on rebuilding those relationships and those reputations that were damaged so badly under the coalition. So if you can talk us through some of the role of exports, particularly in driving some of that current growth across the industry.
Thanks, everybody. We've all been pretty patient with each other. Let's continue. Yeah. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Senator. So across the horticultural sector, we're seeing, a continued growth, and as mentioned, so we've had year-on-year growth in horticultural production. This year, it's set to reach a record of $19 billion. In terms of the horticultural products that are trade exposed, we're seeing growth in prices across the board, and so things such as nuts and some of our citrus and so forth, which has helped supporting that higher growth in production values. For the non-trade exposed sectors, we're not seeing the same level of price growth. We're seeing some increases in production, but demand has been a little bit soft domestically as well, and so that's leading to some depressed prices in some of those categories. Overall, exports have been a key driver of the sector. So we export something close to 70% of our total production, and it really underpins the majority of jobs in the sector. It operates, to really, open up the market and open up the competition that we see for our producers, so that they've got a number of different suppliers to supply to. Our export value is falling slightly, but that's just largely because of some of those dynamics in global markets, and also just given the quantity of meat that we've been producing in terms of slaughter rates and so forth, we can't maintain that quantity even though prices are high, and so we'll see some small decrease in export values. But overall, their export access is really important, and we see that from a number of different things, from prices, but to also importantly just to add that competition into the market, which helps drive better incomes for producers.
Thank you for that. The report also looks at farm profits and how they'll perform for the coming year. What does the outlook look like for farming in general, and is that the same for livestock and cropping farms?
Yeah, so we're seeing, the improved conditions and those high prices flowing through to average broadacre farm cash incomes and profits. Average broadacre profits expected to increase to around $163,000 on average, which is above the 10-year average. There's a few different dynamics, obviously, depending on where you are and your focus. We've seen a small rebound in wool prices, but wool prices had been depressed, and so wool receipts are a little bit lower than they had been, but that's a longer-term trend related to markets and demand and so forth. For the cropping sector, again, depending on where you are, it's a range of returning to average to somewhat exceptional conditions, which is flowing through to greater cash incomes and profits and high levels of profits for the sector. For dairy producers, we're also seeing, even though milk production quantities are down, milk yields are up and prices are up, and we'll see farm profits for dairy farms be about the second highest on record in real terms over 10 years. So across the board, there's positive at the average, but of course, given the diversity across the landscape, there are areas in the country which will not be achieving those averages.
Thank you. I just want to come back to market access improvements. In particular, we know that the government has been focusing on reopening some of those doors that were slammed shut in our face under the coalition. There has been a real focus on diversifying our markets, opening up some new global markets there in particular. Can you just talk me through, in the report, what it particularly reveals about market access improvements?
Some of the
horticulture.
Yeah, I think some of the drivers of what we're seeing in terms of the value that flows through to producers have been these improvements in our export condition and access. So for example, like fruit and nuts in particular, having access to a range of markets given this level of global uncertainty and differences that are occurring in trading relationships between some of our major trading producers have really opened the door for our producers to be able to shift and to be able to get into these markets, leading to kind of high volumes and higher prices. Say, for example, for wine, getting access back into the Chinese market has really supported our wine exports and that export value.
What's the value of that?
The value of wine exports?
Yes,
Let me just
to China.
To China, I'll have to just double check it. It got back to about $1 billion.
Thank you.
And
I thought so.
It will be a little bit lower into the forecast year, but we won't have a particular forecast for the market-specific forecast for the coming year. But overall, when we look at wine exports, we're expecting them to be about $2.4 billion this year, falling slightly from $2.6 billion in the year before. So.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Senator Fruki.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions on a couple of topics. The first one is about this very high mortality flight to Indonesia in August last year, where 80 sheep died, and that equated to about 84.2, very high mortality rate, 84.2%. And the cause of death was attributed to asphyxiation and ammonia intoxication, which is obviously a horrific way to die. The mortality report, its mortality report 90, came out a year after, just in July. This year, and it is just 2.5 pages. You can't really discern much of the insights of what happened there. Can you tell me whether the aircraft was equipped with a livestock-compatible environmental control system in the forward cargo hold?
I will have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not familiar with the aircraft's capabilities. Yeah.
Okay, so do you know what airline was involved?
We do, Senator.
Could you tell me what airline was involved?
Garuda.
Garuda Air, okay. And when in the flight did the captain become aware that there was a malfunction of the ventilation system?
I'm not across that detail in terms of specifics, but there was the pilots were aware that there was technical issues in the cargo hold.
Yeah, and you see, this is the problem I have with the mortality report. It gives details of information of when it happened, what was the reason. And I also understand that the crew does not obviously have physical access to the lower cargo holds during the flight. So can you advise how the crew attempted to manage the cargo conditions for the remainder of the journey, as is reported in the mortality report?
Any cargo hold is managed by the pilots of the aircraft.
Okay.
Through whatever controls they have in the cockpit.
And what were those? Because it just says the crew attempted to manage the cargo conditions during the journey. What are the details?
My understanding is that they would have been managing controls with respect to ventilation and other alarms that they would have been dealing with within the cockpit.
Yeah, but they couldn't really know the conditions of the animals or anything, right?
I'm not privy to that level of detail.
Okay, so the report also states that the exporter has continued to work with the airline to get assurances that updated procedures will prevent a similar event from occurring in the future. What are these updated procedures?
I'll have to take that level of detail on notice, Senator.
Do you know if it was human error or negligence that contributed to this incident?
It was a mechanical failure to the best of our knowledge, Senator.
Why did a mechanical failure happen? Was it human error or negligence?
I wouldn't characterise it as either of those. I think my understanding is that there was a ventilation issue with that aircraft.
Yeah, so it's very limited understanding of what happened. If you could answer those questions on notice, I'd really appreciate that. Just moving on to one other topic, which is crocodile farming. And as you know, it is legal in Australia, and unconscionably so, but it is legal in Australia to bludgeon farmed crocodiles to death. Just a recent footage released by Farm Transparency Project was summarised like this by Defend the Wild. This footage reveals crocodiles being electrocuted in their pens, pulled out as their bodies convulse, a bolt gun shot through the tops of their heads before a knife is used to sever their spinal cord, and a rod is forced into the incision to scramble their brains. Some crocodiles were found to be breathing rapidly and even trying to stand up for a minute after this ordeal. Have you seen, or anyone in the department seen, this footage by Farm Transparency Project?
I'm not clear on whether we've seen the footage, Senator. There's broad awareness of these incidences, and I would register that farmed and wild crocodiles are the responsibility of DQ.
But they, as an export, their skins are exported, right? So would the department have no responsibility under export?
We have responsibility around exported products, yes, Senator, but we don't have responsibility as to the humane treatment of wild or farmed crocodiles within Australia.
So the Code of Practice on Humane Treatment of Wild and Farmed Australian Crocodiles doesn't sit with you?
No, that's the Department of Environment, Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Okay. So would you have information on how many skins have been exported from Australia in the last 5 years?
That would be, one of my colleagues would have to...
look at that information?
We'll take it on notice.
Yeah, if you could take it on notice. Then I'll put some other questions on notice as well. And just last question for me, if I have time, or maybe a couple more, or one last?
Maybe we take it through to 25-2.
Okay.
A few more minutes.
Yeah, okay. So, Minister, in 2025, and you might know this, it is still legal here to import trophy-hunted polar bears, American black bears, brown bears, giraffes, grey wolves, hippopotamus, wildcats, and many, many more animals. I mean, surely we have, as a human race, evolved to a point of not needing to pin up dead wildlife on walls to stroke our egos. And the Albanese government did commit in the recent election to ban these disgraceful imports. When can we expect to see this legislation to Parliament?
Thanks, Senator Fricke. I'm advised that that's a matter that DQ are handling with Minister Watt, so they'd be best directed there.
Okay, we can direct that to them. The department released a discussion paper last year for consultation for the Australian Animal Welfare Strategy, which asked people to respond to a range of questions, including what they thought were the biggest challenges facing Australia's animal welfare system. And I note there were over 2,000 responses to the survey and over 400 submissions. Can I ask how many participants noted the role of the Department of Agriculture in overseeing animal welfare as one of the biggest challenges facing Australia's animal welfare system?
That level of detail, I'd have to take it on
Could
notice.
you provide that on notice? Because I am aware that many submissions from animal welfare stakeholders and even the general public raised this as a major issue and really wanted there to be an independent office of animal welfare. I understand that the consulting company Where to Research was engaged to assist the department with the consultation process. Did Where to Research provide the department with a report on this consultation?
There was a report, yes, Senator.
So could you please provide the committee with a copy of the report?
I will take it on notice. As to the provision of that report, I do understand there's some privacy and other sort of protected issues that we need to work through on that particular report, but I'll take that on notice and consider what we can do, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. We'll now break until, excuse me, 1:35. Good, thanks everybody. Oh, good day, Minister. Good to see you. We're still
And everyone else as well.
we're all important. So thanks. We're still on outcome one. Peter, sorry, Senator Wish-Wilson. There you go.
Chair.
I'll get there.
Sorry, and apologies if there's already been questions asked on organic certification. Could I just check if that's...
No, there hasn't, Senator.
Okay, great. I just want to know if the department was progressing any work related to the development of a unified national organic standard for Australian producers. I know we've had this conversation over the years, and there was a private member's bill that was being worked on last year in the last Parliament.
There was.
I was wondering if the government's doing their own.
Well, at the moment, Senator, there was the inquiry, and there was a report that came out of the inquiry. Government's considering that inquiry at the moment, as per what you mentioned. But we do acknowledge that there is industry support for a domestic scheme, and that hasn't always been the case, and probably we wouldn't have characterised that as the case earlier when the inquiry was on. And we do.
You're feeling now there's a unified
there's certainly
body behind this?
Much more kind of broad industry support for a domestic scheme. We're going to continue to engage with industry on options and next steps as per, I guess, kind of the inquiry report. And we have had meetings with the industry quite recently, 15th of August, 17th of July, with Australian Organic Limited and Organic Operators Australia on the 4th of July as well. But I guess probably as a starting point, Senator, in terms of domestic regulation, earlier discussions in this committee were about the burden of regulation on industry. So we really take it seriously about kind of, I guess, you know, the level, the hurdle that's needed to regulate. And we do acknowledge that there is, with that broader, I guess, industry interest in a domestic scheme, there is an option open to industry for around self-regulation more broadly as well, around a single standard.
And just, I'll ask you about self-regulation in a second. Obviously, tied into this is the collapse of the Organic Certify NASAA. Have you been providing any, has the department been providing any resources or support in relation to the collapse of the certifier?
Hi, Senator. Tom Black, First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. So in the context of that particular certifier, they are one of the export-approved certifiers. The department has worked with that certifier and the other certifiers to ensure that there is a pathway for certified organic export producers to move to a different certifier. So one of the other competitors, I suppose, in that space, and so has been actively working through that. So there is a pathway for those businesses to remain export certified. And you're working with some in their migrations on that pathway. We've been able to provide advice to NCAA certified operators around a process within which that they can engage with the other certifiers, noting that that is a commercial arrangement. We haven't been pairing businesses with certifiers, so to speak. Okay. But obviously some of the industry have raised it as an opportunity for the industry to come together and look at a unified certification process. So is there any pathway at all or any process in place now for legislation around that? I mean, talk about regulation, but that particular aspect of it?
Not formally at this stage. Certainly, as I said, Senator, we've had conversations with industry. And I guess where our interest is at this stage is, given that growing industry consensus, exploring actions that industry could take that don't require regulation by government as well, such as consistent labelling logos, the use of a single voluntary standard for domestic products, and acknowledging that currently industry uses both the Australian standard and a national export standard. So There's some of the things we're keen to explore and would characterise some of the nature of the discussion that we've had.
In terms of voluntary standards, but obviously I think you've recognised that the industry in the past hasn't been a homogenous bunch of producers and exporters, and that's been, I think, to their detriment, and they recognise that. I think the sense that I've got, I'm sure other senators have been lobbied about this, and as I said, Mr Littleproud in the last Parliament was bringing a bill together to sort of unify this. Isn't there push that they need government regulation to do that? Like, at least in terms of something like certification?
Pass to colleagues. Certainly the characterisation of the industry or parts of the industry previously, so for example when that inquiry was running and the bill was introduced into Parliament, was of that nature. My understanding is that industry has been, I guess, reflecting on ways forward, and is keen to talk to us about the best way to move forward, acknowledging that growing consensus amongst industry. But I will pass to colleagues just to see.
I think, Senator, any involvement of government in terms of regulation would add cost to industry and consumers, and so we would be encouraging industry to do what it can, as Mr Lowe said, first, before government gets involved, because there would be costs to the department, there would be costs to organic operators as well, which may then flow onto the consumer.
True, but there's probably arguably bigger costs in not having a unified industry with standards that's impacting their, especially their export markets. Surely that should need to be weighed up against the cost of regulation. The industry seems to be asking for regulation, is what I'm saying. Yeah. But you're saying to me that's not something that you're inclined towards.
As I said, Senator, we always think there's like an important hurdle to kind of meet in terms of imposing regulation on a sector, imposing cost on a sector. But
even if they're asking for regulation?
Well, it's also cost on consumers as well. So all of those things we need to be mindful of in exploring any regulatory options. And it is...
Is the biggest cost inspecting, like, I suppose, assurance and compliance? Is that...
I'm not sure if it would be the biggest cost. It would certainly be a cost associated with it, is any sort of assurance that sits over the top of the regulatory scheme. And I don't know, Mr Denny, if you've got any...
Yeah, so the department previously did do a cost-benefit analysis of a potential domestic standard. And at that time, the costs outweighed the benefits.
Could you remind me when that was, sorry?
That must have been in 2022. There's been... at least 2 or 3 different cost-benefit analysis. One was a desktop analysis undertaken by Deloitte, and a further more detailed one more recently. Some of the costs were around...
They didn't use AI, did they?
No AI. But so some of those significant costs were around, compliance and enforcement of a standard, and not just on the, say, bigger operators or certifying bodies, but in particular the impact that it would have on smaller operators. And there's lots of small organic operators in the industry, and so it's whether there's a disproportionate impact on them and the costs for them to then trade. So that's a significant issue that's been considered in terms of next steps.
Okay. Just as a side question on organics, I mean, maybe something to ask in the next outcome, but you're aware of reports that there's GMO content in fire ant baits, that it's contaminated organic producers in the exclusion zones and the containment zones. Are you able to report on any progress that the task force is making in terms of substitute baits that don't have the GMO content in it?
Senator, that would be a matter for outcome 2. And we're happy to take that up in outcome 2.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, sorry, you asked the chair.
Go ahead, Senator.
Organic. So the conversations that you're having with the sector and a preference for them to move, and
based on the research you've done. In your view, do they have the tools to move if they so decided to move themselves? Is there anything that they need that government could assist with for them to make the move? I mean, this has been a long process, and I was part of it 20 years ago with the development of the Australian standard. So the willingness to take up the Australian standard was basically resisted by the certifiers because it was part of a business model. But if we've got the industry now starting to converge onto a point where there's a simple process, is there something that, have they got everything they need? Is there something else that can be done to facilitate, to mitigate the issues that you've talked about and we saw during the inquiry, but to get to a point where I think most of us see the right place to be?
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question, and I'll defer to colleagues on the types of issues that have been raised with us. And I think some of those things that have been impediments in the past about which, for example, which standard to apply seem to be diminishing with that growing consensus, Senator. So I think that would be one hurdle that seems to have been removed. Maybe just on the question of voluntary versus government regulation, it's certainly not unusual that kind of voluntary regulation exists in the agriculture sector, and there's many instances where voluntary codes have applied and have worked well. So again, I'd characterise it as we would be keen to explore that opportunity with industry to understand if that opportunity is going to be viable and works for industry, because we know that that will have a lower cost burden for the industry and could achieve similar, if not the same, outcomes. So, but I'll defer to colleagues if there's anything more that industry's raised with us.
No, nothing. No specific requests have been made, to support that industry-led approach. But it's probably worth noting that the organics industry also receives the benefit of our R&D investments. So organic operators are also, commodity operators, and so they have the benefit of that broader R&D. And more recently, though, the organics industry has received funding for research and development from Hort Innovation. So there's ongoing support that is happening with the organics industry, but on the specific question of moving towards an industry-led approach, I think that's an ongoing conversation with them.
I think, well, the point I'd add, Senators, is the current arrangements are certainly working in terms of market access. So our largest organic market is the US market, and that is under a conformity arrangement. So that is using one of the private standards. But the government, in only the last number of weeks, has been able to secure 2 new mutual recognition or equivalence agreements, one with Japan and one with India. And I had the privilege of signing that agreement in India only last week. So really, really good to see that we've been able to push in that direction. That'll have a real impact, particularly on organic wines and on organic crops. So that's where our system has been deemed equivalent by the Japanese and the Indians for those markets. One of the other comment that I make in that regard is that is using the export standard as the standard, and the Australian government took ownership back of that standard from industry only a few years ago, and we've been working incredibly actively to make sure that standard is as up to date as it can be, and reflects where industry has moved over the last 15 years. I think over a 7-year period there were maybe 2 updates done when industry controlled that standard. There have been many done in recent years, including a piece of work that's happening right now at looking how we improve the livestock chapter of the agreement and looking how we bring algae into the standard as well. So I think in that regard, certainly in an export space, we're in a pretty good place. Signing equivalence agreements is not easy. It takes years of work. We've been able to do that. And Minister Collins also signed a letter of intent with the Chinese only a couple of years ago around, or maybe not even that, about 12 months ago, around doing further work with them on organics. We're really keen to engage with them on that. Haven't been able to get that started, but that's our next hurdle, is to really take action of that letter of intent.
Just last question for me, Chair, but on a different subject. On the seafood import control framework, so you initiated a process in 2023, a consultative process, to develop a comprehensive seafood imports framework, and I think that report was due mid-2024, and we haven't seen it yet. Could you give us an update on where that's at?
Yeah, we are still working on that one, Senator, and the government's currently considering options that may reduce the risk of imported seafood containing IUU product.
Yeah.
So that's still subject to government deliberations. I would just acknowledge that...
the consultation process is finished?
Yeah.
And so you've prepared a ministerial brief or some kind of report summarising that?
That's right. We've prepared advice to government. Government's considering that advice, and I guess in terms of the stakeholder consultation, yes, that we did conduct that, and that was thorough, and we welcome the engagement that we had on that. The nature of this piece of work is that it also was multi-portfolio, and that the work cuts across multiple portfolios within government as well. So that's been part of the effort that and the time that's been taken in terms of where we're up to with the report at this stage.
Is it connected in any way with legislation we were expecting on imported seafood labelling?
No.
Right. Can you give us an update on that while I'm at it? I mean,
is that the? I think you're talking to the consumer framework.
Yes.
Kind of the. Yeah. So
we're expecting it last Parliament.
Information on that, and I'll see. I think that is being rolled out through.
I know it's also across portfolio, but I think you guys are managing it.
I'll ask colleagues to give an update. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's led by Department of Industry.
For seafood, yeah. It was only country of origin labelling for seafood, though. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So is it? Are you, or is the Minister able to tell us if we're to expect some legislation on that shortly?
Let me just see if I've got any information on it, Senator, and I might be able to come back to you with an update. Yeah.
Can jump in if that's helpful. Yeah. In terms of that is not managed by our department. It's Department of DISA. We understand that on the 1st of July, a new information standard was made under Australian consumer law, requiring all hospitality businesses across Australia to display the origin of seafood on their menus, but those changes will not become mandatory until 1st of July next year.
So 1st of July next year?
Next year, they'll become mandatory.
Right, okay. Look, just perhaps for the Minister, Minister McCarthy, are you able to tell us whether the government is still committed to implement a seafood imports framework? We've seen countries like the US and the EU and Korea implement this already. Are you able to tell us today whether you're still committed to that? I presume you've been provided advice, or the Minister's been provided advice.
That's my understanding of it, Senator, yes.
So could you tell us if your government's committed to this?
I can certainly take that question on notice to confirm it for you, Senator. I will know in a moment.
Are you able to tell us?
I'm happy to confirm government's still committed to this.
Right. Okay.
We're just working through the complexities of the material that we've got in front of us.
And obviously we've been looking at IUU fishing. I know Senator Colbeck's got a long history in this area as well. What are the complexities? Like, is it that difficult to determine which like the traceability of IUU product?
I think we've been through most of the kind of the broader complexities. I think it's really just about ensuring that we've considered all of the different portfolio interests across government at this stage. Right. So trade, foreign affairs, those sorts of various portfolios.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Well, I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Chair.
That's good. Thanks very much. Senator Matt O'Sullivan.
want to ask you about the transition package for live sheep export. Of course, I ask these questions as a West Australian where these issues are felt very much in a very tangible and real way. In relation to the ban on the live sheep export industry, can I get from you how much to date of the government's $139.8 million sheep industry transition assistance package has been spent?
Defer to colleagues.
Senator, the total spent to date is $30.747 million, but I should flag that a portion of that is a special purpose payment that we've made to the WA government, who's delivering one component of the, or a number of components of the package, specifically the supply chain capacity program, which is open at the moment. So that $30 million.
So of that 30, how much was special purpose?
$15 million. Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to provide? Sorry.
We have a number of grant programs open at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to come to that. But firstly, can the department provide on notice a comprehensive breakdown of the $139.8 million for each program?
Certainly.
Including the forecast funding, the amount contracted and the amount spent. So note under the transition package, the allocation of funding informed by co-design, which suggests that the total support is $124.4 million. Is that right?
I'm not sure which document you might be referring to, but the total value of the package is $139.8 million. There are a number of components of that program.
Right. So 124.4 million, which comes from the allocation of funding informed by co-design, attachment 1.
Can I ask what document you might be referring to, Senator?
Let me.
We're happy to.
The attachment's called Sheep Industry Transition Assistance Package.
Oh, so it's a one-page fact sheet, is that correct?
Yeah. So figure 1, I just haven't got a page number.
Okay.
It's attachment 1, I just haven't got the page number. So figure 1, when you add those elements together, okay, we're looking at the same thing. You've got a 97.4 million producer and supply chain program, 27 for enhanced market demand program, and 15.4 million
for policy and oversight.
So there's an $8 million gap, or a shortfall. When you add those together, there's $8 million left. So what's the $8 million being spent on?
So it could be that there might be departmental overheads associated with that. So things like grant hub costs to deliver grant programs might be part of that residual, if you like. I don't have the document you're referring to right in front of me.
I'll see if I can get that for you. Maybe someone listening can just.
But I suspect that might be
run that up. That might help you with that. So the calculation that I'm coming to here is when you add those up, there's a gap between the 124.4, that adds up to 124.4, and we've got a total of 139.8. So we're just trying to understand where that difference is. The 15.4 million on policy and oversight program, what's that been spent on?
Senator, that includes funding for the transition advocate. I'm just looking for my breakdown. Includes funding for the transition advocate, development of animal welfare standards, and there's a component of departmental funding for policy implementation and engagement over the 5 years of the transition package. So that includes staffing costs and grant hub costs and associated costs with administering government programs for the department.
I've actually got it here for you. Let me get that to you.
Chair, you're right for me to just hand it over? Or? Yeah. Sorry, can you just repeat what you were just saying?
The 15.4 million you referred to would have been funding set aside for the transition advocate role, the development animal welfare standards, and an implementation engagement component, which is the departmental sort of overheads of administering the government transition package program, including grant hub costs and staffing costs to deliver the program over 5 years.
So it seems quite excessive. That amounts to 11% of the total budget for those items. It's not sort of direct support for producers.
Senator, it's typical when government programs are announced that there's a funding set aside for the department responsible for implementing it to administer it, including grant hub costs, which the department's obligated to.
So can I just get the volume up a little bit? Sorry.
That could be us as well, Senator, sorry.
Maybe lean in.
Yeah.
So could you then provide a breakdown of all the line items, the years of expenditure and forecast of expenditure for that particular program?
Sure.
On the 15th of July, the Minister for Agriculture...
Senator, maybe just if I could add to that, my colleague's answer, that spending is over 5 years as well. So in terms of departmental costs and probably in terms of the document that you're looking at, what I just observe is that there's obviously a number of grant programs and a number of programs that the department is delivering. So a component of that funding, not the only component of that funding, is to support the department to deliver that multiplicity of programs, ensure that they're delivered quickly and ensure that the support is flowing to Western Australia producers and supply chain participants.
You've got that document in front of you now. While I ask you this next question, have a look at that, and if you want to clarify the evidence you've already given based on now seeing that, let me know. But on the 15th of July, the Minister for Agriculture visited the sale yard in Mewshire, which is in just north of Perth, for those listening along, to announce extra details of the transition assistance package. Can you tell me which industry organisations were invited to attend this announcement with the Minister for Agriculture?
I'd have to maybe take on notice who was invited, Senator. Certainly that transition advocate was invited to attend, but I might take on notice who else might have been invited.
I'll get the full list of who was invited and then who attended as well. According to the ABC article published on the 15th of July, there were two really prominent organisations that say that they weren't invited. That was the WA Farmers and the Livestock and Rural Transporters Association. Are you aware of why they were not invited?
I don't know if I could really answer that, Senator. Certainly the department provided an industry briefing at the morning of that event in WA where those organisations were invited to attend, and a number of other stakeholders too. I think there were about 24 sort of invitees. So the department provided an industry briefing on the sort of components of the package that the Minister was shortly going to announce.
Given the significance that this is having on this industry, it does surprise me that two of the most prominent and influential and important stakeholders for those producers, for them not to be invited, at least that's what they've said, that seems very, very concerning to me and casts a shadow over the seriousness that this government's taking in relation to the delivery of this transition package, the major disruption that this is going to have to this industry. So if you could get back to us today, that would be really good, because I'd like to know if this is actually what's occurred, whether they were not invited. Can I go to the next part, the $97.4 million for the producer and supply chain program under the transition package? There is a theme categorised as long-term industry strategy and leadership. Can you just explain what that is?
So one of the top priorities that sort of came from the co-design process undertaken with the sector earlier this year in February and March in Western Australia highlighted a need for WA sheep and wool producers to have a longer-term strategy that sort of looked at kind of what the medium-term outlook for the sector would be in light of the policy settings to do with the phase-out of live trade by sea. And so as part of that, the government set aside a component of the transition package for industry to develop that industry strategy, so effectively an industry-led strategy backed by government funding. There's a couple of components to that funding envelope, including initially a $0.8 million grant for that industry strategy to be developed, and there are a couple of components to that I can come back to if there's interest. And then separately, there's an implementation fund that's been set aside of $5 million.
Yeah. Well, let's deal with both of those separately. Sure. So if you can tell us when will this long-term industry strategy prioritised action plan be developed?
By the middle of next year, Senator.
And how will the industry strategy and action plan be developed?
So there are two components to that industry strategy. And the development of a WA roadmap and implementation plan, which has been led by the Transition Advocate and a strategic steering group that he's convened in WA. And there's also separately a national strategy that's been developed through Sheep Producers Australia. And the aim is both those documents are developed in parallel. It enables sort of the broader national landscape and drivers for sheep and wool producers and supply chains to be captured sort of at the national level, and then more state-specific issues and opportunities to be explored in detail through the WA roadmap. So there are two separate documents being developed in parallel, and both involve sort of cross-sector, cross-industry engagement, as you would expect, and sort of industry analysis and economic analysis to support those programs of work. And then on the WA roadmap specifically, there's an action plan or priority action plan to be developed, and that will inform the $5 million that's been set aside for an implementation fund. So that implementation fund is specific to the WA roadmap I'm referring to.
Okay, so with that, so that's the $5 million fund. Can the department, can you just explain and clarify when this $5 million implementation fund will commence?
Middle of next year, so it would sort of sequence in the sense of that the WA roadmap and implementation plan is developed and provided to government, and that would then sort of on the advice of that sort of WA roadmap inform what the priority actions are that could be funded from that implementation fund. That then triggers sort of a decision by government that the $5 million fund is then available for those activities. So there's no predefined sort of set of activities for that $5 million fund currently. It's to be informed by the WA roadmap, and that WA roadmap is due to be provided to government by the middle of next year.
Okay, so you can't give me a list of the particular activities that will go.
It's up to industry to advise government on
up to industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can I go to the? There's a $30 million set aside for farm business transition grants. The government says that these farm business transition grants will provide grants which will be capped at $75,000 per applicant, with a matching co-contribution for grant applications. We understand that these grants were opened yesterday, is that correct?
That's correct.
And will close on the 1st of December, but funding won't commence until June of next year, is that right?
Potentially earlier, Senator. So I guess the process we would work through is that obviously we have to wait for the grant deadline to be passed, and then we do an assessment process on the grants that we receive, and then decisions are made on which grant applicants are successful, and then we enter into grant negotiations with the individual applicants that are successful, and then that would then trigger sort of grant execution. So
you're giving yourself to June to have it?
Well, we're sort of prioritising this in the sense of wanting to move as quickly as we can through the through the steps and get funding flowing to producers that are interested in participating in this program. There are obviously requirements we have to go through to assess grants and make decisions, and then individually with grant applications negotiate a grant agreement, which is done individually on a one-on-one basis between the department and the applicant. And so I guess I can't give you a fixed time as to when exactly funding will flow, because every grant agreement...
Like to individual applicants. Is that what you're saying?
Every grant agreement with the individual with the successful applicant requires a grant agreement to make the payment. And so depending on the nature of those grant agreements, or depending on the complexity of the applicants and what the funding's going to be used for, obviously there's...
So it's either going to be sort of 18 to 24 months, thereabouts, from when the legislation first passed or was rammed through the Senate. Why is it taking so long to deliver this support on the ground to farmers that really need it, that have been impacted now, even though the transitions you're saying is happening several years down the track, that the impact on the market was immediate?
Well, certainly we're moving as efficiently as we possibly can through the implementation of the transition package. Initial work was done late last year and early this year to execute, for example, some of the international trade and market access work, because that was easy to get off the ground quickly, if you like, through Austrade, for example. And so that market access work that forms part of the transition package has been underway since late last year. We also responded to requests from industry that the grant programs that you've been referring to were co-designed with industry. And so we undertook a co-design process early this year in February and March in Western Australia to run co-design workshops to elicit sort of what the priority areas would be that would perhaps reflect kind of industry priorities, and make sure that the grant programs that were flagged in the transition package were targeting those types of priorities that were of use to both producers and also processors and other supply chain businesses. So that happened in February and March. Quickly after sort of the election, obviously it was a caretaker period for election, and then shortly after that we provided advice to government on what we thought the allocation of the remaining funding could be, which then moved quickly into the announcement by the Minister at the Mouchet sale yards. And since then we've moved quite quickly into a number of grant programs, including the WA Supply Chain Capacity Program you alluded to at the beginning, and then a number of grant programs that opened yesterday, including the Farm Business Transition Program, and also grant opportunities for livestock transport associated.
Well, they're important principles that you talk about, and co-design, of course, is important, given that the program's designed to assist people that need it. But, you know, time is of the essence. They're really feeling the impact of this now, so I'd really urge the government to... It's too late now, the legislation's done and dusted, but so I can't argue against that now. But in terms of the support that's available, it's got to hit the ground much quicker than what it is. Can you tell me who will be the approver? Who will approve the outcomes of the selection process?
For the Farm
of the
Business
application
Transition Program?
Yeah.
I believe
the Farm Business Transition grants.
Yep.
It'll be the department, so there'll be a senior executive in the department that is the decision maker. So the grant guidelines were decided by the Minister, and the decision making was delegated to the department.
And how many sheep producers are expected to be eligible?
I think there's about 3,500 sheep producers in Western Australia. They're all eligible.
So this is only for Western Australia? Is that what you told me before?
The Farm Business Transition Program, yes, that's correct. Right. So all sheep and wool producers in Western Australia are eligible to participate in this program.
How many expected to be eligible then?
Well, I think we haven't constrained eligibility, except kind of, if you like, in the normal sense of eligibility, and that they must have participated in live sheep exports by sea industry in at least one of the past 3 financial years. But in terms of the normal kind of eligibility criteria, they must be a company, a cooperative, incorporated association, Indigenous corporation, person or sole trader. So a pretty broad set of eligibility.
So there's not a great deal of detail that I can see on what the sort of activities that the sort of projects that this grant will actually go towards. Can you provide some examples of what specific activities that an impacted farmer could reasonably undertake in order to access these grants?
So certainly there's a very broad range of activities for this particular program, which reflects what we heard through the co-design workshops earlier in the year as well. The grant guidelines are published online and have a number of documents to inform both the requirements that Mr. Lowe just referred to, as well as the type of activities that might be eligible under this program. It also has a series of questions and answers and sort of example templates to sort of make it easier for producers to submit applications. So if I can point to kind of section 5.2 of the grant guidelines, which are published on the Grants Connect website, there's probably about a dozen or so sort of examples of activities. I can sort of give you sort of some examples if you like. So development of farm business plans, focusing on the sheep producing activity of the farm business, adoption of R&D innovations to assist in creating new value chains, participation in accredited industry recognised training programs, engaging qualified or accredited professional services to implement adaptation strategies, enhancement of feed-based and pasture management systems, purchasing, upgrading technology to support business planning, such as EID systems, farm mapping software, purchasing, upgrading water infrastructure, improvement to grazing infrastructure, such as fencing and watering systems, and a whole bunch of other activities. So it is a very sort of broad suite of potential farm activities that a sheep producer would usually consider in their farm business planning.
I note that the impacted farmers and the applicants are required to provide a co-contribution. Is that right, to be able to access this funding? Is it what's the limit? Is it dollar for dollar or?
There is a matching co-contribution. So, for instance, that particular program is capped at $75,000 per applicant. It does require a matching co-contribution.
And that's required to be in monetary form? So there's no in-kind?
It's not in-kind. It is a cash or sort of loan sort of requirement. Yep.
Right. I mean, a lot of producers, what they have is their own blood, sweat and tears. So why can't they be contributing their own time into something?
We certainly saw through the co-design workshops, even from producers, a strong interest that government investments were focused on the long-term trajectory and direction of the sheep and wool sector in WA. They weren't interested in handouts. We heard that many times in these workshops. They wanted sort of government to back in the long-term sort of resilience of the industry in Western Australia. We also heard sort of going back a number of steps in the process in terms of the independent panel that advised government on the implementation of this policy around the benefit of taking a co-funding approach to these types of investments. And that, I guess, ensures that the program investments are focused on capital activities on farm and other investments on farm that are focused on that long-term sort of transition of the sector from live sheep by sea trade to domestic sort of processing focus. So that's sort of one of the principles that underpin the design of these grant programs, both in response to kind of what we heard through the co-design workshops and also a reflection of government sort of partnering with participants to back in that long-term sort of investment in the sector.
Yeah, it just seems odd to me that these farmers are getting significantly impacted financially due to these changes, and it could be quite an impost or a barrier to. They might have a really good idea. They might have something that they think would really assist them to be able to get this grant. But if they're having to put up matching money, that could be the limiting factor where they could really need it. Anyway, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but it's.
I need to comment that it's up to a maximum grant funding, so producers have flexibility in how much they're wanting to seek in terms of grant funding, And I think it's important also for us to think about how we can maximise the kind of the benefit of the funding that government has for the sector more broadly in terms of ensuring that there's buy-in in terms of the grant funding that we're providing as well, and we're leveraging.
Sorry for
I guess,
my
investment.
cynical response there, but I mean, this has been imposed upon them. They're not buying into this. You know, these producers haven't bought into this change that the government's implementing. Anyway, all right. Can I go on to the next thing? Under the profitability and continuity of supply theme of the government's transition package, $4 million is committed to a grant program for Western Australian grower groups to support implementation of alternative sheep systems, including on-farm demonstrations, feed, pasture management, genetics and nutrition. When will this grant program to WA growers to support the implementation of alternative sheep systems commence?
Sorry, before you answer that question, Senator, someone just indicate how long you might be on this line of question.
Can I just have another 5? Is that all right?
Yep, it's fine. Yep.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator, for that particular grant program, we're in the final stages of grant negotiations with the applicant. So the grant opportunity opened, I think, mid-August and closed a couple of weeks ago, and we're finalising that grant agreement now, so funding will flow very shortly.
And who will administer that?
The Grower Group Alliance.
Who, sorry?
The Grower Group Alliance in WA, who I think have many sort of member organisations.
How many WA grower groups are expected to be eligible?
So just to be clear, the Grower Group Alliance as an entity will receive the funding under that component, and then work with their members who involve a suite of other sort of sub-member groups, if you like, and grower groups across sort of southwest WA. And so they'll work with their members to implement that funding, and they've submitted an application to us, which we're currently finalising at the moment, which will then set out the activities that will be funded.
Okay, thanks. Minister, just finally to you. If an impacted sheep farmer has had their livelihood placed at risk because of the government's policy to end live sheep exports, how is it fair that they'll have to fork out up to $75,000 of their own money in order to receive some grant assistance from the federal government?
Well, you've just heard the response there from the department in terms of the consultations on the co-design, Senator.
That's not my question, Miss. I'm asking, how's it fair?
You may not like my answer, but it is my answer.
I don't like your answer because you're not answering my question.
Well, you're not letting me complete my answer. And I'm not here to put an answer to you that you like or dislike, Senator. It's my answer. And my answer is this. If 300 groups have gathered in Western Australia, and the Minister has gone over there and she's worked really diligently on this in terms of going to your state to work with producers to be a part of this co-design that's taken place, and if, as we've just heard in previous evidence just before you asked me this question, if farmers are saying that they don't want to have a handout, that they want to be able to contribute, well, then this has become a result as a part of that co-design.
All right, so forget about me. Speak directly to farmers then, right now.
Well, I've just answered your question.
Where are they expected to find this money?
I've just answered your question in regards to the consultation that took place in Western Australia, Senator.
All right, before I hand it back, Chair, I asked a question about the list of attendees, invitees to the meeting. Have we got that yet? Someone in the back room found it?
But I'll come back in the course of this session if I can, Senator. So.
Before we move on. That'd be good. Thanks.
Good, thanks. Senator Daliga.
Thanks, Chair. And I have a question about First Nations trade and food security. All right. Can the department tell me how free trade agreements helping First Nations peoples benefit from trade opportunities through the contributions to Australian agriculture?
Thank you very much, Senator. The government is committed to pursuing provisions that support First Nations trade and investment outcomes in FTA negotiations and upgrades. So an example is the United Arab Emirates Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which entered into force on 1 October. It features Australia's first dedicated free trade agreement chapter on First Nations trade and investment. The chapter encourages cooperation between our two countries and recognises the unique and important contribution that First Nations people and businesses make to international trade and investment, including in agri-food and agricultural trade-related activities, and the importance of empowering First Nations people and businesses to benefit from opportunities created. The CEPA, as it's known, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, also contains Australia's first chapter on sustainable agriculture and food systems, which recognises the important contribution and leadership of Indigenous Australians to sustainable agriculture through to traditional knowledge, innovations, practices and stewardship. And the CEPA, like other recent agreements, the UK and others, include intellectual property provisions concerning genetic resources, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expression, which can benefit First Nations-owned businesses.
Thanks very much. Is the department undertaking any work to negotiate technical market and access for First Nations bush tucker exports?
I will ask my colleagues to step to the table. And while they do, there's certainly work in the system that the government has supported in relation to traceability grants, which underpin the access that a range of products can have to overseas markets. So 398 million in traceability investments have been made across Indigenous businesses, and that includes 1.93 million over 2 years to the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation to provide an evidence base to inform the establishment of an Indigenous cultural product framework and the characteristics of Indigenous agricultural products to help establish the credentials you need and verify the provenance, to support value-added benefits to First Nations people and secure economic benefit from Indigenous agricultural products. There's been 1.58 million over 2 years to the Noongar Land Enterprise Group Incorporated to develop 3 proof of concept designed to uplift established Indigenous agricultural businesses to become viable producers and exporters using traceability systems for Indigenous honey, wattle seed and other bush food products. And there's 0.47 million over 2 years provided to the Northern Australian Aboriginal Kakadu Plum Alliance Cooperative Limited to enhance traceability in the Australian bush food sector by democratising the use and application of elemental fingerprint technology for producers at the farm gate, particularly for Indigenous producers, and to develop traceability systems. So quite a lot of investment across a variety of elements that would enable or underpin the opportunity for Indigenous businesses, but also the products to get access to international markets.
Thank you. What's the government doing, and whether you'd like to answer this or the Minister would like to answer, what is the government doing about food security in remote areas, and how is the department working with the National Indigenous Australians Agency to ensure a whole-of-government approach?
Yes, thank you, Senator. We came into government with wanting to reduce the cost of living for all Australians, and in my portfolio area of Indigenous Australians, I've focused on food security in particular, especially in close to 152 remote stores across Australia. We were able to start the policy on the 1st of July. Just recently we signed up the 100th store in Palm Island, because they have wanted to be a part of this in terms of reduction of the cost of foods on 30 essential items. And those items are, tin food, fresh fruit and veg, toiletries. So they are essential items. And we're hoping to be able to see more stores sign up to at least reach around 152, and we'll see where we go from there.
Thank you.
Senator, if I can add, you made reference to the food security strategy, which is obviously a key government priority, and hearing from First Nations as part of the process is going to be critically important, but I'll hand over to my colleagues to give further context.
Thanks, Ms Saunders. So we have been working closely with the National Indigenous Australians Agency on the remote food security strategy, and we will be incorporating that into the national food security strategy that we're working on at the moment.
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to the workers in the NIAA and the very good CPSU members in there as well. The 2023 Productivity Commission report found that First Nations Australians were underrepresented in the Future Drought Fund. What have we done to rectify this?
So the Future Drought Fund, and I'll ask colleagues to join me. We've established a Future Drought Fund First Nations Advisory Committee. So it's the first advisory committee of its type, overseeing the funding in the Future Drought Fund. So the Future Drought Fund was set up, it's at about $5 billion now, and we release through a range of programs about $100 million per year. That First Nations Advisory Group's been in place since, I'm going to say, the start of the year, since start of 2025, and has provided incredibly valuable advice in terms of how we can structure and think about the Future Drought Fund, but in particular, the Strengthening Resilience on Country program. And I'm going to talk to my colleague, but I think it's in the order of 12.7 million of program that is currently out as a grant opportunity specifically targeted for First Nations producers to support them to look at concepts around drought participation, drought resilience, participation in agriculture, and explore opportunities, I think, in that context for two-way learning as well.
Mel Brown, Division Head of Farm Resilience. So in the 2024 budget, the government committed $15 million into the Future Drought Fund for First Nations initiatives. And as Mr Lowe's mentioned, $12 million of that was around strengthening drought resilience on country. So we're undertaking a grant round at the moment, and that will close on the 16th of December of this year. This round will select 6 delivery partners to work with communities to support First Nations-led community-driven projects across Australia that will enhance resilience to drought and climate variability.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to take over. Senator Canavan.
Thank you. I just had a few questions on the live sheep fiasco. I want to ask about this future flock strategy. Is that funded from the live sheep transition package?
It is, Senator. We covered that just recently in the discussion just passed, but it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to check it was funded from that. My understanding is that's being, I suppose, facilitated, conducted, I'm not sure about the verb, by Sheep Producers Australia, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and how much funding have they got for that?
0.8 million.
It's $800,000?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Did they tender for that?
It was a grant program, Senator, not a procurement process. And just to clarify, that $0.8 million is for the delivery of both the Future Flock piece of work that SBA is doing. I think they're also making some contributions themselves to that piece of work, and also the WA roadmap, which I spoke to earlier.
Okay, so they didn't put in a tender for it as such?
No, it wasn't a tender process. It was a grant opportunity which we executed directly with them.
What does that mean? I mean, when you say a grant,
a grant, yeah.
You just decided, the department just decided to give them $800,000?
No, Senator, as part of the finalisation of the transition package and the component parts, obviously we provided advice to government around what we thought, based on the co-design outcomes, that package could look like. Government agreed to that package, and then our role is to implement that based on the government decision. That included, and was published in the Transition Assistance Package document released in mid-July, the development of a industry strategy, which had $0.8 million tied to it, and we executed a grant It was.
Did that strategy, the published strategy, identify Sheep Producers Australia as the
no, we
partner?
undertook a closed grant program, so it was directly targeted at Sheep Producers Australia to provide a response back to the department, and that was based on their sort of unique position as the peak industry body for sheep producers, with sort of over 20,000 members.
Did the Minister or the Minister's Office propose that funding to Sheep Producers Australia?
I believe it would have originated from the department in our advice to the Minister.
Well, I don't want believe. Maybe you could take on notice for me. Could you take on notice if the Minister or the Minister's Office had any correspondence to you suggesting Sheep Producers Australia?
Certainly.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand how they were selected. When you say a closed grant process, was it?
Yes, that's correct.
So why were they
by invitation
asked?
only.
Why were they asked? So it was only, they were the only party invited.
That's correct.
And they put in an application.
That's right.
When were they invited to do this?
I do have the information.
I've got here 31 July. And
when was
Sheep
this?
Producers submitted its application on the 19th of August.
When was this assistance document, the document you referred to earlier, where the 800,000 was identified, when was that published?
15th of July.
15th of July. Then 29th of July they were invited, and they were the only party invited.
That's correct.
How were they selected?
The department made an assessment that they were best placed to deliver this strategy that aligned with what we heard from the co-design process undertaken earlier in the year. As I indicated to Senator O'Sullivan earlier, development of an industry strategy was seen as sort of a top priority for sheep and wool producers. Right. There was value in taking sort of a dual pathway to it in terms of looking at the national drivers shaping sheep and wool, impacting sheep and wool producers nationally, and also a WA roadmap and implementation fund. Right. So both those pieces of work are funded through the $0.8 million.
Did you the department consult with any producers about the decision to give the money to Sheep Producers Australia?
No, we wouldn't have consulted with individual producers, Senator. It was a decision made by the department in light of the feedback we heard through the co-design process about how important this piece of work would be.
Did the Minister sign off on this grant?
The Minister would have signed off on the grant guidelines, and then the decision to award the grant would have been delegated to the department.
So the department made the decision. This future flock strategy covers wool as well as sheep meat?
That's correct.
Does Sheep Producers Australia represent the wool industry?
There are a number of industry bodies that sort of at national and state level.
It's a simple question. Do they represent the wool industry?
Well, there are like for Wool Producers Australia.
Of course, I know that. But my question's not about Wool Producers Australia. My question is very simple. I don't know why, again, you're being cagey about it, but do Sheep Producers Australia represent the wool industry?
Well, they've got 20,000 members that includes both sheep and wool producers, and part of the grant requirement in developing the industry strategy is for Sheep Producers Australia to engage across sectors and across jurisdictions and work with state.
But as you just indicated,
well.
There is a body that represents Wool Producers Australia. Why weren't they invited to participate in the closed grant process?
Senator, as I indicated earlier, development of a national strategy was seen as a top priority based on the co-design workshops we undertook with the sector. We were keen to make sure that this program of work was moved on quickly after the decision by government to finalise their transition package and launch it in the middle of July. And I think the timelines we referred to earlier sort of reflect the need and urgency under which we sort of made these decisions. Sheep Producers Australia is a peak industry body. Working across with other peak industry bodies is what they do. It's
a lot of money. It's $800,000, and I'm just really surprised. I can't quite understand why there weren't some source of sort of competitive tension provided. But okay, who can provide us the best process here for the industry? And some of them are just hand-picked.
Well, Senator, we're mindful of going down a process where we're having competing industry bodies working against each other with competing bids, which would have taken a considerable amount of time and would have slowed down the process. And we're mindful of responding to what we heard through the co-design workshops, which was the priority given to developing an industry strategy. And we have built into both the grant guidelines and the grant agreement with Sheep Producers Australia.
You said the decision was delegated to the department. Who made the decision?
It would have been myself, Senator.
Right. Okay. Did you consult with anyone else in the department, or your superior? Did you consult?
We engage
with the secretary, or
Senator. We engage across the department, sort of on all these types of things to look at sort of.
Well, I presume you have guidelines around grants. I mean, what threshold, isn't there usually a threshold above which there needs to be a competitive tender process? What is that amount of money for a grant?
Well, just so we're clear, this wasn't a tender process, it was a grant.
But isn't there a threshold above which you're obligated to engage a competitive tender process?
I'd have to check with what the sort of Commonwealth grant
Maybe
guidelines
are. We hope somebody at the table is across the Commonwealth grant guidelines. What are the requirements on the department?
I'm seeking technical advice.
Okay. Right.
But the short answer, Senator, from what I understand, is one, it does meet the guidelines as articulated by the Minister. The actual
which guidelines are we talking about? Just sorry, because we've had
the grant guidelines.
The guidelines for this grant.
From Mr.
I suppose I was asking about the more generic Commonwealth grant guidelines.
Which these guidelines will adhere to. So we have general guidance, and then of course they're tailored for this particular grant. As Mr. Wong said, it met the requirements, and I'm just confirming technically what those thresholds are to answer your question, Senator. I also note that it was time critical, and this organisation was in a unique position to represent the interests of the industry, both sheep and wool. And so on that basis, it was quite appropriate in this instance to directly go to the individual organisation that could deliver that outcome.
Well, I still
sounds like it was quite a
I don't understand how
unique
this is.
Position.
It's a lot of money just to be selected for one organisation without any kind of competitive process. It seems very, very strange. So have we got an answer yet about the Commonwealth grant guidelines? I would have thought someone would be
I'm just
able
that
to
for you, Senator, and as soon as I have it available, I'll come straight back to you.
Okay, all right. All right, again, we've had this a few times today. I'm not sure why basic questions like that can't be answered directly. Okay. I might just move on then to a different topic in this area. I wanted to ask, under this package, there's also $2.2 million for a shearing industry transition. Can you tell me a bit about that?
Certainly, Senator. So again, this program of work reflects what we heard through the co-design workshops undertaken earlier in the year. This is effectively a grant arrangement that's been established with the West Australian Shearing Industry Association, representing shearers in Western Australia.
Just repeat that again. So this money's gone to a representative body as well, has it?
The West Australian Shearing Industry Association.
Right. They got $2.2 million, have they?
Yes, to deliver a body of work which is focused on education and training opportunities and business development opportunities for shearing teams in Western Australia. So we're mindful in the finalisation of the transition package to look at the different parts of the supply chain that were looking for investment from government through the transition assistance package. The West Australian Shearing Industry Association put forward a proposal or a concept, I should say, around education and training, looking to better utilise the shearing workforce and skills in Western Australia in sort of a broader sort of employment model that could be drawn on by producers in WA. So this program of work has a particular focus on training activities and education activities and skills development and certification of shearers in Western Australia, so that they will continue to have sort of gainful employment opportunities in agriculture sector in WA.
Was this a closed grant process as well?
It was, Senator, yes.
It's $2.2 million just handed over. Right, okay. So what are they doing exactly with the
So the Shearing Industry Association sort of brings a lot of sort of deep sort of subject matter knowledge around shearing contractors and employment models in Western Australia. This sets in train over a 3-year period the development of tailored training packages with West Australian sort of training provider organisations that might be in demand by the agriculture sector in WA. So as part of this, there's an assessment being undertaken looking at what the type of those sort of skills and qualifications that might be in demand by farmers in WA, and what training and accreditation requirements might be needed that would enable shearers to participate in that broader agricultural workforce. And this funding to WASIA is geared towards making sure those training packages are available and free to use, and then facilitating shearing teams and shearing brokers to participate in those training programs.
Right. I mean, what are the jobs we consider that the shearers are going to get?
So this is the work that WASIA is undertaking at the moment as part of the grant agreement, is sort of doing a sort of a gap around kind of what the skills in demand by farmers in WA versus sort of the skills that shearers have, and looking at what sort of training might be needed to bridge those gaps for particular parts of the workforce. So that's part of the grant sort of program.
Have you spoken to any shearers?
We had plenty of shearers and shearing organisations participate in the co-design workshops.
You've spoken to some?
Yes, they attended the co-design workshops, and I was at many.
Well, I mean, I just, it struggles me. It sort of begs belief that this is described as the shearing industry transition program is to develop and implement a new business model for shearing teams to support ongoing employment opportunities in agricultural communities. I mean, these guys just want to shear sheep. That's what they're good at. Why can't we let them keep doing that? I mean, it is unbelievable that we're throwing these people, they're hard-working people, and probably work harder than anybody in the country, and you know, and you can't even identify a job that they're going to have or an opportunity. I mean, the way we're treating these workers is absolute crap, absolutely crap. These people are just trying to do a job, right? And they're getting $2.2 million for a training program to develop and implement a new business model for shearing teams. What does that mean? Can someone explain that to me?
What it does do is give them opportunities that otherwise didn't exist. So what we're doing is exploring with them, noting...
It's bullshit. It is total bullshit. That's what it is. Like, it is, and that's how it would be read. That's how it would be heard by these people, right? It's absolute crap coming out of this place.
Can we
right? Well, I'm sorry, Chair. These are real people's lives. You know them. You know them well. These people.
It's not. You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to say what you'd like to say and ask questions. It's just the language we can watch out.
Sure, Chair. All right.
So,
what does it mean?
If I could, the WA Shearing Industry Association participated through all the co-design processes. They're an active participant. This was a proposal that they wanted to pursue with government, and an opportunity that was identified, an opportunity for their members to broaden their skills and seize broader opportunities in the agriculture sector.
What's the jobs? What are the jobs? Have you identified any jobs that they might go to?
Well, there's a range of different farm opportunities and agriculture opportunities in the sector. I don't have specifics, Senator, but that's why we're working.
It is just BS.
That's why we're working with WASIA.
It's just rubbish written on a page so you guys can get through a process, and these people will all be forgotten about. They'll all be forgotten about.
No, Senator...
The detritus of this ridiculous policy that is about buying votes for the Labor Party, not helping people on the ground. That's all this is. Senator,
if I can just correct the record, as Deputy Secretary Lowe just...
This is a Labor Party that started with shearers, right? It started at Barcaldine with the shearing industry, and now it's got this kind of rubbish in their own documents. Absolute. It's just contemptuous of people, hard-working people. Have we got an answer on the tender numbers, the competitive tender guidelines?
As soon as we do, Senator, I'll respond.
I mean, AI would be faster. All right, okay. Thank you, Chair. Happy to pass on to someone else. Come back.
No, we'll go because we've still got plenty of time. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Have we got an answer to that list yet?
Not yet, Senator. We're still working on it.
Oh, okay.
I'll just check.
Can't be that hard to find, surely.
So there were two events on the 15th of July. Yep. One was an industry briefing that the department held, where over 30 organisations attended, including West Australian farmers, and Livestock Transport Association as well, of WA, and so a couple of dozen.
Is that the MUSHA meeting?
No, this is an industry briefing. So this is a stakeholder engagement session focused on briefing industry representative organisations across the supply chain and producer groups on the components of the transition package.
Yep.
And that included a Q&A session. And then subsequent to that, there was a media event held at the Mouchet sale yards, which the Minister attended, and as well as the Minister, Minister Jarvis attended, the WA Agriculture Minister, as well as Bindi Murray, Chair of Sheep Producers Australia, and also Chris Rodwell, the Transition Advocate.
Okay. But okay, so just confirming then, the WA farmers and the transport guys weren't invited to that.
They were invited to the industry briefing event held,
but not to the media event.
Not
of course,
to the media.
Probably wouldn't want them at the media event. All right. Can I go to back to this $97.4 million producer and supply chain program and transition package? There's a component of $2 million for market feedback and forward contracts. Was this the question you were just asking, Matt? The training and extension to enable increased producer of existing processor feedback and data tools, as well as encourage the use of forward contracts along the sheep supply chain. Can I ask, when will the market feedback and forward contracts grants commence?
Senator, that is still to be settled, and so I guess going back a step, this component of the transition package reflected an interest from participants in the Coda Zone workshops we held earlier in the year that went to forward contracting practices that weren't very common in West Australian sort of arrangements between processors and producers, but were observed to be more common in eastern states, and also the use of sort of OCM technology, so carcass sort of management technology in processes. OCM, objective carcass management technology, so it's sort of a processor technology. Again, not widely used in West Australia and perhaps but more sort of common in other jurisdictions. So there is an interest in exploring what some of the barriers were to these types of practices being more widespread and more common in West Australian sheep producer / processor sort of commercial arrangements. And so there was funding set aside in this transition package to further explore how those types of practices, whether they were fit for purpose, given sort of the supply chain dynamics in Western Australia, and also if they were fit for purpose, how to explore how you sort of might bring them to sort of fruition and sort of embed them in more common sort of commercial relationships. So there is $2 million set aside for that piece of work. What we're doing at the moment is, particularly based on some further engagement with the Transition Advocate and feedback we've heard from some of the processors, we've sort of been asked to kind of look at sort of make sure it's fully understood kind of what the ramifications or sort of implications of this type of marketing arrangement between producers and processors might look like. And so there's some discussions and workshops that will be held, I believe, later this month, or November, I should say, to explore how this could be best explored in WA sort of supply chain context. So based on that, we'll then sort of come to a decision around sort of how to execute that part of the program. But we're sort of staying closely sort of attuned to feedback from the supply chain around making sure that that particular investment is well targeted.
Who will be responsible for administering this grant?
Well, that's to be settled, so that will be partly informed by the feedback we receive from supply chain participants.
Okay. And then, so how would then eligible farmers be able to participate with that?
It's too early to tell. I mean, one concept, for example, and this is purely illustrative, is using some of the grower group networks to roll out sort of extension activities, so that the use of objective carcass management technologies in processes are sort of, because it's quite a data-rich environment, so the farm business has to have the sort of software and sort of the sort of understanding around sort of what these types of sort of processor feedback data sets might look like. And so one illustrative example is using grower groups or networks to roll out some of these sort of programs, but that's, as again, just not quite settled yet and waiting on some further feedback from supply chain.
And then there's, under the market and technology theme of the transition package, there's 40 million for supply chain capacity grants, which range from 50,000 to 2 million. They also require co-contribution?
That's correct, Senator. So this is a grad program that opened on the 27th of August. It's been administered by the West Australian Government, by the Rural Business Development Corporation. It involved 2 rounds. The first round, with $20 million in funding set aside for it, is currently open. As you referred to, there's sort of 2 pathways, one focused on processes, which is grant funding from $50,000 up to $5 million, and then for more producer-oriented funding stream as well, with grants from $50,000 up to $2 million, and that's focused on sort of on-farm finishing systems.
Okay,
so this particular program is focused on capital improvements on farm and on processes.
And so does it go right through the supply chains from producers all the way to processors as well? It's just for producers?
Producers, processors, feedlots. So yes.
So is there any difference in eligibility, the amount that they can apply for?
So there is a difference in the funding that's capped. So for producers, it's capped at $2 million, and for processors, it's capped at $5 million.
Okay. Why has the decision been made to require that applicants for these grants must make a co-contribution as well?
Similar reasons to the other grant programs I referred to earlier. Reflects sort of dual investment and ensuring, having confidence that the investments are going to be impactful, and that the recipient has a sort of vested interest in ensuring that they're value for money as well. And it also reflects what we heard through the co-design process of the need for government to back in sort of long-term sort of funding for both producers and processors.
Again, I just stress again my deep concern that these producers, those involved right across the supply chain, are on their knees at the moment, finding the money that they might actually need to be able to co-contribute towards something that could maybe help them transition. I really fear that it's not going to hit the mark. Can I move on to another category, the business and community resilience as part of the 2 million? I think that's what you just did, Matt. Sorry, I'll go to the next one. Community wellbeing, the 1.5 million for community wellbeing. Can you tell me what's that going to be used for?
Senator, so that is a grant program that's been administered by the WA government as well. I believe in the last few weeks they've finalised those grant programs and have awarded funding to 3 organisations. So they are the Blue Tree Project, Rural Aid and Hollyoak, which I understand are well-established organisations in Western Australia. But that program is administered by the DPIRD WA.
Yeah, okay. Government. Do you know, can you tell me specifically what sort of frontline events and activities will be supported?
I can give you some examples, Senator. So the Blue Tree Project will deliver a 2-year regional mental health road trip across towns in Great Southern, South West, Goldfields, Esperance, Midwest and Wheatbelt regions. So it includes sort of events in collaboration with sporting clubs and local councils and shires and local CRCs. The rural aid sort of assistance is focused on sort of understand wellbeing workshops, community engagement events and targeted outreach. So I think it leverages a lot of the, these organisations have an existing kind of footprint, infrastructure and networks in communities. And so it's focused on sort of scaling up some of those activities in a way that targets businesses that might be potentially impacted. And the Holyoke sort of grant program also is focused on sort of 24 workshops focused on a range of things, including sort of mental health, first aid, an agri-balance initiative, an accidental counsellor, support skills. So again, sort of scaling up some programs that I think have a sort of a track record.
And what time frame are they expected to deliver those?
So I believe that's between now, it's focused over the next 2 years, I believe.
Okay. There's also $2.4 million for financial counselling services. Can you let us know how many additional counsellors have been employed to boost the capacity of this service? What dates were they employed, and how many counsellors are still expected to be employed?
Senator, so this grant program is being delivered by Rural West, who is the existing rural financial counselling service provider in Western Australia.
How were they chosen?
They are the rural financial counselling service provider in WA, Senator.
Oh, sorry, I might have missed the name. What would
Rural West?
Oh,
they are the rural financial counselling service provider in WA. So we go through a process periodically to select rural financial counselling service providers, and Rural West is the provider in WA currently.
And so do you have numbers? How many new counsellors have been employed?
Senator, at this stage we're utilising the same amount of counsellors that we have with the counselling service, and they're looking at how many additional that they would require to actually service. There hasn't been a lot of uptake through this change and this arrangement, so we're just waiting to see what that will be, and then they will
presumably
bring on.
it's for additional capacity. You're not just.
It is for additional capacity, but
ongoing.
There actually hasn't been a lot of uptake through this change of arrangements into the RFCS seeking counselling services.
As in, the demand on their services hasn't increased yet.
Yep.
Okay. Can I just ask finally about the transition advocate? So it's 1.7 million was committed to appoint a transition advocate. The advocate was established to facilitate two-way communication between industry and government, as I understand. So Dr. Chris Rodwell was appointed as the transition advocate earlier this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With regards to his position, can the department let me know how much has been spent from the 1.7 million committed to the transition advocate already?
To date, Senator, $204,000.
204, and then what's the forecast of expenditure by year to get to that 1.7?
So the spending profile is, so this year 0.394, next year 0.406, following year 0.428, and after the final year 0.439.
So pretty even across the... how many of the 80 days per year has the advocate worked already?
I don't have the breakdown of number of days worked to date. I just have the allocation, which is 80 days.
Is it acquitted based on that?
Sorry?
Is it acquitted
based on... It would be
acquitted,
acquittal, yeah. There'd be sort of invoiced or something like that to enable payment. I can take on notice.
Thanks. How many times has the advocate formally met with industry groups as part of the live sheep export phase out?
There's been around 190 meetings with 60 different sort of stakeholders or experts.
190, 60 stakeholders. Have minutes been taken from those meetings?
I'd have to check possibly in some of them, but otherwise these are just sort of usual engagement opportunities between the advocate.
If minutes exist, can I get a copy of those, please? How many times has the transition advocate met with the Minister for Agriculture?
Just seeing if we've got that on hand, Senator. I'm certainly aware that he has met with the Minister and had conversations with the Minister, but the number of those I don't have on hand unless my colleague does.
Certainly at least 3 times, so possibly more, but I've got records of at least 3 meetings. So one by telephone on the 10th of February, shortly after his appointment. Again in Perth.
3 times, once a quarter.
In person on the 3rd of June, and again on the 15th of July at the Miche Sale Yards events, which we referred to earlier. But I think there's regular engagement between him and the Minister's office as well as normal course of events too.
So just briefly then, like what's their, how, can you briefly describe their role?
Yes, I mean...
Like if they're the advocate, aren't they, isn't their job to be, I would have thought a more regular meeting would be required.
The role of the transition advocate is to facilitate two-way communication between industry and government and provide information to industry about the transition plan, assistance available, and provide advice to government on how the transition is progressing. So, as Mr Blong indicated, regular contact with the Minister, regular contact with the Minister's office, and weekly contact with the department as well, and with the WA department as well.
Weekly dialogue with the department?
Yeah.
Okay, but only quarterly with the Minister. Were minutes taken at those meetings?
With the department?
No, the Minister.
We'd have to
take
it on notice.
If you could, if minutes have been taken, can we get copies of those, please? Has the advocate submitted for approval to the Minister a 12-month work plan?
Yes, I believe so. There's, I think part of the arrangement is, and I'll just confirm the frequency of it. So the advocate provides a sort of quarterly updates in writing to the Minister. And they've been taking place, and that includes the work plan.
Has the work plan been approved? Does it require approval?
I don't believe so. I think it's just got to be provided to the Minister, but I'll take that on notice to confirm.
Well, can we get a copy of the work plan that's been provided?
Again, I'll take it on notice, Senator. I haven't got it at hand yet.
That's fine. How many quarterly reports on the phase out of the live sheep trade have been submitted so far? Has there been one for each end of each quarter?
There's certainly at least 2. I'd have to check to confirm. Yep.
If we could also get a copy of what you have there as well. And how many public statements or updates on the phase out has the transition advocate made?
There's certainly a couple of statements on our website that the advocate has made. He's also participated in regular kind of media interviews as well, and he also attends sort of public events as well that industry invites him to. So there's many sort of instances of public-facing engagement.
I take it the advocate's travelled extensively?
Yes.
Is that mostly just within the sheep areas?
Yep.
Yeah. What about over here? Or elsewhere in the country?
He's certainly been to Canberra once, I think, early on in his term, including attending sort of the ABARES Outlook event earlier this year. I'm not aware of other travel outside WA.
All right. Can we get a breakdown of the costs of travel related to the advocate?
Yep.
Is there there's a steering group that was it the job of the advocate to establish the steering group, strategic steering group?
That's correct. It was within his remit, and this goes to the development of the WA roadmap and industry strategy, which we spoke to earlier, Senator. So the steering group has been appointed and convenes, I think, on a weekly basis by the advocate.
Can we get the list of the membership of that?
I can tell you
it's how many is it?
It's published on our website, including the terms of reference and biographies. So it's Dr. Chris Rodwell, Ms. Bindi Murray, Ms. Erin Gorter, and Mr. Ashley Herbert.
What programs in the transition package will be monitored?
Well, all programs will be actively monitored, either by WA for DPIRD for those programs that have been implemented by our WA counterparts and then by ourselves as well.
So what role does the strategic steering group have in the monitoring then of those projects?
Well, the strategic steering group, and I'll just sort of refer to their terms of reference that have been published. So the role of strategic steering group is to provide strategic guidance on the development of a medium to long-term industry strategy and priority action plan for the WA sheep and wool sector, identify issues and any required analysis or work needed to inform and support the industry strategy and priority action plan, facilitate connections between organisations and groups to amplify and connect networks, resources and opportunities, inform the best use of the transition programs being funded by the Australian Government, and provides system advice through the transition advocate to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. So a number of those activities sort of go to sort of understanding sort of the implementation of components of the transition assistance package, and also provide that kind of feedback loop as well back to the department and the Minister through the advocate.
Okay. So there was 11.1 million committed for the implementation of the phase out, and this included a stock take of transition progress in 26-27, and then to facilitate ongoing engagement with industry, communities, trading partners and other stakeholders. So with regards to the stock take of the transition progress, which will happen then in 26-27, can you provide an update on how preparations for this stock take are progressing?
It's certainly early days, Senator, so obviously our focus at the moment is on implementing and executing the grant programs that are currently open and available for producers and supply chain participants to apply with. So our focus is on those activities at the moment. There is a stock take that will be done, expected in the second half of next year, so in the 26-27 financial year, which will, I guess, as a normal sort of matter of course with government programs, sort of assess kind of how implementation is tracking, any impediments, opportunities, and there'll be sort of targeted engagement with industry as part of that as well.
And what reporting will there be of that stock take?
So again, this is early days, but there would usually be a sort of a report done that sort of documents the findings of that stock take.
Is it?
It hasn't started yet, so I'm conscious of where we're at in the process. Sorry,
but is it intended to be a public?
That's
public
correct,
document,
Senator, yes.
A report that.
Yep.
It is.
It is, yes.
Good. What are the risks that the department's identified in relation to the phase out?
In terms of every grant program sort of includes sort of a risk assessment in terms of ensuring sort of expenditure of public monies, as you'd expect. So they're sort of undertaken as a matter of sort of business as usual work with the department when grant guidelines are developed to ensure, sort of any legislative risks sort of identified early on. I haven't got sort of those documents with me, but it's a usual course of events that when grant programs are developed, there's a risk sort of assessment undertaken.
So in terms of the ongoing engagement and monitoring of that, who are the industry representatives? Is that essentially just the advocates stakeholder group, or you got others?
So the advocate and the strategic steering group referred to earlier are focused primarily on the development of the WA roadmap and industry strategy. It does include sort of those feedback loops back to the department as well, so we can sort of get good current sort of advice and evidence around activity on the ground and feedback from the supply chain. But I think the stock take, if we're not sort of joining up
I
two
guess
different...
where I'm going, just to sort of close it out, is all these packages are put out there to help the industry transition. Who's monitoring it? Who's marking the homework? Are you marking the homework? Have you got other stakeholders involved that are helping the government to make sure that it is hitting the mark?
So you're right in the sense that the transition advocate has that role as a two-way sort of communication and feedback loop between government and industry. So that is one aspect of his role. And obviously we are talking with industry groups and stakeholders very frequently. So we sort of, on a normal course of events, are getting advice and feedback around implementation. And then there's the stock take you referred to earlier, earmarked for 26-27, which would provide a more formal sort of stock take, for want of a better word, around implementation. Yes, any sort of emerging risks or other considerations that should be documented as part of the monitoring and evaluation for the program.
And animal welfare representatives involved in the policy implementation of the phase out, as well as any engagement and monitoring?
Not that I'm aware of. So I guess in terms of the work that we have responsible for delivering, we're not engaging with animal welfare groups, but there are other programs of work that might, for instance, the transition advocate may have met with RSPCA, but I'd have to sort of check that. But our focus is on implementing the transition package as set out in the document and implementing the grant programs as set out in the document as well.
Okay. All right, thanks. I did have more, but unfortunately I've got to get to another committee, so... Over to you.
Well, do you want to go? Okay.
Yeah.
If I can respond to Senator Canavan's earlier comments, I'll call up our CFO, knowing he's responsible for the department's internal grant framework and independent assurance during the grant process, to talk you through the questions you had, Senator.
We're happy to go to that, Matt, if you want to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can go. Sorry.
Do you want?
Yeah, they can. I can do two things at once.
Yeah, right. You're unlike most males, including me. Please go ahead.
Senator Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer. So with regards to the Commonwealth grant guidelines, they do differ from the Commonwealth procurement guidelines in the sense that they don't have a financial threshold per se. They do have 9 key principles that are listed under section 6.2 of the guidelines.
I've got some follow-up questions, but I can, if you want to rotate the call, Chair.
I'm happy for you to go straight away.
So is one of those conditions, if a non-competitive process is chosen, does there have to be a documented evidence about why that was selected?
I think there would need to be the business case. I don't think that's specific in the guidelines, but I would need to double check that.
Was there documented reasons provided for a non-competitive grant in the case of future flock? We've also discovered the shearing as well.
The grant guidelines that were developed and approved by the Minister would have included the basis for the approach taken.
Yeah, I don't like getting answers with conditional comments like would or could. I mean, did they or not? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, they would have, Senator.
Well, you just... So look, I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but I would like a definitive answer, not would have or could have. Did they or did they not?
Look,
I suppose there's two parts to this question, or you've answered it a different way than I asked it. Is the documentation, did you, Mr. Blong, how do you pronounce your last name? Sorry,
Blong.
I'm struggling to read it. My eyesight. Mr. Blong, did you document reasons for why a non-competitive grant was chosen for the Future Flock grant in particular?
So it's one grant that covers both the WA and the national strategy. So it is one grant guideline that set out that process and the decision making for it. So that will have, I'm trying to avoid that would now, but that would have been documented. And then as the delegate, I would have had a documented decision around the value for money assessment in accordance with the
Yeah, well, was that value for money assessment done for each individual grant
Yes,
for
it
the
would have
Future
been.
Flock? That was done for Future Flock?
It's one grant for $0.8 million
Yep.
to Sheep Producers Australia, which
Yep.
covers both the WA Roadmap Implementation Plan and the National Strategy.
Well, could you
known as the
take on
Future
notice
Flock.
whether that was documented, the reasons for it, when
would
it was documented,
It would have.
and the reasons for it?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll ask the same for the shearing grant as well. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good, thanks. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I would like just to move back and cover off on new overseas markets for our farmers and primary producers. We know that the former coalition government talked a big game on trade, but in reality, what we're left with our farmers were dangerously exposed with bungled trade relationships and failed diversity in our markets. And at the end of the day, it was our farmers who paid the price. We know the Albanese government has been clear on its focus on trade diversification and expansion, particularly for Australian agriculture. Australians' agriculture trade is more diversified than it's ever been. What is the government doing to support the agriculture sector with trade diversification and expansion?
If I can make some introductory comments to your question, Senator, because you're quite right. Australia's agriculture, forestry and fisheries exports are a significant priority for the department and equate to $81 billion in 24-25. An increase of 7% from 23-24, according to ABARES data and the evidence of colleagues earlier today. So the department continued to achieve market access outcomes for the sector, negotiating technical market access with our trading partners. That's a fundamental role of the department. This includes overcoming barriers to export and agree on non-tariff measures such as biosecurity and food safety requirements. In terms of success in that time, in 24-25, the department recorded a total of 79 technical market access achievements. The breakdown of those achievements includes 17 actions to maintain, which is just as important as growing the sector, in addition to 8 actions to restore existing markets. These actions to maintain and restore protected markets supported trade worth an estimated $4 billion. We're also very successful in opening 10 new markets and 44 improvements to existing market access.
Thank you. I'd just also like to ask about some of the achievements in market access over the last 12 months, and in particular, we know that is really important after what happened under the coalition government. They bungled our trade relationships, doors were slammed shut, and it was our farmers who paid the price. So I'd really like to, if you could, touch on some of those achievements in market access over the last 12 months.
Thank you. I'd be happy to, Senator. New access for mixed meat products to Taiwan. For the first time, Australian exporters can send mixed meat products consisting of pig, cattle, sheep and goat to Taiwan. This expands industry's access to the Taiwanese meat market, which was worth $507 million in 24-25. Of note and interest to this committee, of course, has been maintaining access to the EU for products impacted by the EU deforestation regulation, the EUDR, by ensuring Australia was categorised as low risk by the European Commission. This deforestation risk rating means only 1% of importers sourcing regulated goods from Australia and other low-risk countries will be subject to annual checks. It also means that Australia will be subject to the simplified due diligence process set out in the EUDR. Australian exports in scope of the EUDR were worth approximately $287 million in 24-25. We also have new access for apples grown on the Australian mainland to be exported to China. This opens one of the world's most lucrative fresh produce markets to Australian apple growers, and we're improving access for macadamias to India through a revised heat treatment protocol, and this is a market that industry estimates would be worth $50 million. I've got a range of other examples which go back into 2024, but that gives you a snapshot of most recent achievements.
Thank you. I'd now like to just move to organic exports. Can you please outline for the committee, in particular, the new arrangements around organic exports and to a number of new markets, and what that means as far as new opportunities for Australian organic producers?
Thank you. I'll defer to Deputy Secretary Hutchison.
Sure. Hi, Senator. Tom Black, Exports and Veterinary Services Division, with a technical negotiator for organic market access. I gave some earlier evidence this afternoon around two recent wins that we've had around effective equivalence arrangements with two new trading partners. So we've been able to finalise an equivalence arrangement with Japan that came into effect on the 1st of October. Delivered tangible benefits to industry, including less red tape for Australian organic wine, beer, cider and spirits producers, and Australian organic livestock products such as meat and dairy being permanently included in the agreement. These updates follow a successful audit of the Australian organic system in May and June of this year. Without these updates, Australian exporters of organic alcohol would have been required to undergo separate Japanese agricultural standard certification to sell organic alcohol in Japan as of the 1st of October this year. So it's a good reduction in red tape in terms of accessing a market. And the second win that we've had recently is that we've been able to sign a mutual recognition arrangement with India. I was able to sign that in New Delhi a couple of weeks ago. Australia and India will now recognise each other's organic systems as equivalent for a number of products, including unprocessed plant products, including seaweed, aquatic plants and greenhouse crops. So it's another particularly good win in what is a really extensive market for Australia, and one that we can take advantage of the early trade wins associated with the precursor FTA agreement with India.
Thanks, Mr. Black. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm going to go back to something that was discussed a while ago this morning. I just wanted to go back to the agricultural land sector plan. I'd started to ask about to what extent did anyone look at how much agricultural land will be taken up by wind, solar and or transmission projects. Yep. Now, I just wanted to re-establish though, I think we got to the point that calculation had not been done for the agricultural land sector plan. Is that correct?
No, specific figure for it.
Yeah, seems strange. So there was no work, at least in the case of the reforestation. There was some figures on the potential emissions abated from that, but there's just been no work at all done on how much agricultural land would be covered by renewable energy.
I'll just ask colleagues if there's anything additional, but I'm not aware if there's a specific figure we can point to, Senator.
It seems very strange that this week there's a private group, Rainforest Reserve Australia. They're a bunch of conservationists. Some of them have got to know well, but previously, well, I suppose, are political opponents of mine. They're in the Greens political party, or were. They themselves have mapped this out. There's no one in government looking at the cumulative impact of wind, solar and transmission lines on agricultural land?
In terms of the question, I guess at a high level, there's the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, who is, I guess, concerned with the rollout of energy infrastructure in Australia. That's Tony Marr, and the previous Energy Commissioner has done some work in relation to the rollout of transmission lines, and I
mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't. I've had extensive conversations with both of those gentlemen. I don't believe they're looking at it on a mapping basis. So that's what I'm asking. They talk to local communities.
No, not on a mapping basis,
and
Senator.
you know, that's all very important. But I'm asking about the cumulative impact here. At what stage do we get to a threshold point where we're really stressing? And I'm actually much more concerned about the environmental habitat that we're destroying as part of this process. Certainly in my area, a lot of koala habitat is being destroyed to put in projects that are ironically there to save the planet, but we're killing koalas in the process. I struggle to understand why there's not some, like ABARES or somebody with the expertise in government has not been tasked to have a look at this.
All I can confirm is that we haven't looked at this, Senator, and we don't have a figure for you to offer.
Well, there are, as I say, some private bodies that have done it. These are extensive government plans. I think it should be incumbent on government to do this work and do so in a transparent fashion. I mentioned earlier the Net Zero Australia report, and I should stress this report has been produced by people who notionally support net zero and want to see it happen, and not opposed to it. But a quote from their report in 2023 says that land use change will impact communities and habitats across Australia. First Nations, farmers and biodiversity face significant changes. E+, which is one of their scenarios, they estimate, E+ estimates the area of land use change at 120,179 square kilometres. This is their quote, equivalent to over half the area of Victoria. Now, the attached chart to that shows that about 42,000 will be due to transmission. Sorry, I'm getting that wrong. About 42,000 will impact freehold land from solar, wind and transmission. 41,000 will affect pastoral leases from solar, wind and transmission. Indigenous estate will be impacted by 16,000 square kilometres, of Indigenous estate, 12,000 of Crown land, and 7,000 of other lease, all from solar, wind and transmission alone. So an area half the size of Victoria. I mean, that is astounding, but do you have any evidence that that's wrong? Well, that's out of whack.
You'd appreciate, Senator, that it's very difficult for me to comment on a report that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to offer any further comment on that.
Familiar with the report.
Senator Canavan, maybe I could add that there are some comments around the area of land associated with the energy transition in the net zero plan.
Okay, great.
Which was led by DQ. It does not have figures in it, but it does reference the fact that a very small proportion of the total land area will be...
Where's that?
In the net zero plan.
Well, there's lots of them though. So is that in the agriculture and land sector plan,
no,
or is that
the package that was released has the overarching net zero plan and then 6 sector level plans under that. So there's the net zero plan, and then there is also the energy sector plan itself. Both of those were led by DQ.
So that you're quoting from the overall net zero plan, the one entitled Australia's net zero plan.
Yes.
What page is that on?
75.
75. Thank you for that. Someone's got some answers, which is great. But again, no numbers apparently. So when you say it just uses sort of adjectives, does it?
It uses the words very small proportion.
Very small proportion.
Yeah.
Okay. It would be nice to know what they presume is small.
In the state of Victoria's own.
Yeah, half the state of Victoria to me doesn't sound small in any way. And the devil is in the detail here too. So where is that exactly?
On page 75.
Yeah, I've got the page.
Down the bottom of the left-hand column.
This is page 75 of the printed document, is it? I think it's both. I think they're both the same.
I think it's a PDF.
And there's just so much lack of detail here. I can't. Where exactly is it? I can't find it.
At the bottom of the second column, of the first column,
Total
first
land
column.
area required to build Australia's renewable coastal and transmission network to 2050 is estimated to be a very small proportion of our total land mass. Okay, all right.
It does also
so it's just
go on to
there's
note
a footnote there.
Yeah, it does also go on to note that turbines, solar arrays, transmission lines can coexist with other land uses.
Okay, well, there's a footnote. I'll have to chase up references. Department of Finance, Net Zero and Government Operations. It's another government report, I think. Anyway, it's very, look, there's an amazing lack of inquisitiveness and curiosity. That's a better word. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Has the Minister ever asked the Department for advice on this question, on the question of how much land, agricultural or otherwise, would be required to go to 82% renewables or net zero by 2050?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Total accuracy. I mean, it is a major issue. I'm sure you're aware of. There's major protests about all of these things in all of our areas. But there is certainly a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil policy about it from the government. I don't have any more questions on the emission stuff, but if Senator Colbeck does, yes.
That goes on to that, but goes to the National Food Security Strategy.
Sure.
So are any of these questions that Senator Canavan's asking about land availability, impact on land use change, are any of those being considered as part of the National Food Security Strategy? Because I would have thought they were fundamental to it.
Certainly, Senator, we've recently had a discussion paper out for consultation on the National Food Security Strategy. I'll ask colleagues to join me at the table to remind me how many submissions we received, but it was, I'm going to say, certainly over 200.
In the order of more than 340, Senator, submissions.
So expect a wide range of issues to be canvassed there. We had...
Yes, but as the agency leading the strategy, I would have thought having some, let's call it core information about land use availability. We heard from ABARES this morning about rainfall variability, what that sort of thing is going to do to the productivity of various areas, that will impact on the capacity, according to their evidence, with respect to carbon uptake, so that will impact on those things as well. I mean, surely if we're doing a national food strategy, a food security strategy, one of the core starting points would be understanding what our agricultural land is, its productivity, and then how it contributes to food security. I mean, surely that's an input to the process, and as the agency coordinating it, surely we'd be asking those questions or having that information available to the establishment of the strategy.
You're spot on, Senator. Certainly, in terms of this discussion paper that we put out, we proposed 3 priority areas, if you like, kind of in relation to the strategy. The first was resilient supply chains. The second, to your point, was productivity and economic growth. And the third was cost of living and competition. And then there are a range of influencing factors that we also identified that sat around that. But to your point, one of the key propositions or priority areas was productivity and economic growth, or is.
So climate change and sustainability are part of that. And, I mean, we've got entities attempting to apply a sustainability overlay into our national dietary guidelines at the moment, which is the wrong place for that process, but still that's what's going on. Surely we should have some understanding of fundamental elements, and I would have thought it was the department's responsibility to actually provide that base information, land use change, because all of those things are going to impact on our productivity. Surely that base information would be provided as a part of that process. If I go back to a previous cycle of legislation and look at what happened in 2008, ABARES did a number of pieces of work which mapped what potential land use changes would be. I'm not going to ask you to produce it, so...
we might be able to, but you might be stretching.
No, I'm not going to ask you to produce it. But that work was done, and some calculations were done with respect to what land use change would be in the context of various carbon prices, because that was the conversation that we were having at that point in time. And through this process, I know that some of that work was actually redone, because I think the initial number said that 60% of Tasmania's agricultural land would be moved to trees, which was just not a right number. So, and to ABARES' credit, they went back, they reworked the data and came back to us with a number that made more sense. So surely that work should be happening now as a part of all of the things that we're talking about, because we're having these impositions that are going to be placed on our agricultural economy through the measures to manage climate change, and all of this stuff is code for extra cost that's going to be placed on the sector to drive change. That's what's happening, and that's what sits underneath this. Farmers are going to have to wear that and bear that, so there's cost that's coming to the system. But surely we should be doing some work on mapping how that's going to impact.
Senator, a fundamental input to the strategy will be describing how the food security system currently operates and what you've identified.
We don't have any of those numbers. We've been asking all day for numbers on the impact of the measures on reforestation. There's no numbers. We look at the impact for other actions that are being taken as a part of changing the economy with renewable infrastructure. There's no numbers. How do you fundamentally do a national food security strategy if you don't have the base information, which is how much land are we going to have to work with, and what's its productivity going to be? I mean, I just don't see how that stacks up.
So I just acknowledge, Senator, that we are in the early stages of the development of the National Food Security Strategy. Some of the questions that you're raising are questions that have come through discussions with stakeholders, and I've got no doubt will come through in the submissions that we receive as well. In terms of what we're concerned with, it's really important that we have a really strong analytical base to the work as well.
It's fundamental, wouldn't it be?
Absolutely, Senator. So we're conducting a food systems analysis as well. So that work will commence imminently, and that'll provide a key information base for us to support the work in relation to the food security strategy as well.
Senator Colbeck, we're right on the
One
break.
last question.
Yep, go ahead.
So since you've come to the table, so if I were to refer back to the data and the work that you did back in 2008 with respect to land use change around a carbon price, how useful might that be to what we're talking about now, given that there are similar considerations being made as a part of what we're working on now?
Thanks, Senator. So I'd say to be a building block. So maybe I wasn't a little bit clear enough earlier, but we're also concerned with these type of questions that you're raising, and so we've made an investment to effectively give ourselves the capacity to be able to analyse these kind of issues, and so we're in the kind of quality assurance stage. So obviously agriculture's changed where it is in its landscape and profitability, and we've seen shifts since that time. But we're looking to kind of build a model that will embed, the issues around, producer viability, but, so effectively returns from agriculture from our surveys, where agriculture exists, broadacre in particular, in the landscape, trying to deal with some of these uncertainties around this sequestration layer for the carbon aspect. There's still going to be a bunch of different, unknowns in that. So, at the moment we look at land use and land tenure and so forth, and we report on that on a regular basis, but it's every 5 to 7 years given the resourcing we have. And so there'll be some gaps, but we're certainly looking to to have the capability that will help inform in a similar way
So
to the
when are
way
we going to
you're
start
describing.
seeing some of these numbers?
So I guess once we're through a QA process, because one of the things, and Senator Canavan's pointed this out quite ably, that there's a whole range of different numbers here and there's a range of uncertainty and so forth. So we're pretty concerned with it, given all the different numbers and the different things, that we want to make sure that we've got something we can stand behind before we put something out in the public domain. So we're in the process of doing that, but it will be, we'll be able to feed it into the food security strategy and the like, and as we go forward, we'll put material out, and we'd be very happy to kind of discuss it and so forth when it's done.
Good. Thanks very much. We're now going to break, and before we go on the break, I just have to say that there is a number of agencies that we can release. The Australian Fisheries Management Authority, the Australian Meat Processor Corporation, the Grains Research and Development Corporation, and the Agriculture Innovation Australia. We're now going to break and return at 4:05. Thanks, everybody. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to try and finish this agriculture and land sector plan quickly. I did, in passing, I believe the department's allocated $2.2 million towards the development of the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, it was a MyEFO measure a couple of years ago, I believe.
Has that all been spent?
Yes, it will conclude this financial year.
Okay. What was the breakdown of the spending for that?
Well, it was entirely departmental funding to enable the department to lead the development of the agricultural land sector plan over a number of years, including so staffing costs and engagement costs, running a summit and workshops and roundtables and those types of activities.
Was there any external consultants contracted as part of that 2.2 million?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't believe so, but I'll take it on notice to confirm.
The roundtables and what have you?
There might have been an event organiser engaged to help with the operation of the summit. Yep.
You've taken that on notice. The roundtables, how many of those were conducted and who attended them?
So there are a number of steps we undertook to develop the sector plan in terms of stakeholder engagement. The first one was the release of a discussion paper in November 2023, a public consultation process through sort of a have your say type platform. So we received about 238 submissions through that. That then flowed through to a series of 14 workshops held in person around the country. I don't have the full list of participants, but it reflected sort of the industry bodies, state organisations, supply chain companies. So it was a sort of the broad cross-section of agri-food stakeholders you'd expect to participate in these processes. So that was in May 2024. In December 2024, we held 3 roundtables focused, one by the Minister in Sydney and 2 online roundtables to go through key findings to date on the development of the Ag and Land Sector Plan. And then obviously the final plan was published last month by government.
Okay, maybe if you could take on notice who attended the workshops, that'd be great. The agricultural land sector plan does say up or relatively close to the start on page 4 that there will be increased time spent in drought, and that's a paragraph referring to the National Climate Risk Assessment reports. When I go though to the CSIRO's technical report, this is the Primary Industries Technical Report, on page 75 of that report, they say the Australian Climate Service, who I'm sure you're aware, produced these reports. They said that they provided data in terms of percent of time in drought, that is SPI, which is a standardised precipitation index, SPI less than -1. That was their measure of time spent in drought. Later on that page, they say across GWLs, sorry for the jargon that's in their report, but that's global warming levels, I believe. Across GWLs and much of the country, there is uncertainty in direction of change at percent time, SPI3 below -1, that is the time in drought, ranging from -50 to positive 75%, reading left to right in figure 29. It goes on to say, small areas in southwest Western Australia are the exception, with a consistent increase in percent of time in drought across GCM results for GWL 2.0 and 3.0. I'm just wondering, how did the sector plan conclude that there will be increased time in drought when the technical report says it's very uncertain? We could have less time in drought or more time in drought. We really don't know.
Senator Canavan, the information that's in the sector plan draws from the National Climate Risk Assessment.
I'm quoting from those reports.
And the National Climate Risk Assessment was prepared by Australian Climate Services,
Right.
BOM, CSIRO, a collaboration, and they would have drawn on a range of information to form the assessment. the assessment is the information that the government's using in relation to climate risk in Australia.
Right. Yeah, I'm quoting to you from their reports. This is the technical report that was released. They were all released on the same day. I presume, given this report that I'm quoting from is titled the Primary Industries Technical Report, so to deal with primary industries, was that an input into the agricultural and land sector plan? Did the people in the department working on this read that plan and consult the CSIRO?
Certainly, we can see that National Climate Risk Assessment is sort of referenced in that box 3, which I think is what you're referring to. Whether that exact information came from the technical report or one of the overview documents, I'll have to take on notice, Senator.
Right. I'm sort of getting this a lot, I suppose, today. But did anyone in the department read that report? I did. The Primary Industries Technical Report. It's 480 pages. I got through as quick as I could. But you guys paid $2 million, and this is a report particularly to do with primary industries. Did anyone read that report?
We've read the National Climate Risk Assessment and.
So you haven't read? No one's read the Primary Industries report. The technical details.
I was about to say, Senator, we've read the National Climate Risk Assessment and the accompanying documents that relate to the agriculture sector, but we're not the authors of those documents, so it's hard for us to sort of engage on interpretations of analysis in some of the technical reports.
Well, okay, I'll do it a different way. You made a claim, and you were the co-authors of this report, the Agricultural Land Sector Assessment Plan. You say there'll be increased time spent in drought. What is the evidence for that? What science did you base it on? Given I just quoted from the CSIRO saying that there's actually a range that goes well over zero on whether we'll be more in drought or less in drought.
Yeah, I guess the text that's in the sector plan draws on the National Climate Risk Assessment. I think we would need to talk to the Australian Climate Services about how the Climate Risk Assessment has drawn on the technical reports that you're referencing. There were a whole range of them that were prepared as part of the National Climate Risk Assessment process. The department was involved along the way in reviewing materials and commenting on materials, but the Climate Risk Assessment is what is referenced in this box here.
Yeah, okay. I suppose I'm sort of asking, what section in the Climate Risk Assessment were you then referring to with that claim? Like, can you point me to the...
I'd have to take it on notice.
Yeah, I mean, these things, they get reported in the press, they get blown up, we're going to spend more time in drought, and then when I ask the people that make the claims the details, you can't answer basic questions. I don't understand. It's such an important claim. It's sort of key and central to, the whole government's agenda for wanting to do things on agriculture, at least in climate change. But you can't actually point. I mean, I've got at least the science as I read out there. But where's your science to justify this statement?
I think those questions are best directed to the Australian Climate Service, Senator, from which the Ag and Land Sector Plan draws from.
Okay. All right. I mean, even if you go to the National Climate Risk Assessment Report, it took me a while to find it again, sorry, but this is on page 12 of their... this is the overview report, so it's the very summary. I hate these reports because they hide all the detail, but I hope someone's looked at this report. It's on page 12, I'm quoting. They've got these colour-coded boxes which summarise, and they say in that box, time spent in drought, there's a row for time spent in drought, saying we spend 19 months per decade currently, and then its forecasts, it's got all of its forecasts for each of the GWLs straddle zero. So there's a potential for less time to be spent in drought. There's also potential for more, with that. I come back. You just said before that the line in the agricultural land sector plan is from the National Climate Risk Assessment. It doesn't seem consistent with the National Climate Risk Assessment.
Yep. Maybe I could just add to that. We can come back to this on notice, but page 35 of the National Climate Risk Assessment.
Which one? The overview or
the actual risk assessment
the report,
document?
the assessment report?
Yep, not the primary industry one, but the overall assessment talks about time spent in droughts likely to increase across most of the country.
That's page 35?
Yep.
Well, maybe you could go back and ask them. Does that say what confidence level?
Yep, low to medium.
Yes, low to medium.
Particularly in southern and eastern areas, drying in the southwest of the nation where increased time in drought has occurred since
Yeah, this is another problem that you don't mention, the qualifier in the summary, that it's low to medium confidence. But could you also, like, I did note that, and I still don't understand how they could make that claim when the technical report clearly indicates that that's not established by the CSIRO.
Senator, I'm conscious that we're now commenting on a report that wasn't authored by us. That report was authored by the Australian Climate Service. We pointed to the reference that we drew from. I really would encourage you to direct your questions to the Australian
Yeah, and I have asked them these questions as well when we had the Senate inquiry, and I got just as underwhelming answers, to be honest. It is very, very concerning. We're making serious policy decisions which affect people's jobs, livelihoods and nation's prosperity, and the people making those decisions can't answer basic questions about what they're doing. On a similar theme, just on the moving on to on methane reporting, I believe there's some funding that's gone to Agricultural Innovation Australia for methane reporting. Is that right?
There's been some funding that's gone to Agriculture Innovation Australia for greenhouse gas broadly calculations. It's more specific than that, but providing effectively standardised sort of calculations. But I'm getting beyond my level of detail, so I'll pass to colleagues.
Senator, so that's correct. Funding of $6.4 million has been provided to Ag Innovation Australia under the Improving Consistency of On-Farm Emissions Estimates program. This relates to what we heard, including in the development of the Ag and Land Sector Plan, around the need for producers and farm businesses to be able to measure their emissions on farm and have confidence around those estimates. For many years now, there's been calculators emerged to enable producers to undertake those types of calculations, but there was a concern around the inconsistency in the results of those calculations, depending on which calculator you used, for example. And so this particular investment is geared towards providing a single platform and a single point of truth around emissions measurement on farm and all the emissions factors and assumptions that sort of underpin those types of estimates. And so this investment will provide for free a common platform that calculator providers that are in the market today can draw on and ensure that no matter which on-farm measurement tool might be used, it's providing kind of a consistent, robust approach to those estimates. So it's not specific to methane, I think is where your question started. It's a broad on-farm emissions measurement capability.
But methane will be part of the emissions?
That's correct. All on-farm emissions would be.
Okay.
Yeah. And Senator, this goes to a key priority that came through in our consultations on the Ag and Land Sector Plan and is one of the key priority action areas under the Ag and Land Sector Plan, which is supporting better understanding of emissions in the sector.
Right. Okay. So are there existing... This will be provided for free, this calculator? Is that correct?
It's not a calculator per se. It's effectively the back-end engine that calculators would use that undertakes the algorithms and assumptions that then a calculator would use to produce the results for a farm business. So
are there existing calculators out there?
there's quite a few calculators out there in the private market.
So will the government investing in this and providing that back end for free, will that somewhat commercially harm the intellectual property of those companies that have built those
so the
calculators?
interface and user interface that commercial providers have developed themselves remains unaffected. It's sort of just the underlying calculations.
But surely there's a value of the algorithms or the model they built.
There is, but there's also a risk that if different providers use different sort of algorithms and assumptions around emission factors, then it creates sort of uncertainty around whether you can trust the calculator results. So we've engaged quite a bit with the sector, including with different calculator providers on this as well, and there is a shared acknowledgement that this is an issue that needs to be addressed and it's an investment that's warranted.
All right. Just going back to the plan and its connections as the Agricultural Land Sector Plan and its connection to climate-related financial disclosures, the plan notes on page 15 that reporting entities are not required to collect data from producers in their supply chain because, and I quote, there is a presumption that Scope 3 emissions can be reliably estimated using industry averages and secondary data. How are those industry averages determined? Are they currently published or determined in some place? Available?
That's correct. There's both the National Greenhouse Gas Accounts as well as public databases such as Australian's Life Cycle Inventory and Industrial Ecology Virtual Lab are examples of databases that reporting entities can draw on.
Right. It goes on the next page, page 16, the plan says that many supply chain businesses are already encouraging producers to participate in programs that develop and share emissions data. Producers who know their emissions profile will be able to engage more influentially with organisations in the supply chain and banks. So, is that suggesting that to access financial services, that agricultural producers will have to calculate all these emissions in the future?
So there are two distinct things here, Senator. So there's the climate-related financial disclosures, which is sort of the reporting regime set up by Treasury and ASIC, etc. And then this comment here relates to what are the observed practices that are underway in the supply chain that are business to business, so they're unrelated necessarily to the financial disclosure regime and that regulatory environment, but more focused on commercial arrangements that exist up and down agri-food supply chains, including into global markets. So we would expect in time that more and more of those commercial arrangements have a emissions aspect to it, and that's what that.
Why do you expect that the Net Zero Banking Alliance just dissolved itself in the past week?
Certainly.
On what basis are you expecting that?
Well, that's what we've heard from a lot of the agri-food companies that have, multinationals. They've got headquarters in overseas, and there's and a number of them have made.
I mean, everything I'm hearing though is that financial institutions are walking away from all of this stuff around the world. I mean, not so much here, unfortunately. We seem to be left behind, but certainly in the US. Have you got in the US? Is there any of this sort of stuff happening at the moment on agricultural producers?
Look, I don't have specific examples, but I mean there are from their engagement on the Ag and Land Sector Plan, including with many supply chain companies, some that would operate in Northern Hemisphere markets like the US and Europe. It was not uncommon to hear from them that this would become a regular part of
when was that?
Business in the supply chain.
I mean, in the past year in particular, obviously since the US presidential election, but even before that, this ESG stuff was dying on the vine. I mean, do you have much international outreach to other countries and what's going on in their agricultural sectors? I mean, these are our competitors. My concern is we're imposing an impost now, and the government's sitting back almost encouraging banks and others to have more oversight and place more burdens on their customers here in this plan. And we're imposing these constraints and costs on our businesses in a way they're not being done, especially the US, which is a major competitor to ours in this region. How will that impact our competitiveness?
Oh, Senator, just to be clear, these practices we're observing aren't don't relate to government policy. They're just business to business.
Yeah, and as I said, again, I'd love to see the evidence. It seems to be an evidence-free zone today, but I'd love to see the evidence that that's happening in the United States. I mean, it's not even happening in oil and gas anymore over there. I certainly don't think it's happening in agriculture, but somehow Wall Street is imposing carbon reporting. I mean, the Trump administration's ended the climate disclosures laws, is that correct?
I'd have to check, but this doesn't relate to...
I get that, but obviously that has an impact on what banks do and what have you. Whatever the government's doing, that's ended over there at a government level. And as I say, all of the major banks in the US had left the Net Zero Banking Alliance some time ago. As I say, now it's defunct, now it's ended itself. Because European and Asian banks had also left. So yeah, why are we continuing with this stuff when our major competitors in overseas agricultural markets are not imposing these restrictions on their own producers?
Well, there are certainly multinational corporations with a strong presence in the Australian market that are engaging with their farm suppliers and customers and bank clients who are working on emissions baselining activities and piloting those types of activities.
Well, my concern here is that the government's effectively cheerleading that and doing nothing to push back on it. Sorry? Yeah, well, that's a good question, Senator Goldberg. Who are they? Who are the multinational organisations you're referring to?
Well, certainly, I mean, Rabobank is an example that continues to invest in this space. I'd have to sort of check which of the others that...
Coles, Woolworths?
I think it's more the broader sort of multinationals with a global reach.
This is the problem. We have a government now, and I'm not casting aspersions on yourself, but we have a government that effectively takes the side of large multinational corporates against their own small independent farmers who have these burdens placed on them. We just heard earlier today that in the vegetable industry there are 80% of farmers tearing their hair out at the moment, and the government sits back and applauds corporate, multinational agricultural companies, massive firms, in their efforts to make their lives harder, make farmers' lives harder. I don't think it's unbelievable. That's an accurate reflection. Well, it's exactly what's happening. It's exactly what's happening.
Maybe our farmers need to get
you support big business, you support big foreign companies,
I understand.
all the CSG stuff.
I understand you want to run down.
Can we all just hold on for a moment, thanks? Just a couple of things. We're going very well. Can we get back to one person asking the question? And when the question's asked, if there's an opportunity given, unlike outside, for one person to respond as well. We can just go back to the question, Senator Canavan.
Well, I think the Minister was going to respond. I'm happy for him to respond.
Thank you. I'll hand it
Well, I understand you want to continually run down our farming sector, and that's not what we do in the government. We want to work with them.
Thinks we're running it down.
You want to pick fights where you can. We want to work with the industry. That's been the hallmark of the government over the last 3 years, and that's what we want to continue.
So, does the livestock industry support the methane emissions reporting standards?
There's a couple of components there, Senator. So there's work been undertaken and been led by DQ with input from industry, including representatives from the livestock sector, that relate to our national emissions standards, which are effectively a set of data standards that go to how different agricultural activities and how their emission factors associated with those activities should be accounted for in our national greenhouse gas inventory. And then that is also then leading to the development of voluntary data standards, and the calculator platform I referred to earlier will provide a digital tool, if you like, that ensures that those data standards being developed with industry input are sort of common and shared and a public good that all calculators in the market can draw on in a consistent way. All agricultural sort of key industry representatives are participating in the development of those standards that DQ is leading, including in the livestock sector.
Okay, are there, as part of this funding, going back to the funding, are there options being considered to improve the accuracy of methane emissions reporting?
Well, that's what the development of the national standards will deliver or provide a single source of truth, if you like, around how agricultural activities across all cropping livestock enterprises, how those activities should be accounted for with respect to emission factors.
Someone's pointed out to me, I have no idea what this is, but there's a GWS method. Does that mean something to you?
Not the AFL team.
Well, I didn't know that either, but there's a GWS method. Is that familiar?
GWP star?
Yes, that's it.
Could it be that?
Yes, it would be, because I thought the star referred to some kind of footnote I couldn't find. But GWS star, okay. So what's that? Is that being considered?
GWP star.
GWP, oh,
Yes.
okay, all right, got it now. Okay, what's that, and is that being considered?
So that's effectively seeking that methane be treated differently to other greenhouse gases.
Sorry, I just missed that last bit.
It's effectively seeking to have methane treated differently to other greenhouse gases.
Although it is a different greenhouse gas, it's already treated differently in the sense that it's given a multiple factor, isn't it, in these calculations from memory of looking at this stuff? It's seen as more potent than, say, a tonne of carbon dioxide.
That's correct.
Right, so it's treated differently in that sense. So how does GWP star differ from that, I suppose, default arrangement?
If I could pass to Colin.
Sure. So there are international reporting protocols in relation to how greenhouse gases are accounted for across economies. So there's sort of a common approach across all signatories to the UNFCCC. So GWP 100 is the current sort of approved method for how greenhouse gases are accounted for across economies and across sectors. And that metric enables that the different greenhouse warming potential of different gases can be accounted for over a 100-year period. The GWP star concept is a construct that looks over a different time period, and I guess because some gases like methane, which are more potent but have a shorter lifespan in the atmosphere, can be sort of accounted for differently using a different metric. So that's where the GWP star concept
so
comes
in effect, would GWP reduce the perceived impact of, say, an Australian bovine on the planet?
I think it's more complicated than that, and I'm probably going to get outside my area of expertise. Like the DQ inventory team is the ones that sort of lead Australia's approach to how greenhouse gases are accounted for and reported consistent with their international reporting obligations. I think it depends, Senator, and it depends on sort of whether you're looking at kind of a stable herd or a herd that's sort of changing in size, and so that then will dictate how the herd size might be represented in greenhouse gas reports. So,
do we have flexibility on which method we choose, or is that set?
The GWP 100 metric is the agreed reporting standard for all signatories to the UNFCCC.
So to move to the GWP star, would we need to negotiate that through the international agreement process, or could we unilaterally say, no, that's the method we're using now?
That's probably a question for DQ, who deal with our inventory through the UNFCCC.
Okay. All right. I'm moving on, unless there are others that want to come in. Moving on to funding for apparently trusted advisors. I don't know if we've got the people on the ground for that, but this was a program, I believe, to build capacity for on-ground action to help farmers, land managers and trusted advisors. How much of that package has been spent?
And Senator, conscious you didn't ask the question, but a colleague of yours did. We have discussed this program
have you?
earlier.
Did we do that before, did we?
Yeah.
All right, might have missed it. Okay, we can move on to the low carbon liquid fuels program, and the National Bioenergy Feedstock Strategy. What's the time frame for the National Bioenergy Feedstock Strategy?
I believe we're aiming to have the strategy completed by the middle of next year.
Okay.
We've just kicked off a discussion process now in the last week.
Right, okay. Well, the discussion paper I'm going to quote from says that the use of edible feedstocks for bioenergy purposes may have some impact on the availability of a quantity and quality of sufficient food, which is a key dimension for food security. How is the National Feedstock Strategy being coordinated with the National Food Security Strategy to avoid the unintended impacts of food production on food availability?
A really important question, Senator. As we mentioned earlier, we've recently just closed submissions for a discussion paper on the National Food Security Strategy, and an important consideration in us proceeding with the National Food Security Strategy was to also undertake a piece of work around bioenergy and feedstocks. So in parallel, we're doing that work on a bioenergy feedstock strategy, and we've got the discussion paper out at the moment. And what we're really keen to understand is, I guess, some of those interrelated factors. While we could be progressing on the bioenergy feedstock strategy, we'll be undertaking consultation, getting a sense of, I guess, both the opportunities and the risks associated with that, and we'll be certainly making sure that we're feeding that input into the food security strategy as well.
Okay. I think that's about it. They're just on the food security strategy. Has there been a discussion paper released for that?
There has been, and submissions have closed, Senator, on that one.
Have you done some work on fertiliser availability in Australia?
So part of the work that we'll be doing, one of the key areas that we identified as, or priority areas, if you like, in the discussion paper was around resilient supply chains, and part of that is about, I guess, input certainty of inputs into the agriculture sector and our production systems more broadly. Supporting, so I guess one aspect is going to be the input that we garner through the discussion papers. Separate to that, as we were having in a previous discussion with Senator Colbeck, we're doing a food system analysis as well. And as part of that food system analysis, we really want to understand, I guess, the opportunities and the risks associated with our food system, and therefore kind of, I guess, what sort of interventions or additional things we can do to bolster our food system. Because Australia does have, I think, a privileged place in terms of producing more than we consume in terms of Australia. We really want to maintain that cherished position, understand, I guess, the opportunities and the weaknesses as well. Inputs has been something that's been raised by a number of stakeholders, so we're very cognizant of that.
Do you have any data on the proportion of fertiliser use across urea, phosphorus, other fertilisers? Like how much, what percentage of our fertiliser use is particular types?
I'd have to check and come back to you, Senator, on that one.
Okay, all right. We obviously no longer produce urea. Are you keeping an eye, though, on the Perdammon investment in Western Australia?
I'm not specifically,
okay.
But as part of that food system analysis, inputs will be one of the things that we'll be certainly mindful of and focused on as part of that analysis.
Where are imports of urea coming from at the moment?
I don't have that to hand. I'm happy to follow up and provide you with information on that.
No. Sorry?
I think Dr. Greenfield said he might need a few minutes to provide that information.
We no longer produce the most important fertiliser in this country, and we rely on overseas.
We're happy to try and
I suppose another follow-up question was, do we
can.
know how much of our food production relies on urea that we no longer produce?
We'll see what we can provide you, Senator.
Well, I think Dr. Grenfell might have some information. Go for it.
Yeah, so I mean, I should be able to pull out for you if you give me a few minutes the source of imports of urea and so forth. We would have to take it on notice in terms of your shares questions.
Okay.
Given how much we import, we should be able to look at the import stats to get urea and the other kinds of fertilisers and so forth. So perhaps it's easier if we come back to you.
Do you have the
on
countries
those.
though? Did you say you had countries of importation? Oh, you've got to look it up. Or maybe you can do that while we go to other questions. But what fertilisers do we make in Australia? We make phosphate or phosphorus at Phosphate Hill, don't we? Still, thanks to today's announcement. Hopefully that is part of it. Do you know? What fertilisers do we make in Australia?
I don't have that information.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, well, if you could take those on notice or come back to us, but I think I'm going to ask
we'll go.
Mackenzie. That's all right, Chair.
Maybe we just have a... Oh, you go ahead and we'll go after
I'll try
you.
and mix it up.
That'd be great.
Thank you. I'm just wanting to ask about drought support.
Yep. We're just having officials come to the table, Senator.
So, the Shadow Minister for Agriculture and I toured southwestern Victoria, dairy, cattle country, sheep country, cropping country, which is going through a significantly difficult period. And as I recall, many farmers found the interest-free period of the Regional Investment Corporation loans particularly beneficial during the last drought. What alternative, why have... Oh, no, you're not going to be able to answer that. Has the department sent a brief to the Minister on zero-interest loans through the RIC for drought support?
Well, what we can say, Senator, is that there was the RIC Act review, which was conducted by Wendy Craig.
Yep.
In that review, one of the recommendations was that I'm going to get the specifics of the wording wrong, but in effect was to not pursue zero-interest loans or issue zero-interest loans again. So as part of that work, the department is currently developing a response to the RIC Act review. That'll be subject to government consideration, and that was committed to a timeline of being released by the end of this year.
So the government hasn't made a decision yet against the RIC review?
Correct.
Right, so the response is pending, but we are in the middle of a drought. South Australia is struggling. Southwest Victoria is struggling. Other areas of the country are struggling. And the two things that farmers' representative bodies have been making very clear, and whether you're on the ground talking to individual farmers or whether you're talking to the VFF, the South Australian farmers, the NFF, is that zero-interest loans were of significant benefit at the last drought, and they would like to see that again. And they would also like, the other thing they want to see is their applications processed more quickly. My question to you, the Minister is refusing to provide zero-interest loans to farmers. My question was, has the department put a brief up to the Minister on options around zero-interest loans through the RIC?
Senator, if I can just correct, I don't believe the Minister has said that. My understanding is the Minister has expressed she's open to consider all options.
So has the department provided an options brief to the Minister around support for drought-stricken farmers?
I can't personally comment as to whether a submission has been made, but certainly...
Yes, you can actually. You can. That's the whole purpose.
I'll have to ask my colleagues to
Right.
answer that question. I personally don't know if a written submission was made, but certainly has been canvassed as one of the options in our engagement with the office, correct?
Thank you.
So, Senator, we have provided briefing to the Minister around options on the interest rates. and the government took the decision to halt interest rates at 5.18%. As you would be aware, the RIC has a 10-year bond rate, and that 10-year bond rate goes up and down throughout the period. So for the next 6 months, we've put it on hold for 5.18%.
5.8%, yep.
Yeah, and as it's been advised, the Minister has gone out, so she's been out on the ground as well and meeting with farmers, and she's open to all conversations and ideas from farmers, which is what she's considering at the moment in relation to the RIC. Also with the RIC, as Mr Lowe mentioned, in relation to the review, we are preparing advice to the Minister, and she'll be considering and coming out at the end of the year around the RIC review, Wendy Craig's review. And as Mr Lowe noted, within that review there was a recommendation that zero interest rate loans do not be offered again, and that will be part of the considerations.
So can I just get it clear on the process?
Yeah.
So the government has made a decision on interest rates.
They made a decision to halt.
So the Minister for the next 6 months isn't open to zero interest rates because they've made the decision to hold it at 5.8.
No, that's not what I said.
Sorry.
What I said was that we have set the interest rate at 5.18%, and in that period, that's for the next 6 months, because there'll be another review and in line with the legislation in February. And in line with that, we're having conversations and briefings with the Minister around alternative options for the RIC in moving forward.
So alternative options for the RIC, does the alternative options include the Minister deciding to offer zero interest loans to drought-stricken farmers?
Well, that'll be one of the options that we'll provide, and we haven't done that as yet as a department to the Minister.
Thank you. And so if and when you do provide that advice to the Minister, is the decision on the 5.18 mean that is on hold for 6 months, or does she have discretion to actually offer zero interest loans despite the 5.18?
Yeah, so under the Act, the legislation, there's the 10-year bond rate. So that's how we set the interest rate, which you're aware of. So we've set it at 5.18 for the next 6 months. We've been really clear to our stakeholders that this is only for the next 6 months, and within that 6 months there'll be the consideration of the RIC review, and also looking at what alternative options are there to look at as a government decision for the RIC in moving forward on interest rate settings and the parameters that we use.
So if I'm a drought-stricken farmer in South Australia, Southwest Victoria, elsewhere in the country, there will be no, as I understand the evidence and the process that's been undertaken, as I understand it, there will be no zero interest loans from the RIC for the next 6 months until that work's completed. Is that?
Well, it could be completed, as the Minister announced, that she will do the review, come back on the review at the end of this calendar year. So that's in the next, mid-October, so in the next 2.5 months.
And when did she announce that?
She announced that at the Drought Forum on the 8th, I think it was the 8th of September.
Okay. And your evidence aligns, sorry, and I'm getting old, so I can't see anyone's names.
Melissa Brown.
But that there is an option for the Minister to decide to give zero interest loans, should she choose to do so.
She will consider a number of...
Including zero interest loans?
Well, we haven't come to that decision yet as a department, but we are briefing and preparing briefing for the Minister to consider, for her to come out...
But you're hearing everything I'm hearing, that that's what farmers want.
We are, and it was one of the big considerations and discussions at the Drought Forum, which we had with farmers.
Yeah. So if you don't put that in the briefing note, that is a complete rejection of everything you've heard. It's her decision of whether she wants to do it or not. I just want to quickly go to water buybacks' impact on dairy industry productivity and milk production, and go to a Dairy Australia report in April 25. The report has found that buybacks would reduce the consumptive pool of water by 7 to 16%. That actually will push water allocation prices up to 40% in some cases, especially during dry years. ADIC Chair Ben Bennett has said the higher input costs would severely erode farm profitability, particularly for those with low water entitlement ownership. The modelling also shows a reduction in milk production of 3 to 15%, which, as you will appreciate, we don't sell it fresh from farm. It has to go into steel vats and provide a lot of local job opportunities through processing it into cheese, yoghurt and pasteurised milk, obviously. But all of those figures actually translate to a loss of 60 to 270 million litres annually, with the economic impact on dairy processors revenue to be upwards of $545 million. So this is an April 25 Dairy Australia report. Is the department aware of the report that suggested that continued water buybacks from the Murray-Darling Basin would have serious profitability impacts on the dairy industry more broadly and their communities?
Senator, I'm broadly aware of the report, but I'm unable to comment in detail on the contents of the report as we're not the author of the report. We have, so there is work that we've done more broadly in relation to this area, but not specifically in relation to the dairy industry.
David Galliano, ABARES. Can I confirm, Senator, is that the Ricardo report? Yeah. So I know about the report.
Great.
What specific question do you have about the report?
Well, my understanding is that the report makes clear that buybacks will reduce the consumptive pool available to dairy, reducing the litrage produced, particularly in dry years, and driving up the price of water by up to 40% in dry years. And that will have a subsequent decrease, obviously, of litrage across the industry, up to 270 million litres. And for the dairy processors, an impact on their revenue of, I think, $540 million. So that has obvious flow on social and economic impacts into dairying communities. So if you are aware of the report, my question was, have you briefed the Minister on the impact of water buybacks, negative impact on the dairying industry?
So not on that particular report. We have done our own modelling of the impact of buybacks over the years, and we've published those reports and we've had conversations with the Minister's office about those reports. So yes, we have certainly briefed our Minister about the impacts of buybacks on agriculture, not just dairy. But
no, of course. So this is a Dairy Australia report, so they're not going to be commenting on tomatoes, protected agriculture. So in the briefings that you've provided to the Minister on the impact of water buybacks on agriculture more broadly, are you briefing that that's positive or negative? And you're not doing it by commodity, you're doing it as a net prospect, eh?
Yeah, we do have some commodity details, which so in the case of dairy, we look at irrigated pasture and the impact through that pathway. But we haven't. So obviously, you take away a restricted input, you get less output. And Ms. Galliano can
it's
provide
pretty basic
details.
maths.
It's pretty basic in that sense. And so we've provided some briefing as to the impacts. I'd say it'd be fair to say that the report that Ricardo has put out is higher than ours.
Well, the range is...
The range, yeah. But we can... we've got it on our website, but we can talk you through if you'd like.
No, I wanted to know whether you're aware of the report, whether you'd briefed the Minister on the report specifically, which you haven't, but you have briefed the Minister on the negative impacts of water buybacks, even on dairies. Okay. Would you actually brief her not just on the impact on producers directly, but on processors as well, the ecosystem of the industry more broadly?
So our work that we've done is a model of the basically up to the farm gate, but we do then comment on, well, that does have flow and impacts through the community, but our model does stop at the farm gate in terms of the...
It's why it should be called food, actually. change for future ministers to think about, because in the regional development phase, where does that get picked up across government, the flow on impacts? Anyway, I just wanted, yes, so we understand the price of water's impact on the reduced milk supply, but you stop at the farm gate, so you're only, when you look at regional job losses, you're only looking at on-farm job losses.
So we haven't been looking at job losses. The work that we look at is impact on the water allocation prices and the impact on production and the gross value of irrigated ag production. That's the work that we do. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority and the Q do much broader work to do with buybacks on regional employment and all that.
Righto. Have you prepared a brief for the Minister for her to have any conversations with the Water Minister around buybacks? That's probably a question for the department, not ABARES.
Not to my knowledge in recent times, Minister. Senator, sorry.
They were the good old days. Letters. Have you prepared a letter from the Minister for Agriculture to the Minister for Water on the damaging impact of water buybacks?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could. Thank you.
If I may, Senator, just to return to Senator Canavan's question about the major sources, we're still getting the latest year's data, but it won't change too much. But in terms of like import country sources for fertiliser, China's around 20%, Indonesia's around 8%, Malaysia 9%, Saudi Arabia 12%, and United Arab Emirates about 10%. So they're the main players in that space.
So just run through.
Sorry.
I was going to the next question.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, my fault.
So China around 20%,
Yep.
Indonesia around 8%, Malaysia around the same 9%, Saudi Arabia 12%, and the UAE around 10%. So they're our main suppliers.
Right. Yep. Okay, so we are dependent. No, I can do that. I just got some questions about the deforestation, EU deforestation.
We might use
Okay, go for it.
We've got 10 minutes. Senator Delegar. We'll go to Senator Delegar, thanks.
Thanks very much. I have some questions about trade. And specifically at the moment with Southeast Asia. Sorry. Thanks for that there. We've seen the Albanese Labor government place a renewed focus on our relationships in Southeast Asia and the region. How has the department stepped up engagement and worked with industry to boost agricultural trade to the Southeast Asian region?
Thank you very much, Senator. So you may recall that in September 2023, Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040 was released, signalling the Australian government's intention to deepen trade and investment ties with Southeast Asia. And agriculture is an important pillar in that. Ensuring food security in Southeast Asia is crucial and underpins regional stability. And there's an increasing need for safe, sustainable and high quality produce, and Australia is recognised as a reliable source with a trusted reputation as a supplier. But along with that, we have a long-standing, strong relationship with and expertise in Southeast Asia. Many departmental officials, in collaboration with other government agencies and industry stakeholders, actively lead bilateral and regional capacity building initiatives to harmonise trade, mitigate pest and disease risks and enhance regional resilience against climate change challenges. So there's a range of programs that DAF has fostered strong relationships with regional decision makers and significantly advanced Australia's interests in our strategic influence as trusted partners. So happy to go into more specifics if you would like, Senator.
Yes, Al Campbell, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Trade and International at DAF. So one of the key ways that we actually do foster our relationship with Southeast Asia is through increased technical market access. That actually provides very real opportunities for Australian farmers producers to send their goods overseas. So a really good example was, I think it was the last half of last year, there was new access to plums to Vietnam, which opens a new market for Australian plum exports. And that's taking advantage really of many of the increased markets that we see in Southeast Asia. We've got quite significant ag trade with Southeast Asia. I think it's kind of like, Indonesia. I think last year we exported $4.2 billion of ag, fisheries and forestry exports to that country. Philippines, 2.1 billion, Singapore, 1.5 billion, Thailand, 1.9 billion. So very much we're deepening that relationship through creating those markets for Australian producers to send high quality Australian goods overseas that is often kind of very well received in those countries, particularly in emerging middle classes in many of those countries.
Thanks very much. And you noted Indonesia, and Minister Collins visited recently and secured what looked to be some really great outcomes for farmers and producers, which is another example of how the Albanese Labor government is delivering for our ag sector. Mr Black, could you outline for the committee what outcomes were achieved out of Minister Collins' visit and why they were so important?
I can. Thank you, Senator. There are a couple of really key market access wins out of the visit. The first one was agreement to a wheat protocol, which will maintain access for Australia's largest export to Indonesia. As Mr Campbell mentioned, it's a very significant market. It's worth over $1.76 billion in financial year 23-24, and it will continue to provide assurance to Indonesia on Australia's high biosecurity standards. Really pleasingly, we were also able to finalise a protocol which will allow Australian rendered products back into the Indonesian market. This is a piece of work that's taken around 7 years, so unfortunately we lost access in 2018. So 7 years later we're able to re-secure access into that market, which will mean that rendered meals for aquaculture, poultry feed to Indonesia, previously worth, industry's telling us, around $100 million a year, will be able to be exported back into the Indonesian market. And indeed, that trade has started. So we have 6 Australian establishments that are now listed and can export, and I believe have started to do that. So pretty exciting times for the rendering sector in Australia.
Thanks very much. And Minister, I know yourself and Minister Collins have done quite a bit of work in rebuilding Australia's relationship in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I certainly can't claim credit for that one, Senator Deligo, but I know Minister Collins has been a regular visitor along with our Trade Minister, and it's been an important part of the work that we've done along with the Foreign Minister as well. But I think the important thing is that we see outcomes that actually have an impact for producers, and that's the thing that really drives us, knowing that it's going to be a significant factor for economic growth and employment opportunities in our regions and rural areas, which is fantastic.
Thank you, Minister. And regarding the free trade agreement that we've entered to with the UAE on the 1st of October, our first with the Middle East, what does this agreement mean for agriculture, and what strategic opportunities does it unlock for high-value sectors like beef, grains and horticulture?
That's a great question.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. So very much we exported about $1.7 billion last year of agricultural, fisheries and forestry exports to the UAE. Obviously, with the new free trade agreement entering into force this time last week, I think it was the 1st of October, this is our first free trade agreement with the Middle East. It will see farmers and producers gain a competitive edge through preferential access to the UAE's growing market for high-value premium food and agricultural products. And it's an important building block for broader trade with the region. So the agreement eliminates tariffs on 99% of Australia's exports to the UAE by value, with most tariffs eliminated on entry into force or locked in at zero. This makes it one of the most liberalising FTAs the UAE has signed to date. So a few examples of this is that eliminating tariffs for key Australian exports, including frozen beef and sheep meat, dairy products, canola seeds and dried pulses, and that gives Australia an advantage across many of our competitors. We know that a lot of our exports to the UAE are sheep meat, I think, is number 2, canola is number 1. So very much this locks in the gains that we see from that.
Before you move, sorry, I didn't want to break your answer. You've still got more to say?
All fine.
There was just a follow-up question from Senator Colbeck. I'll just...
Yeah. Just on the trade to Indonesia, Tasmanian onion growers have missed out on access to that market this year. Do we have any update on what's going on with that market since the Minister's been so active in that market?
I don't, Senator, but we do have some colleagues who will be leading the technical negotiations around plant products that would be coming up in outcome 2. So I don't have an outcome for you. An answer for you in terms of an outcome at this point, but that would be an outcome 2 matter.
Thank you. Good, thanks. Senator Deliga.
No worries. When it comes to, we talk about our great agri-food trade, but what about fibre, wool and cotton? What have we been doing to support the trade for those industries, and what markets has there been growth in?
Thank you so much, Senator, for your question on that. So we export about $2.5 billion of wool and wool-related products each year. A really great example, I think, of where we've actually kind of seen an opportunity for the Australian wool industry in terms of export markets is under the AI ECTA with India. One of the key market access outcomes included the immediate elimination of tariffs at the end of 2022, and that's provided for market opportunities to export greater volumes of wool to India.
And it does sound like with India that it's been incredibly beneficial. Are there any other examples you could outline for the committee where we've been able to support market diversification or growth in trade for these industries?
India's one of the areas that we actually have seen remarkable growth. So in 24-25, the value of Australian ag fisheries forestry exports to India were $3.029 billion. And you compare that to 22-23, and it was $1.59 billion. So we've seen significant growth in that. So one of the examples that I'd kind of point out there is sheep meat. It was around $800,000 of sheep meat we exported to India in 22-23, and that's significantly increased to, I think it's about just under $9 million in 24-25. And that was also linked to the decline in the tariff rate. I think it went from India's traditionally been quite a high tariff levier. It's gone from 30% to 0.
And it's been just over 2 years since the free trade agreement with the UK entered into force. Can you give us an update on what benefits the ag sector has seen from the agreement, and if any technical work has been undertaken by the department to support beneficial market access through the free trade agreement?
So I might cover off from the stats before I hand to a colleague on the technical market access work. So I think a really great example is sheep meat exports to the UK. So that is, in 24-25, that was $226.8 million. And that's compared to 22-23, that was $101 million. So that's very much well over doubled. And so that's a really great example of the Australia-UK FTA really coming into play. But in terms of the technical market access work, I'll hand over to Mr. Black.
Yeah, we've been doing quite a bit of technical work, particularly in relation to the red meat trade. So we've been undergoing a modernisation process with the red meat industry, and in particular for the beef sector. And so we've done some work around product hygiene indicators, post-mortem inspection and disposition, and we're also doing work around hormone growth promotants. Following the assessment of our product hygiene indicator work and our post-mortem inspection and disposition. We'd been in an exchange of correspondence with the United Kingdom. They've agreed to the majority of our changes that we're proposing that will return money to the beef sector. So we're working up a work program now, which we will provide to the United Kingdom so that we can enact that and see that return to the pockets of industry. And the other thing that we're working on is how we can modernise our HGP-free arrangement with the United Kingdom. It's a piece of work that's been undertaken very closely with the industry sector. We've been working right across the sector to ensure that we can find ways to take advantage of the significant quota and tariff benefits from the free trade agreement. We're very close to finishing that technical work and hope that we'll be able to, we know we'll be able to provide the United Kingdom with the same level of assurance around providing high quality HGP-free beef to that market, but in a way that is more efficient and effective for Australian industry. So we'll continue to prosecute that over the coming months.
Thank you, Mr. Black. And I'd like to just change the topic to salmon. Minister, sorry.
Is there anyone that has to come to we've got one here? Table? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Tasmanian salmon.
Yeah, Tasmanian salmon, yeah.
Depends on the nature of the question.
There isn't. I'm with you.
So back to my home state. So, Minister, you may be aware that the Tasmanian Liberal Green government blindsided the Tasmanian salmon industry with a moratorium on any expansion of their operations in order to study intended to assess the environmental impact and compliance. Salmon Tasmania's Chief Executive John Whittington said he'd become aware of the Premier's position on salmon farming, that it had changed the night before it was announced, calling it a shameless sellout. Was this in any way a direction of the federal government?
Certainly not, Senator Deliga, and I understand, given the area you represent, that you'd be well aware of the importance of salmon farming to that community, those communities in that part of the world. It's an industry that this government was proud to support in its last term. I would highlight that we used to hear from a lot of opposition senators about the biggest threat to the salmon industry and what that was, and it turns out it was their own side. And they haven't been as vociferous coming in here asking questions about salmon today compared to what they used to be, when it turns out their own party are the ones that are the biggest threat to the salmon industry, which is a vital industry creating jobs and opportunity in many parts of regional Tasmania.
And from a Commonwealth level, what is the department doing to support the development and future growth opportunities of salmon and the broader aquaculture industry? Tassal driver Oliver Brewer said to the ABC that he and other workers will not shy away. They are sick of being used as a political tool to appease Greens and independents, and this has brought uncertainty for them.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of the aquaculture industry more broadly?
Yeah, what are you doing to support the future and the growth?
Certainly. So recently we released an aquaculture statement which canvassed a range of, I guess, key things that were important to the aquaculture sector more broadly. And we're currently developing an aquaculture strategy, and I'll ask my colleague to talk more in more detail about that.
Yes, that's right. So we're undertaking a review of the National Aquaculture Strategy. We're partway through that review at the moment, and that will look at a number of, I guess, opportunities and challenges currently facing aquaculture across Australia, and opportunities, I guess, for us to consider the ways in which government, Commonwealth government, can further support.
Thank you, and Minister. The former senator and now member for Braddon has spent an awful long time talking to the people of Strawn and surrounding areas which rely on the industry. Can they be assured that the government has their back on this matter?
Absolutely, Senator Deliga, and I do know that area pretty well, and I certainly know the member for Braddon's fighting spirit very well, and I'm sure she'll be out there advocating strongly against the state Liberal government and what they are doing to undermine the industry, but they can be assured that they have strong support from a federal Labor government in terms of our actions and also for the future as well.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Could I go to the EU deforestation regulations? I believe the EU has further delayed the implementation of this regulation. Is that correct?
We understand, Senator, that that is a suggestion. I believe there's a technical step that needs to be taken, but I'll refer to my colleague.
Yes, we understand that to be the case. We've seen correspondence from the European Commission confirming that. That correspondence wasn't to us, but that correspondence was circulated widely, confirming that's the case till 31 December 2026. However, I would note...
Sorry, it'll be deferred to the 31st of December 2026?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
However, I would note that that is still subject to the European passage to the European Parliament.
Right. So is the Commission, is that like the executive, is it? In a way, they've made a decision and they've got to now go through the Parliament.
Effectively, it's a government announcement.
Yeah, okay, okay. I believe also that maybe since we last met, there has been the addition of a new category, a no-risk category, under the low-risk category. Is that correct? Are you familiar with that?
That is still something that is being worked through. In terms of the deferral, they did cite technicalities and IT systems, so it's one thing that's being worked through. What I can say is that about 6 weeks ago, the Minister wrote to Jessica Roswell, who's effectively the European Commissioner for the Environment, other titles as well, but the European Commissioner for the Environment, calling for a negligible risk category. And that correspondence was delivered on the 26th of August. That's followed on from quite a number of ministerial engagement, official level engagement and meetings with EU authorities over many years. DAF, we've had over 100 engagements with industry on this, and we'll continue to raise it at all opportunities through our DAF agricultural councillors that are posted in Brussels, to the broader Australian mission, through other diplomatic missions, through the WTO working groups as well. And our key points are largely to simplify the EUDR system and exemptions for skins and hides. So very much we've been, and the Minister has been incredibly active in this front.
Okay. Just to confirm, though, you're not aware of this new no-risk category. That's not something that you're familiar with?
It's something, as a concept, we're familiar with, but we await further details from the European Commission. Obviously, there was a lot of rush in terms of its implementation when it was 31 December 2025, so a couple of months hence. But 31 December 2026 buys it a little more time. It's something that we will continue to discuss with European Union and European Commission officials when we discuss these matters.
And have we received a categorisation as such? Have we got the negligible risk, or is that still?
We've received a low-risk categorisation.
A low-risk categorisation. Well, maybe we're getting tripped up on the semantics here. Maybe negligible risk is what I'm trying to get to. So the Minister is seeking us to go from a low risk to a negligible risk.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Under the low risk category, would our skins and hides industry still need to prove where their products have come from, geographically within Australia, where they've come from?
As it is currently phrased and as it is currently in place, yes. As it is currently or would be in place when it starts, yes, that is the case. Right. We will continue to push for an exemption for skins and hides. This was most recently raised even just a couple of weeks ago when our head of mission in Brussels and our Agriculture Minister Councillor met with the head of cabinet for Christoph Hansen, who's someone by the name of Elspeth de Lang, and that was on the 17th of September. We will continue to push through any and all mechanisms. That was something that was mentioned, that a call for an exemption was mentioned in the 26th August letter that the Minister wrote to the European Commission.
Because just to summarise, put back on the record, I presume the issue is here there really is no way for our hides industry to tell where a particular hides come from. In the current production processes, they sort of all get put into one box, so to speak. Is that correct?
That is correct. One of our challenges with the system is its complexity, and we've made that clear in our representations over a number of engagements.
But that's not true notionally for our box beef industry. There's some degree of traceability, but has there been enough work done, or do you know yet whether our NLIS system, our traceability systems, will be sufficient to meet the requirements of this regulation?
It's something we're in discussions with the European Commission and the European Union about.
Okay, all right. There's apparently an ag trace pilot. Is that going to help at all?
One would hope. That's certainly the intention of the...
Well, tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so the ag trace pilot is something that that we've really... The genesis came from the department's policy sprint in 2024, which led to the Ag Trace Deforestation Assessment Tool. The tool was developed under a broader $5 million grant from the Australian Government to the Food Agility Cooperative Research Centre, which is a government and industry co-funded research institute to develop agricultural traceability solutions to support future trade. Approximately $1.5 million of the broader grant was dedicated to the EUDR component. The grant had a focus on ensuring that product credentials are verifiable and transferable along supply chains. We continue to look at the system. The system developed is being commercialised by an entity named Cybo Labs, and the deforestation-free assessment reviews farm maps for potential woody vegetation disturbances using National Forest and sparse woody vegetation data, Queensland statewide land cover and tree studies data, and NASA Opera near real-time vegetation disturbance data. So that's the background to the Ag Trace system.
Okay, great. Do we know how many businesses would be captured by the EU regulations when they come into effect? How many Australian businesses, I should say?
One of the challenges is obviously with the push to exempt things like skins and hides. We don't have a specific number on that. More than happy to look into.
Well, if you could take on notice, I mean,
what number?
Even if we have notionally we're currently would be captured, I believe, by hides and skins. So notionally, that'll break it down into the other one. Obviously, will be the beef.
More than happy to look
industry.
Into that.
Okay. Now I'm moving on here to native forestry issues. It does go back to got a different pack, sorry, so I'm jumping back to the land sector plan under the 2035 targets. The Climate Change Authority's advice is that to achieve its proposed 62 to 70% cuts by 2035, it recommends that we need to stop old growth clearing and reduce native forest harvesting. Has the government responded to that recommendation?
In terms of the CCA's report, their effective, I guess, kind of representation of that was their recommendation around a target of 62 to 70%, which the government has adopted. The net zero plan and the 6 sector plans, while they don't formally constitute a response, effectively form the government's plan to achieve net zero to 2050. As part of that suite of sector plans and the net zero plan more broadly, there is no commitment or initiative to cease native forestry.
Okay. Or reduce native forest harvesting?
Or reduce native forest harvesting.
And maybe you just slightly got your words wrong. There's no plan to stop old growth clearing?
No, Senator.
Okay. Did the Climate Change Authority consult with DAF on this recommendation?
We were provided with, I think, early drafts of their report, and we provided input to those reports. To that report, sorry.
Right. Did you provide particular advice on that recommendation?
What we did was we furnished them with information that we had. We obviously respect that they're an independent authority and can make recommendations. I'd have to defer to colleagues on specifics, but I imagine we did point to government's policy, being that it supported the long-term future of forestry industry.
Have you done any modelling on what the job losses would be that would occur if we did stop old growth clearing and reduce native forest harvesting to meet carbon targets?
No, we haven't, Senator.
Okay. Yeah, jump in, Richard.
So did you talk to them about the science that CSIRO's done, Fabio Zemini's, and I'm just trying others that demonstrate that a well-managed forest regime will actually, in fact, store more carbon than locking it up? I mean, where are they getting their science from for this stuff, and where are they getting their numbers from? Or are they using some of the data that takes, that does calculations over less than a full forest cycle, which gives you a distorted number and therefore a rationale to lock up, which is more ideological than science-based?
Maybe if I just take that question in turn. So the CCA report, it's difficult for us to comment on in detail, as we weren't...
Yeah, but it's setting policy across all government, and the science is...
Well, it's an input.
Well, it's government's accepted it as its policy. You've already said that.
Government...
as the basis for its policy for 62 to 70%. So it's accepted.
Government adopted a target, which the CCA
but
recommended.
it's based on their calculations, and their calculations aren't right.
What we can, so maybe to the substance of your question, Senator,
and the other carbon scientist that I was thinking of, Martin Moroney, Fabio Zemini's, and CSIRO,
certainly
have all done science to show that, and FAO even, if you want to go to that level. So you've got local and international. Moroney and Zemini's are both internationally recognised for their work, and their work shows that a well-managed regime will store more carbon. And so we're talking about uptake, we're talking about the impact on agricultural land earlier in the day, and yet the science tells us that if we manage our regime properly, we'll actually have a more positive effect than just saying we'll leave it static. I mean, that's the science, and that's recognised by all of those different institutions and highly recognised scientists.
Certainly, Senator, the work we've done and that ABARES has done identifies and points to the very point you're making, that well-managed forests have the potential to store carbon, and subsequent products generated from forest industries also store carbon as well, so across the carbon life cycle.
Well, it's part of a whole regime. It's not just... It's the whole thing measured together, and that's the importance of the work. CSIRO was the first group that I saw that had done that work. That goes back a while now, but it's since been confirmed by the likes of Moroney and Zemini's, and it's in FAO reports, a number of them, going back over a decade. So it's pretty well established, but we still get this garbage that comes to us from certain sources that says stop our native forest industry to store more carbon, and it's not true.
Happy to pass to colleague Dr Greenville to comment in more detail, Senator, if that would help.
Certainly, Senator. I mean, a number of those references that you've just mentioned, we did provide to the CCA in terms of our feedback, and as you point out, the science behind it, as we understand it, we provided those details to them, including, when we think about, the carbon associated with, sink end, flows from native forest harvesting. There's all those elements, including the regrowth. There's a harvesting event. There's the wood stores.
Mass timber buildings, for example,
and so forth.
A great way to participate in that process.
Yeah. So certainly we certainly provided that information to them.
Frustrating.
Okay. Just one more set of questions from me here. Just referring to the plans to update the National Forest Policy Statement. Back in October 2023, the then Minister for Agriculture, Murray Watts, said that we have also committed to reviewing and updating with our states and territory colleagues the 1992 National Forest Policy Statement, to ensure it's contemporary and fit for purpose. What progress has been made on this update?
Thank you, Senator. So we did circulate a draft discussion paper to states and territories for their comment on the National Forest Policy Statement in December 2024. After this was discussed at Forestry Ministers' meeting in July 2024, and ministers agreed.
Hang on, just get that right again. Did you say you issued the paper at December 2024?
Yep.
And then I think then you discussed it in, did you say June 20?
Sorry, I'm out of time series here.
Right. Okay,
I was pointing backwards.
Okay, so it was discussed before the discussion paper was released.
So it was agreed at Forestry Ministers' meeting in July that officials would develop a discussion paper to support a consultation process on the National Forest Policy Statement, and that draft discussion paper was circulated to states and territories for comment in December 2024, and Forestry Ministers' Forestry Ministers have agreed to provide feedback on the draft prior to the next Forestry Ministers' meeting, which is scheduled for the 14th of November 2025, and we expect that Forestry Ministers will consider next steps, including consultation options at that meeting in November.
Sorry, so the discussion paper was released November last year, did you say? Or
December.
December last year. And it's not going to be discussed till November.
That's correct.
Why is it taking so long?
You'll obviously be aware there was a federal election and a number of state elections as well.
Yep.
And what we've been mindful of, and I guess to some degree guided by, is the pace at which state and territory governments can work at as well and provide feedback back to us on. Part of, I guess, setting the timeline is about setting Forestry Minister meetings dates, and that has been set now, Senator, to provide a forum to I guess, discuss next steps and ventilate any opportunities or issues in relation to that discussion paper, so we can proceed with the next step on the National Forest Policy Statement.
Okay. Well, when is it? Is there a deadline or a timeline? Have you set some KPIs to deliver this statement? It's been 2 years.
We're keen to progress on the National Forest Policy Statement, Senator. We are working in a federation with state and territory governments. What we do have is a Forestry Ministers' meeting in November, and what that will do is discuss next steps, and I'm sure we'll identify the next steps in proceeding on the National Forest Policy Statement.
So no, there's no particular time frame?
Not at this stage, Senator.
All right, Chair, I'm done, but I think Senator Colbeck might just have one more item.
Yeah, Senator Colbeck.
I just want to go to the National Dietary Guidelines. So the NHMRC is doing an update on the guidelines last revised in 2013. And there's a part of that process, there's a sustainability working group that's been embedded into the process, defined as accessible, affordable and equitable diets with low environmental impacts. We've talked today, we talk a lot about our agricultural sector. Why are we imposing another layer? We talked about reducing red tape. Why are we imposing another layer which is basically just going to be a baseball bat to beat up our industry? I mean, I'm aware of a university student studying agriculture being told by his lecturer that they couldn't do a project on red meat because it wasn't sustainable. Senator Delega's talking about support for the salmon industry a minute ago, and you've got the environmental groups running around in Tasmania saying that the industry is not sustainable and should be stopped. If there's a sustainability clause in our dietary guidelines, I mean, we have all of these systems where we assess through the EPBC Act or other systems. God love them, the supermarkets have sustainability requirements for farmers that they have to comply with, all this sort of stuff. Why are we imposing another layer into our dietary guidelines, which is about healthy food? I mean, we say it every day. We provide healthy food. We provide some of the best, high quality, trusted food on the planet. You know, why are we including this ideological stuff into our dietary guidelines, which is about a healthy diet?
Senator, I presume this piece of work is being led by the Department of Health, in which case the questions should go there. However, I don't think what you've outlined, whilst I'm not familiar with what's being proposed, is inconsistent with what we're trying to do with the sector currently.
But the point is that those things are dealt with through recognised mechanisms already. All we are doing through this process, as I've said, is providing another opportunity for a baseball bat. You know, there's a group in Tasmania who wants to close down every abattoir because ideologically they're opposed to it. Right? That's publicly stated. A university lecturer saying the meat industry is not sustainable. That's an attitude within our tertiary education system, which I find astounding. And of course, you know, the government quite rightly was expressing its support for the salmon industry a moment ago, and I'm happy to go on record alongside Senator Chisholm and Senator Delega and others in respect of that. It wasn't the coalition that caused the doubt over Macquarie Harbour in the first place, but we're happy to play our role in trying to sort it out, and I even put a private members bill in place to try and fix it. But why are we imposing this stuff in a place where it doesn't belong? And so, how do we? So what representations from the Agriculture Department to say to the Health Department, because I know they engage in this area because I've served in that portfolio and had responsibility for this stuff, and I can tell you when we set up the review, sustainability wasn't part of it. So it's something that's been inserted into the review process by this government. It doesn't belong there. So we've got all of these systems in place to ensure sustainability, quite rightly, as we should, through the agricultural sector. What representations are being made from this department to the Health Department, which is leading the work, to say this stuff is covered, it doesn't need to be in our dietary guidelines, which is about healthy food?
Senator, I take on notice our actual engagement in that process, but I can say you're right, we do work hand in glove with Department of Health in regards to our One Health approach. But as I said, I think the fundamental question for me, which I will ask, is alignment with what's being proposed with what the intent is by this department is supporting sustainability of the agriculture sector. I don't think I can draw the conclusion from what you shared that they're inconsistent and or they aren't relying upon our advice. I take on notice our involvement,
so if
but I'm
we're
not
doing
saying it's
all
inconsistent.
If we're doing all that, why do we need another statement in our healthy food guidelines, which are about healthy food?
Well, once again, I said we have to take up the Department of Health, but my view is it's not inconsistent with the policy.
It's just another opportunity for our agricultural to get set up, beaten up by those with an ideological view on stuff. I've seen it time and time again. And so what action can be taken to actually drive this to where it's supposed to be, which is about a good diet, a good healthy diet? That's what the dietary guidelines are about. They're not about sustainability or something else. They're about a good healthy diet. So, I mean...
Yeah, just to reinforce the Acting Secretary's comments, Senator, it is a matter for the Department of Health, and we have no formal role with them in relation to this work.
Minister, can I ask that you, through your role, and also talk to the Minister about ensuring that we're not, our agricultural sector isn't imposed with additional imposts that don't belong in our dietary guidelines?
Certainly a big supporter of Aussie beef, Senator Colbeck, and I'm happy to convey that to the Minister as well.
Thank you.
Chair, if I might just go on the record with Senator Colbeck, I also support the beef industry in Tasmania, and I too, Minister, enjoy a good steak as well. So.
Perhaps we might find a steakhouse.
Yeah. I've got one more question.
Let's go to dinner.
One more question before we wrap up.
I think we're all going to declare, but I'll hand over to Senator Canavan.
Okay, thank you. One more question before we wrap up. Just wanted to clarify, is the agricultural sector exempted from the 2035 emissions cuts?
No, Senator. So the agriculture sector is part of the economy and the net zero plan and the 62 to 70% target for 2035 is a whole of economy target. Right. So agriculture will need to do its bit, but as I outlined to Senator McKenzie, the agriculture and land sector plan identifies and acknowledges that the technology pathway for agriculture to reduce emissions over that period is more nascent compared to other sectors, and the emissions reductions that might be expected from the sector over that period are considerably less than other sectors as a consequence.
So a cattle producer in Australia will have to be net zero by 2050?
The economy will need to be net zero by 2050. There is no specific target for the agriculture sector to reduce its emissions.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Colbeck.
And it relates back to my rant. Sorry.
You got a lot of beef eaters on your side, mate.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that the agricultural sector is properly part of the consultation process and their voice is appropriately heard. Can you take that with you, Minister, to ensure that their evidence, their perspective and their views are properly heard in this process? Can Hansard please note that the Minister's nodding? Take it as a yes. Thank you.
I did hear yes, but the nod's there as well. If there's no other questions for outcome one, then we'll complete outcome one and go to outcome two, and we'll just suspend while we change over. to Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I want to highlight a growing animal welfare issue affecting sheep and sheep farmers in Australia, and that's foot rot. Foot rot causes extreme pain in affected animals and leaves them more susceptible to other conditions like fly strike. Foot rot costs Australian sheep producers about $83.4 million a year. Up until a few years ago, sheep farmers had an inexpensive and effective weapon against foot rot, an Australian manufactured vaccine called Custom R Felis. Its use was discontinued a few years ago. Minister, you've closed down the live sheep export industry on animal welfare grounds. Do you and your department recognise that foot rot is a serious animal welfare issue in Australia?
I'm happy for the department to provide more information on this, Senator Hanson, but I think any disease of that nature would be of concern. I think that there is part of this is also an APVMA issue at the same time as well. So I'm happy for the department if there's more information they can provide about this.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Dr. Beth Cookson, our Chief Veterinary Officer.
Beth Cookson, Australian Chief Veterinary Officer. Senator, we're well aware of the concerns relating to the availability of the custom foot rot R Pilus vaccine and have engaged several times with the advocates for the registration of this vaccine. The matter of registration of the vaccine is for the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, who will appear after us, and so any questions about the registration process should be put to the APVMA. In terms of the history of the vaccine, it was available under an emergency use permit from 2015 until September 2020, at which time Cooper's Ovalus Footvax multivalent vaccine was successfully re-registered, and it was no longer able to be registered under its minor use permit categorisation. So we're also aware that Animal Health Australia and Wool Producers Australia are both involved in discussing how the appropriate technical information, and a proponent of registration of the vaccine may bring that dossier forward to the APVMA for registration, but essentially it's a commercial issue, and it would require the vaccine to be commercially registered. At this stage, I'm not aware that there is an application before the APVMA for their assessment.
My understanding, I think there is interest in it to be commercialised, but they've the interim reason is there's no reason that what the APVMA cannot issue minor or use of emergency use permits, so farmers can immediately regain limited access to this vaccine. And that's what they're wanting. They find that one farmer, is paying out hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just, to keep the sheep alive with this and this vaccine. Now, my understanding, and tell me, it was actually available, but that's been discarded about 5 years ago. It was taken off the market. Why so long? Why 5 years?
I think these questions are better asked of the APVMA, who are responsible for the vaccine registration process. My understanding was that it was not eligible for that category of permit once a commercially available vaccine came back onto the market, which occurred in 2020. And so the process that is required is for a full registration of the vaccine, and there has been no vaccine manufacturer bringing forward an application to the APVMA for that registration process. So essentially it's a commercial matter.
What I'm getting, I think this is going round in circles. What I understand is the APVMA are all for it. They support it. So what is the hold-up? Why aren't they getting the support from, whichever department to give them so this can move forward?
Senator, I think what Dr. Cookson has said is that this is a commercial decision, so there needs to be a commercial entity that makes an application to APVMA for that to occur.
Yeah, well, what I've been told, I think there is there, but there has to be some agreement for you to push it forward that you're quite happy to do it. Would the department be happy to see this vaccine come back onto the market?
I don't believe that the department has a role, but we certainly wouldn't impede an application by a commercial entity to make a request to APVMA.
All right, well, fine. Well, then I'll follow it up with that. Then I'll talk to the APVMA and follow that up and to push forward so that the department's not against it. The minister, I'm sure, wouldn't be against it if it's dangerous to the sheep. Okay, thank you.
Senator Canterbury.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to start with red imported fire ants. There have been some outbreaks in central Queensland recently. Can I just get an update on the status of those outbreaks? Have they been contained or suppressed at this stage?
Thanks, Senator. I'll hand over to Christy Georgiak, who's currently acting as Deputy Secretary of Biosecurity Operations Compliance Group.
Thank you. So in relation to the most recent detections of importance, I'll start with the Central Queensland mine site. So this was on the 9th of July. Reefer was detected at Broadmeadow BHP mine, which effectively, once identified, the program swiftly responded. Investigations traced the source back to brick delivery approximately 6 months ago from the South East Queensland Reefer Containment Zone. This led to surveillance of an additional 9 mine sites. And a biosecurity order was issued for the bricks supplier, restricting trade outside of the containment zone. All nests were destroyed through direct chemical injection, and planning for aerial surveillance broad treatment is underway. There have also been a couple of other additional detections of importance. One was on the 21st of August in Vinegar Hill. The nests were 21 infected properties. 2 initial treatment has been completed, including surveillance. Detection number 19 and 20 for Emerald, Central Queensland, for active mine sites. 3 nests detected, 2 mine sites. And again, we are waiting some investigation report, but treatment has occurred and planning of aerial broad-scale treatment is underway.
Okay. So we can't say that the outbreaks in those areas have been suppressed at this stage?
So it does take some time, Senator, to be completely satisfied around while the treatment happens. The monitoring for eradication does take some time. I think it's up to 2 years, Brady.
Yep. 2 years, right. And so just to be clear, we've had those outbreaks. Have there been subsequent sightings of fire ants apart from the initial detection in each of those locations?
Yep. I might just hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. Bertie Henneke, Australian Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. Senator, with all those detections of importance, there is a quite strong protocol in place, and there is direct injection to kill the nests that are detected, and then there's broadacre chemical applications to make sure that around the area, often up to 2 kilometres, it's a insect growth regulator to ensure that there's no further insects or ants, but the treatment is going, as Sosik is saying, is going over 2 years, but all ants that have been killed at all 21 DOIs, there have been no further detections.
Okay. All the nests have been destroyed then?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Has this impacted the response in South East Queensland at all? Has it had to divert resources?
All the genetic testing that is done with each of the DOIs link it back to the infestation in South East Queensland.
Okay, that wasn't quite my question. That's useful information. I sort of meant more the resources. Has there been a resource drain on the efforts in South East Queensland to contain fire ants? Have people, assets had to be diverted to Central Queensland?
So the answer to that, Senator, is no. The program has sufficient resources to deal with the continued eradication efforts and also to effectively prioritise and treat the detections of importance.
Okay. Has there been any additional funding provided to respond to this outbreak?
So the response program itself, which goes from 23-24 to 27-28, has already been agreed nationally, and it's $592 million over those 4 years. So there's no additional funding that will be provided for the eradication program until that response plan ceases. And work's already underway in terms of looking at, funding potential needed through the last 2 years of the existing response plan, through the review that was announced last month, to work out whether the program for the last 2 years is running effectively around the governance and the arrangements, and if any additional funding is needed.
Okay. Now, my understanding is in the Australian Government response to our Senate inquiry on this issue, you referred to a gate review being due to be delivered in late this year. Is that on track?
Yes. So, Senator, that was the review that I just referenced.
Right.
So that it's the end of tranche review, and it has commenced, and it will finish in December and report back to the National Management Group.
Okay, in December?
Yes.
Okay. Who did the National Management Group select as the independent reviewer?
So GHD.
Okay, right. And will it be made public, the report?
The report itself will be not made public, but findings will be provided on the website and also to the NMG.
Why won't the report be made public?
The understanding is from the program that these reports are not normally made public, but as I said, the recommendations or the summary will be made public to the.
How much is it costing?
Well,
presumably it's a contract with GHD, so how much is that contract?
Yeah, so the program would have been, the contract would have been entered by the program, so we'd have to confirm the amount for the review.
Okay.
But it would have been part of the eradication program and the cost sharing in terms of agreed amount. And Senator, just to go back to your question around why the full review would not be made public, because it will be looking at costs and the cost sharing arrangements, that level of detail is not for any response made public. But given the commitment by the program to be as transparent as possible, the outcomes and high-level findings will be made public as part of the program reporting.
All right. Well, if you could take on notice the cost, if that's okay. I believe the management group was due to meet in June this year. Did that occur?
Yes, so the National Management Group met in June. It also met in September, and it will meet again in December.
Have communiques been published from those meetings?
Yes, so I understand both the communiques from June and September were published today.
Oh, today. Okay,
Yes,
that's probably why these notes haven't caught up. Good timing. And you said the next one is December?
Yes, it'll be early December.
Okay. Look, that all I have, that might be a good time to break. You have a chair, if I could suggest. But
thanks.
Your hands.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. We'll now suspend until 7 o'clock for dinner.